221, Shui Meng almost choked on a mouthful of blood, but Mo Ran didn't have the time to be angry. When he heard these words, he turned around and returned to the horde of corpses, blocking the first line of defense. Chu Wanning had been helping Nan Gongsai adjust the mechanism that was obviously tampered with. At this time, he saw Mo Ran struggling in front of him, so he immediately flew to the door and shouted, "Mo Ran, come back." Shizun, Chu Wanning released a golden barrier. The barrier shone brightly, pushing the horde of corpses back a few feet. Then, he placed 3 barriers on the stairs, in front of the hall, and in between the stone door. He then pulled Mo Ran back. "Stop first." Mo Ran anxiously said, "Shizun's barrier won't last long in the Jiao mountain range." "Shizun, why do you have to do this?" Chu Wanning's eyes were like blue frost and purple lightning. He gritted his teeth and pushed Mo Ran back into the hall. "You're injured and you still want to die. Go back and meditate." "Shimingjing." "Shizun, I'm here." Chu Wanning fiercely pointed at Mo Ran, "Heal him." Shamai nodded, "Yes, Shizun." Mo Ran pressed down on Shamai's outstretched hand and said to Chu Wanning, "These are all superficial wounds. Shizun, your barrier can only last for a stick of incense's worth of time. It will also consume a lot of your spiritual power." Chu Wanning didn't turn his head and stood in the light. "Then I'll hold on for a stick of incense's worth of time." Mo Ran still wanted to say something, but Shamai pulled him back. Shamai's slightly cold hand touched his skin, rolled up his sleeves, and began to cast a spell to heal his wounds. Mo Ran looked into his eyes. Mo Ran silently shook his head at him, then lowered his eyes and focused on his own spell. Chu Wanning said, "Shui Meng." "Yes, Shizun. If I can't hold on, you take over. Don't force yourself. If you feel like you can't do it, let the Lord take over." Shui Xinyong hurriedly said, "Okay, it's better to take turns." Chu Wanning continued to channel her spiritual energy into the barrier and said, "There's another thing I'll have to trouble you with, Senior Master." "Speak." Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, "Ask that group of useless people hiding in the back. Other than those from the Treading Snow Palace and Lone Moon Knight who aren't good at close combat, get those who can fight to come over." "What if they don't come over?" Chu Wanning said, "Then we'll break through the gates and wait for death. See if they come over." Shui Xinyong hurriedly went over. Nan Gongsai was staring at the broken lock in his hand with a gloomy face, not knowing what to do. He also didn't know why the first-generation sect master's ban was suddenly broken. Logically speaking, as long as it was Nan Gong Zhongying's order, no one could change the evil dragon's spirit. Why did it suddenly become like this? Shui Xinyong asked those who could handle it to go to the front. Yi Wangxi said, "I'll do it." Nan Gongsai immediately came back to his senses. He pulled her back and said, "You're a girl, how can you?" Yi Wangxi stared at Jiang Dongtong's group of subservient disciples and said coldly, "Even if there are only 2 people in the Confucian Wind School, they're not greedy for life and afraid of death." The several middle-aged female cultivators who had previously ridiculed Yi Wangxi for wanting to stand up for him even though she was a girl didn't say anything. They all looked elsewhere, not looking at Yi Wangxi's face. Just like that, Shui Xinyong gathered some people. Suddenly, he was stunned. "Han Xue? Why are you also?" No, you're not good at this kind of thing. You go back." My Han Xue also looked cold today. She said, "Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't play around." Shui Xinyong looked at the Treading Snow Palace's palace master. Seeing that she didn't object, he had no choice but to let my Han Xue join this group of people. Jiang 11 frowned. "Are we going to keep resisting like this? It's better to leave some people who are suitable for close quarters combat and send them to the rear hall to see what's going on." Shui Xinyong said, "Let's deal with it for a while first and see if we can fix the sphincter. The best plan is to go together. If we really can't fix it, then we can only divide into two groups. One group will resist, the other group will go to the rear hall to see what's going on. Jiang 11 said. That's good. But who knows how to fix the sphincter? At this time, Villa Master Ma Yun, who had just been scolded by Jiang 11 like a coward, raised a trembling hand. She poked her head out and said weakly, This mechanical skill, I think I can still try. Jiang 11 was both angry and amused. Then why aren't you going? Ma Yun dragged Nan Gongsai and staggered away. Xue Xinyong also led the troops to leave. Jiang 11 turned around and looked around at the hall that was divided into purgatory and 9 heavens. He fell into deep thought. His gaze swept across the precious chess pieces who were still laughing and chatting in one place, or being tortured on the other side. Finally, his gaze fell on Nangong Liu, who had been squatting beside a basket of oranges. He felt very strange. Why didn't Nangong Liu or the other chess pieces in the hall go berserk like the corpses outside and kill people? If Xu Xuanlin controlled the precious chess pieces in the hall and began to attack at this moment, they were bound to be caught in a dilemma. Why didn't he do it? Didn't he want to do it? Or, he couldn't do it? Jiang 11 was surprised, but Mo Ran was not surprised at all. He could clearly feel that the precious chess pieces in the hall all retained the temperament, obsession, and even some memories of these puppets when they were alive. They were completely different from the zombies controlled by the unity array outside. To make an inappropriate analogy, the zombies outside were marionettes, while the puppets inside were all living dead with independent temperaments. There was only one reason why Xu Xuanlin didn't control these living dead. His Wakan had reached the limit. Grandmaster Chu, give me a hand. Suddenly, a weak call came from the bottom of the stone steps. Chu Wanning looked up and saw Hua Bai Nan leading a dozen cultivators to break out of the encirclement on the stone steps with great difficulty. They were previously bitten by the poisonous snake, so they rested on the spot. They didn't expect to encounter the second berserk zombie horde. Half of the 20 cultivators were killed in an instant. At this moment, those who struggled to fight until here were all seriously injured. Chu Wanning immediately raised his hand and cast another layer of enchantment around them to protect them. Then, he threw out the Hutian Wen array to repel the zombies surrounding them. Come here. Chu Wanning stretched out his hand to Hua Bai Nan. Mo Ran suddenly became alert. He didn't care that Shamai was only halfway applying the medicine. He immediately stood up to stop him. Master, be careful. However, Hua Bai Nan didn't show any abnormality. He trembled and held Chu Wanning's outstretched hand. Chu Wanning pulled him into the stronger protective enchantment behind him. Chu Wanning turned around and said, Come and help. The survivors were pulled back one by one and carried to the main hall. They were all groaning and gasping for breath. Their faces were covered in blood, and their expressions were extremely painful. Jiang 11 led the group of disciples forward. He bent down in front of Hua Bai Nan and revealed a rare expression of anxiety. Why are you so badly injured? I'm still fine. My lord, you should go and see the others first. Hua Bai Nan leaned against a pillar. His bamboo hat and veil had been cut open, and his robes were stained with blood. Jiang 11 wanted to take his pulse, but he raised a hand to stop him. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. My lord, on the other hand, is too badly injured. My lord, you should go and treat him quickly. Don't worry about me, this group of people were seriously injured. Some of them even had their entire leg broken. Compared to them, Hua Bai Nan, who could still speak, was indeed less injured. Jiang 11 cursed under his breath. He glanced at Hua Bai Nan again, then turned back to treat the others. Hua Bai Nan trembled as he fumbled for a bottle of hemostatic powder from his Qiankuan bag. Just as he was about to sprinkle it on his wounds, a hand suddenly grabbed the porcelain bottle in his hand. Mo Ran said, "I'll help you." "No need." Mo Ran looked at him with deep eyes. "It's just applying the powder. It's no trouble at all." Huabai Nan snatched the porcelain bottle and said in a low voice, "I'm not used to others touching me. Besides, you're not a healing cultivator at all. You're just adding to the trouble." "Then I'll help you." "Shamai?" Mo Ran turned his head and saw that Shamai had already put down the medicine bag. Huabai Nan saw the medicine bag and curled his lips. He didn't say anything and didn't resist. Shamai spread out the cloth bag filled with silver needles and said in a low voice, "Senior sacred hands, this junior may have been inconsiderate. Please forgive me." Huabai Nan was speechless. His injuries were serious. It was useless to use spells to stop the bleeding. He had to use spiritual needles first. A cold light suddenly flashed. Shamai's eyes flashed with the light of the silver needles. In the blink of an eye, he had inserted more than 10 needles. Senior's veil and bamboo hat, a trace of gloominess flashed through Han Linsheng's eyes, but he also knew that there were a few acupuncture points that had to be pierced on the face. With a ruthless expression, he said, "I'll take them off myself." The blood-stained veil fell, revealing Han Linsheng's face, which he never showed to others. It was an extremely strange face. The upper half of his face could be considered delicate and pretty, but from the bridge of his nose down, his entire face was twisted and burned. He looked like some kind of echinoderm. Huabai Nan raised his head. There was a faint trace of hatred and ridicule in his eyes. "What's wrong? Grandmaster Mo, why aren't you leaving yet? Do you think it's nice to stay here?" "I'm sorry." Huabai Nan sneered behind him. "I already told you not to stand here, but you didn't listen. Now you're saying sorry, but I don't know what you're thinking in your heart. You're probably thinking, this Han Linsheng is really ugly, hee. Mo Ran shook his head. It was inconvenient for him to say anything more, so he left. Villa Master Ma was still fiddling with the broken iron lock. In front of the Temple of Heaven, Chu Waning's spiritual power was almost depleted. He turned to Xue Meng and said, "Xue Meng, take over." Xue Meng immediately understood and raised his sword. The exchange between the two of them was completed very smoothly. Not a single zombie was able to squeeze in during the exchange. As soon as Chu Waning removed the barrier, he couldn't help but take a step back. Mo Ran saw his pale face and felt very distressed. However, he couldn't do anything in front of everyone. He couldn't even hold Chu Waning's hand. He could only suppress himself and ask, "Wan. Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chu Waning lightly coughed. "I just used a bit more spiritual power." However, Mo Ran knew that Chu Waning's spirit core was originally very weak. Using more spiritual power might not be a big deal for others, but for Chu Waning, Mo Ran closed his eyes. In her past life, the master and disciple were at odds with each other. Chu Waning had used up all of her spiritual energy in that battle, and her spiritual core had instantly shattered. From then on, she was no different from a mortal. In fact, her body was even weaker than a mortal's. How could he be fine? Mo Ran's heart was very uncomfortable. His eyes were slightly red. He silently put the clothes that Chu Waning had just given him back on the other's shoulders. Only at this time could he gently pinch Chu Waning's shoulders through the clothes. All of his heavy love for him could only be hidden in this moment of light touch. He supported Chu Waning to the side. He specially found a place with fewer people, a quiet place, and then sat down with Chu Waning. While no one was looking, Mo Ran quietly held Chu Waning's hand. It was very cold. It was the same cold feeling as that year when Chu Waning was defeated by his blade. He leaned over and stepped on his chest. He reached out and pinched his chin. Mo Ran lowered his eyes. The tips of his fingers were slightly trembling. Chu Wanning originally wanted to pull his hand away. After all, there were too many eyes here. However, he felt that weak tremble. So the hand that was about to pull away turned and interlocked their fingers. Let me see. Chu Wanning raised his other hand and had Mo Ran lift his face. There were wounds on his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. Does it hurt? Mo Ran shook his head. He stared at Chu Wanning's face. He looked at the person who clearly cared about him even though his lips were pale. He felt that it was very painful. It wasn't the wound. It was the heart. He finally learned to lie like Chu Wanning. Mo Ran said, "It doesn't hurt." "If it doesn't hurt, then why are you trembling?" He didn't make a sound. He couldn't make a sound. So Chu Wanning misunderstood that he was still trembling because of the pain. A faint green light surrounded his fingertips. Mo Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand that was about to touch his cheek. "Are you crazy? You're even using spiritual power? This little bit is nothing." Chu Wanning said, "It's just the tiniest healing spell. It's to stop the pain." His fingertips touched his scar. It was to stop the pain. But his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Death by 1,000 cuts was probably nothing more than this. Mo Ran naturally knew that this was just a little bit of spiritual power. It was like a drop in the ocean, a cup of water. Chu Wanning gave almost all of his spiritual power to everyone. He only gave a little bit to him. In his previous life, because Chu Wanning always gave the world too much and gave him too little, he resented Chu Wanning. But at that time, he didn't know. In fact, Chu Wanning gave him a little bit. Although it was pitifully little, it was all he had left. The only thing he had left. "All right. It's fixed. It's fixed." Suddenly, a cultivator under Mana Master Ma's command hurriedly ran to the door. His cheeks were red as he shouted, "Quickly prepare to retreat. We're closing the door. We're about to close the door." At this time, the person resisting the zombie horde had already been replaced by my Hanshue. After Xue Meng retreated, he was also injured. But his injuries weren't serious. He wrapped himself in gauze and didn't check much. He bit on the gauze and tied a knot while watching my Hanshue retreat. It was strange. He remembered that my Hanshue clearly had a water and wood type spirit core, but he didn't know why she was able to use a fire type technique. He was alone. He cut off the water and lay on the Konghu. His fingers were clanging and his face was ice cold. What he used was a fiery red barrier of flames, forcing back the zombies that tried to approach. "Close the door. Young Master Mai." My Hanshue let the Konghu hang in the air. Step by step, she retreated. When she retreated to the door, Xue Meng suddenly discovered that something was wrong. He turned his head and said, "Can you open the door a bit more? This zither is too wide. I can't get in." "No need." My Hanshue coldly and concisely interrupted Xue Meng. She suddenly put the Konghu back into the music box. Losing the zither's spiritual fire suppression, in an instant, a group of zombies surged forward. Xue Meng knew that she wasn't good at close combat. His expression suddenly changed. He pulled out Long Cheng and was about to rush out to help. Unexpectedly, before he even arrived, he saw a flash of silver light. At some unknown time, a silver sword appeared in my Hanshue's hand. The sword's chi was awe-inspiring. He only saw his sword dance into a shadow. Then, he swept the ground and retreated. He suddenly threw the sword. Before the door was about to close, my Hanshue raised her hand and sternly said, "North Wind, come back." The sword turned into a snow-white light and entered through the gap. My Hanshue suddenly caught it. Her arm pulled the sword flower and returned to her side. The heavenly palace's door closed with a bang. A muffled sound came from outside. It was the sound of the corpses and dragon tendons smashing into the door. However, it seemed to come from very, very far away. The Nangong clan's construction of the palace gate was not that easy to break through. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. There were quite a few disciples of the upper cultivation world who had never seen the world. Their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. There were even some who didn't have a future. They even cried out, "Mom! What is this all about?" My Hanshue, who was at the back, also let out a slight sigh of relief. However, his appearance of relief was not clearly different from usual. If it weren't for Xue Meng staring at him from the side, he probably wouldn't have noticed that he slightly opened his lips and lightly exhaled. Suddenly, she discovered two terrifying gazes beside her. My Hanshue turned her head. "What? Why are you looking at me?" Xue Meng's throat was somewhat dry. "Your sword." My Hanshue glanced sideways at the long sword flowing with silver light. "North wind." Xue Meng's face was cloudy and uncertain for a good while. He opened his mouth and said, "When did you learn how to use a sword?" No, it should be, "When did you have a divine martial skill?" "I've always had one." Xue Meng was stunned. "Then why didn't you use it during the spiritual mountain conference?" My Hanshue was silent for a moment. "I don't want to use it." Xue Meng seemed very puzzled. He was even a little angry. "Are you looking down on us? If you take out the divine martial skill, you might be number 1, number 2. My Hanshue rolled her eyes. Her usually cold eyes seemed to be somewhat mocking. She looked at Xue Meng, whose cheeks were slightly red because of anger. After a while, she said, "Third place is very good." "First place." She pursed her lips and brushed past Xue Meng as she walked over. A few words casually fell into Xue Meng's ears. "First place is too stupid." 222. Xue Meng stood there in a daze for a long time before he suddenly regained his senses. He shouted angrily at my Hanshue, "You dog, who are you calling stupid?" Xue Xinyong pulled him back. "Meng, this person said I'm stupid." Okay, you heard wrong." Hanshue clearly didn't say anything. "That's because he lowered his voice next to my ear." While they were making a ruckus, Jiang 11 was checking the wounded and checking the situation. After checking the situation, Jiang 11 ordered everyone to rest in place for a while. Those who needed to treat their wounds should treat their wounds, and those who needed to meditate should meditate. There was no other way. Their fiercest fighting force had been greatly depleted. It was like a bow that hadn't been fully drawn yet, and the arrowhead was already blunted. If they rashly continued to move forward like this, they might not be able to deal with any unexpected changes. After giving these orders, Jiang 11 walked to Nangong Sai. "Nangong, I have something to ask you." "Please go ahead, Sect Master Jiang." Jiang 11 didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Yi Wanshi first. Nangong Sai said, "She doesn't need to leave." "It's better to leave for a while," Jiang 11 said. His gaze fell on Nangong Sai's chest, where Nangong Sai's spiritual nucleus was located. After Yi Wanshi left, Jiang 11 sat down next to Nangong Sai. "What about your spiritual nucleus? Are you planning to hide it from her?" Nangong Sai's eyes dimmed. "I don't know how to tell her." "You're afraid she'll dislike you because of this?" "Actually, you're overthinking it." "Miss Yi isn't, no." Nangong Sai interrupted Jiang 11. "I'm not afraid she'll dislike me. I'm just afraid she'll be sad." Jiang 11 was silent for a while. He seemed to be stung by Nangong Sai's inexplicable arrogance. He sneered. "You're really confident. Sect Master Jiang is wrong." I'm not confident, I'm trusting her. Jiang 11 could hear the stubbornness in his tone, so she said indifferently, "You're like a tiger in the plains, yet you still speak to me in such a tone. Aren't you afraid that I'll make trouble for you in the future?" "You won't." Jiang 11 paused. "Does that mean you trust me?" "Along the way, I also know what kind of person Sect Master Jiang is." Nan Gongsai said, "That's why I said those words to you when I thought I was going to die." Jiang 11 had been staring at Nan Gongsai the whole time. He only looked away when Nan Gongsai mentioned this. "Now that you're still alive, do those words still count?" "Yes," Nan Gongsai said, "once we defeat Xu Shuanglin, I will tell everyone clearly." Jiang 11 didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, "Nan Gongsai, it's a pity that I can't see the Confucian Wind sect flourish in your hands. Otherwise, you could have been considered an opponent to compete with." Nan Gongsai answered very calmly, but there was also a hint of pride in his voice. "Sect Master, you're wrong. I've been fortunate enough to learn the best of the Confucian Wind sect." Jiang 11 rarely didn't refute others, and rarely didn't ridicule others. It was even rarer for him to admire or agree with others. But this time, he remained silent for a long time and didn't try to deny Nan Gongsai's words. Finally, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something more important to ask you." "I know what Sect Master wants to ask." Nan Gongsai stroked Neo Beijing, who was lying in his quiver. The monster wolf was injured, and there was a cut on its forehead that was still bleeding. "But I don't know why Jiao Shan suddenly lost control and went against Grand Sect Master's wishes. I also don't think it's possible." Jiang 11 said, "No clues at all. Think about it again. Does the Confucian Wind sect have any secrets related to this mountain?" Nan Gongsai shook his head and said, "No. For generations, the Nangong clan has known that Jiao Shan obeys the orders of the clan's heirs, but the first in line must be ancestor Changjing. Absolutely no one else. Absolutely not. The first master that the Jiao Dragon's soul recognizes is Grand Sect Master, and that will never change." Jiang Shi's eyes were uncertain, and his face became more and more hostile because of the deadlock. "How did Xu Shuanglin do it?" "I don't understand either." Nan Gongsai suddenly paused. Jiang 11 thought that he had thought of something, so he turned to look at him, only to find that he was staring at a person in the distance. Jiang 11 followed his gaze and saw Nangong Liu eating an orange. Nan Gongsai had been trying not to look at his father who was being used as a chess piece, but when he saw him, his expression immediately became extremely painful. Jiang 11 was actually around the same age as Xu Shuanglin and Xue Zhenyong. It was only because the mental cultivation method he cultivated was different that he still looked young and handsome. But this had nothing to do with his state of mind. In fact, his state of mind was no longer in its prime. He looked at Nan Gongsai and couldn't bear to look at him. He said, "Don't look anymore. Don't look anymore." Nan Gongsai seemed to have used up all his remaining strength to tear his gaze away from his father. When he lowered his eyes, his shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. In the end, he buried his face in his palms, but he couldn't hide the sobbing in his voice. He murmured hoarsely, trying to change the topic, "I also don't understand how Xu Shuanglin did it. That is the devil dragon that was tamed by Grand Sect Master," but his shoulders trembled more and more. Jiang 11 was stiff, and his expression was indifferent. But in the end, he reached out and patted Nan Gongsai's shoulder. He seemed to want to comfort Nan Gongsai, but he had never comforted anyone before. In the end, he said dryly, "It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own fate. Although you and your father are in this situation now, you were once father and son. Look at me. I'm in my prime, but I don't have any children. Think on the bright side." Of course, Nan Gongsai didn't pay attention to him after he finished speaking. He also felt that his words were worse than not saying anything. Jiang 11 got up and said awkwardly, I'm going to take a look at other places. You rest for a while. We'll continue later. By the way, what's in front of us? Nan Gongsai said in a muffled voice, the Dragon Soul Pool. What's it for? That's the blood pool used to worship the evil dragon's spirit. Nan Gongsai said, the evil dragon's primordial spirit is sleeping in the pool. Every year, the people of the Confucian Wind sect worship it. Jiang 11 frowned when he heard this. In the end, he said, I hope nothing else happens over there. Everyone rested in the front hall for less than an hour. The injured and those who had used up too much spiritual power gradually recovered with the help of the healing cultivators. 222. Shui Meng stood there in a daze for a long time before he suddenly regained his senses. He shouted angrily at my Hanshue, you dog, who are you calling stupid? Shui Xingyong pulled him back. Meng, this person said I'm stupid. Okay, you heard wrong. Hanshue clearly didn't say anything. That's because he lowered his voice next to my ear. While they were making a ruckus, Jiang 11 was checking the wounded and checking the situation. After checking the situation, Jiang 11 ordered everyone to rest in place for a while. Those who needed to treat their wounds should treat their wounds, and those who needed to meditate should meditate. There was no other way. Their fiercest fighting force had been greatly depleted. It was like a bow that hadn't been fully drawn yet, and the arrowhead was already blunted. If they rashly continued to move forward like this, they might not be able to deal with any unexpected changes. After giving these orders, Jiang 11 walked to Nan Gongsai. Nangong, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead, Sect Master Jiang. Jiang 11 didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Yi Wanshi first. Nan Gongsai said, she doesn't need to leave. It's better to leave for a while, Jiang 11 said. His gaze fell on Nan Gongsai's chest, where Nan Gongsai's spiritual nucleus was located. After Yi Wanshi left, Jiang 11 sat down next to Nan Gongsai. What about your spiritual nucleus? Are you planning to hide it from her? Nan Gongsai's eyes dimmed. I don't know how to tell her. You're afraid she'll dislike you because of this. Actually, you're overthinking it. Miss Yi isn't, no. Nan Gongsai interrupted Jiang 11. I'm not afraid she'll dislike me. I'm just afraid she'll be sad. Jiang 11 was silent for a while. He seemed to be stung by Nan Gongsai's inexplicable arrogance. He sneered. You're really confident. Sect Master Jiang is wrong. I'm not confident, I'm trusting her. Jiang 11 could hear the stubbornness in his tone, so she said indifferently, you're like a tiger in the plains, yet you still speak to me in such a tone. Aren't you afraid that I'll make trouble for you in the future? You won't. Jiang 11 paused. Does that mean you trust me? Along the way, I also know what kind of person Sect Master Jiang is. Nan Gongsai said, that's why I said those words to you when I thought I was going to die. Jiang 11 had been staring at Nan Gongsai the whole time. He only looked away when Nan Gongsai mentioned this. Now that you're still alive, do those words still count? Yes, Nan Gongsai said, once we defeat Xu Shuanglin, I will tell everyone clearly. Jiang 11 didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, Nan Gongsai, it's a pity that I can't see the Confucian Wind sect flourish in your hands. Otherwise, you could have been considered an opponent to compete with. Nan Gongsai answered very calmly, but there was also a hint of pride in his voice. Sect Master, you're wrong. I've been fortunate enough to learn the best of the Confucian Wind sect. Jiang 11 rarely didn't refute others, and rarely didn't ridicule others. It was even rarer for him to admire or agree with others. But this time, he remained silent for a long time and didn't try to deny Nan Gongsai's words. Finally, he said, let's not talk about this anymore. I have something more important to ask you. I know what sect master wants to ask. Nan Gongsai stroked near Beijing, who was lying in his quiver. The monster wolf was injured, and there was a cut on its forehead that was still bleeding. But I don't know why Jiao Shan suddenly lost control and went against Grand Sect Master's wishes. I also don't think it's possible. Jiang 11 said, no clues at all. Think about it again. Does the Confucian Wind sect have any secrets related to this mountain? Nan Gongsai shook his head and said, no. For generations, the Nangong clan has known that Jiao Shan obeys the orders of the clan's heirs, but the first in line must be ancestor Changjing. Absolutely no one else. Absolutely not. The first master that the Jiao Dragon's soul recognizes is Grand Sect Master, and that will never change. Jiangxi's eyes were uncertain, and his face became more and more hostile because of the deadlock. How did Xu Shuanglin do it? I don't understand either. Nan Gongsai suddenly paused. Jiang 11 thought that he had thought of something, so he turned to look at him, only to find that he was staring at a person in the distance. Jiang 11 followed his gaze and saw Nangong Liu eating an orange. Nan Gongsai had been trying not to look at his father who was being used as a chess piece, but when he saw him, his expression immediately became extremely painful. Jiang 11 was actually around the same age as Xu Shuanglin and Xue Zhenyong. It was only because the mental cultivation method he cultivated was different that he still looked young and handsome. But this had nothing to do with his state of mind. In fact, his state of mind was no longer in its prime. He looked at Nan Gongsai and couldn't bear to look at him. He said, don't look anymore. Don't look anymore. Nan Gongsai seemed to have used up all his remaining strength to tear his gaze away from his father. When he lowered his eyes, his shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. In the end, he buried his face in his palms, but he couldn't hide the sobbing in his voice. He murmured hoarsely, trying to change the topic, I also don't understand how Xu Shuanglin did it. That is the devil dragon that was tamed by Grand Sect Master, but his shoulders trembled more and more. Jiang 11 was stiff, and his expression was indifferent. But in the end, he reached out and patted Nan Gongsai's shoulder. He seemed to want to comfort Nan Gongsai, but he had never comforted anyone before. In the end, he said dryly, it doesn't matter. Everyone has their own fate. Although you and your father are in this situation now, you were once father and son. Look at me. I'm in my prime, but I don't have any children. Think on the bright side. Of course, Nan Gongsai didn't pay attention to him after he finished speaking. He also felt that his words were worse than not saying anything. Jiang 11 got up and said awkwardly, I'm going to take a look at other places. You rest for a while. We'll continue later. By the way, what's in front of us? Nan Gongsai said in a muffled voice, the dragon soul pool. What's it for? That's the blood pool used to worship the evil dragon's spirit. Nan Gongsai said, the evil dragon's primordial spirit is sleeping in the pool. Every year, the people of the Confucian Wind sect worship it. Jiang 11 frowned when he heard this. In the end, he said, I hope nothing else happens over there. Everyone rested in the front hall for less than an hour. The injured and those who had used up too much spiritual power gradually recovered with the help of the healing cultivators. Jiang 11 looked at the good and evil made by Xu Shuanglin on both sides. The two extremes made him frown even more. What was Xu Shuanglin going to do with such a useless thing? Was it for show? Hearing Nan Gongsai, who was made into a chess piece, call him, Your Majesty, it seemed that Xu Shuanglin thought of himself as the emperor and treated these precious puppets, who were divided into black and white, good and evil, as his subjects. He looked around and finally came to Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu was sitting on his bamboo basket and slowly peeling oranges. Jiang 11 paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly leaned over and asked the question he had asked him before, "Can you take us to Her Majesty?" Nangong Lu still gave the same answer as before, "Her Majesty has her own matters to attend to. How can she see you just because she wants to?" Jiang 11 flicked his sleeve and said unhappily, "You're useless. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Whether you're alive or made into a chess piece, you're still a good-for-nothing." After being scolded, Nangong Lu shrunk his neck and hugged his orange basket with a cowardly look. After a while, he actually burst into tears. "Why are you so fierce? I'm useless. I'm a good-for-nothing. What can you do even if you're fierce to me?" His crying was so loud that it attracted the attention of the people around him. At this time, Chu Wanning was almost done adjusting his breath and meditating. He frowned and said, "This Nangong Liu is so strange." Mo Ran asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know." Chu Wanning said, "I feel that this person is Nangong Liu, but there's something wrong with him. He doesn't seem to be the Nangong Liu I know." Mo Ran stared at them. Jiang 11 was glaring at Nangong Liu with a livid expression. Nangong Liu was sobbing and occasionally rubbing his eyes with his two hands. Mo Ran looked at his actions and indeed felt that something was wrong. It was indescribably out of place. It was as if he was looking at a child with a middle-aged man's head. It gave him goosebumps. Suddenly, Mo Ran was stunned and muttered, "A child, what?" Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and asked, "Shizun, don't you think that he looks like a child?" As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Nangong Liu for a while. Seeing that Nangong Liu was actually blowing his nose with his sleeve, he said, "And he's only a 5 or 6-year-old child." When he said this, Chu Wanning looked again. Sure enough, it was true. Although Nangong Liu still looked like he was in his 40s, his every move revealed a kind of naivety and childishness. Chu Wanning muttered, could it be that Xu Shuanglin did something to him, so that his memory was only retained until he was 5 or 6 years old? Mo Ran said, "Shizun, wait for me. I'll try." "How are you going to try?" Mo Ran didn't answer. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Nangong Liu's side, picked up an orange and handed it to him. He said tentatively, "Don't cry, eat an orange." "I'm not eating. I've already eaten. This is for Her Majesty." Mo Ran put the orange back into the basket and asked, "Who is Her Majesty?" Jiang 11 said, "What's the use? Didn't I ask him this question a long time ago?" Sure enough, Nangong Liu said, "Her Majesty. Her Majesty is Her Majesty. Who else could it be?" Mo Ran wasn't discouraged. Instead, he asked a second question, "Well, Her Majesty is Her Majesty. You're so loyal and sensible. Her Majesty will be very happy when she knows." "Oh right, I've been asking you about Her Majesty, but I haven't asked you yet. Little brother, what's your name?" Huang Xiaoye was impatient. He sneered and was about to speak when Jiang 11 stopped him and shook his head. He also faintly felt that something was wrong. Nangong Liu, who was holding a basket of oranges, looked at Mo Ran for a while before saying timidly, "My name is Nangong Liu." Mo Ran smiled and touched Nangong Liu's head. He asked calmly, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Mo Ran. I'm 22 years old this year. What about you?" I'm 5 years old." For a moment, there was complete silence. Although Nangong Liu's answer wasn't loud, the people around them were quietly looking in their direction. Therefore, his trembling, "I'm 5 years old," was like a clap of thunder breaking through the sky, exploding in the hall. Almost everyone was stunned. If it weren't for the tense situation, many people present would have laughed out loud until tears flowed down their cheeks. 5 years old. 5 years old. 3 years ago, if they were asked to believe that the leader of the world's #1 sect would actually cower beside a basket of oranges and mutter, I'm 5 years old, these people would probably rather believe that pigs could climb trees. However, at this moment, Nangong Liu clearly said this sentence. The group of people was dumbfounded. They froze in place and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Jiang 11 stepped forward and asked sternly, "What do you do in the palace every day?" Nangong Liu quickly shrank behind Mo Ran. He tugged at Mo Ran's sleeve and said, "Big brother, I don't want to talk to him. This uncle is so fierce." Jiang 11 was speechless. Nangong Liu was older than him. Even in his dreams, he never thought that there would be a day when Nangong Liu would call him uncle. Mo Ran also couldn't stand it. If it was really a 5-year-old child, it would be fine. However, at this time, the person who pulled him was a man with wrinkled eyes. Mo Ran's mouth twitched. He coughed twice and comforted him. Okay, you don't have to pay attention to him. Then let me ask you, what do you do in the palace every day?" Jiang 11 widened his eyes. At this time, he somewhat admired Mo Ran. This guy was really good. How could he tolerate this? "I pick oranges every day. After picking them, I wash them and carry them to His Majesty. I wait for him to come out and eat them." Nangong Liu said, "His Majesty likes to eat oranges the most. He can eat a whole basket of them every day." At the foot of the mountain, there used to be a kind of tree that only blossoms but doesn't bear fruit. His Majesty said it was boring, so they all changed to orange trees. I also think orange trees are good. The fruit is sweet. He talked endlessly. Suddenly, his eyes dimmed. It's a pity that His Majesty hasn't been in good health these days. After picking a basket of oranges, he can only eat half of them. Jiang 11 caught the key. His Majesty hasn't been in good health recently. Nangong Liu was very vengeful. He pouted and puffed up his cheeks. "You're so annoying. I won't talk to you." Jiang 11 held back for a moment, but he couldn't. He quickly turned his head and covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Huang Xiaoye asked with concern, "Master Jiang, what's wrong? Don't talk to me." Jiang 11 frowned in disgust. He refused to look at the giant Nangong Liu squatting there. 223, what was rushing towards them was not a flood at all. They were clearly poisonous snakes converging into a stream. In an instant, the narrow passageway was in chaos. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other. In an instant, many were trampled to death. Jiang 11 pushed Nangong Sai forward. "You go first. I'll deal with this." As he spoke, he released some sparkling powder from his sleeves. When the snakes smelled the powder, they all froze and curled up in place, not daring to move forward. Jiang 11 angrily shouted to the front, "Calm down. Quickly retreat to the middle hall. Don't push." He suppressed the snake tide and quickly caught up with the main group. When he retreated to the stone door, he found Nangong Sai looking at the dragon relief sculpture. He asked Nangong Sai, "What's going on? The mystic dragon must be controlled." Nangong Sai said, "I want to go back and check the situation of the dragon's soul pool." He was about to leave when Jiang 11 grabbed him. "What about the snakes behind us? I didn't bring too much dispersing powder. After the effect of the medicine wears off, they will definitely come back." Yi Wangxi, who was standing at the side, said, "I'll do it." She had been taught in Confucian Wind Sect Dark City since she was a child, so she was better than anyone else at fighting in dark and narrow places. Although Nangong Sai didn't want her to stay, Yi Wangxi's expression was firm, and there really wasn't a more suitable choice other than her, so in the end, Nangong Sai could only pat her shoulder. "It's too dark here. I know you don't like it. Stay here for a while. I'll be back soon." Jiang 11 and Nangong Sai were the last to leave the passageway. As soon as they came out, Huang Xiaoye rushed forward with a fierce posture. It really didn't look like an old man with white hair. Nan Gongsai. You still dare to say it wasn't you? Nan Gongsai had endured for a long time. At this moment, he finally reached his limit. He shouted angrily, "If it was me, can you still stand here? Go away, don't block the way." Huang Xiaoye was shocked at first, and then she pointed at his nose. Look, the mask is torn off, right? The fox's tail has been revealed, right? You've been pretending to be a grandson all this time, but now that you're in your territory, you're even speaking up. Do you think that you're still that all-powerful direct descendant of the Confucian Wen sect? How dare you be so arrogant? Huang Xiaoye. Other than Nan Gongsai, there was another person who had reached his limit. Jiang 11 really couldn't tolerate this. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do by being so aggressive." Huang Xiaoye suddenly withdrew his hand. His expression changed, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Sect Master Jiang, perhaps you can't understand this old man's feelings. I have a grudge against the Confucian Wen sect for killing my brother. I really can't understand Daoist Huang's feelings. Jiang 11 rolled his eyes and looked at him coldly. I really don't have the slightest interest in the Confucian Wen sect's hidden treasure room. His gaze was like two unsheathed blades. Huang Xiaoye suddenly took 2 steps back and stared blankly at Jiang 11. His lips opened and closed, but like a withered rat, not a single word came out of his mouth. Jiang 11 said, "Nan Gong, you go and investigate." However, the Dragon Soul Pool was just a small pool with empty walls. They could see everything at a glance. After carefully looking around several times, they didn't find anything strange. Nan Gongsai shook his head and said, "I'll go to the front hall and take a look." The front hall's furnishings were much more complicated, not to mention there were so many exquisite chess pieces. Nan Gonglu had been left in the hall earlier. When Nan Gongsai went in, he was hugging the basket of oranges and sleeping. He stood in front of his father for a while. His eyes were blank and empty, but they couldn't help but redden. He didn't dare to stand there for too long. He also didn't wake up his father, who was made into a chess piece. Instead, he looked at the chess pieces one by one, hoping to find some clues. Just now, when everyone was in the front hall, he didn't have the leisure to look carefully. He only knew that this place was divided into 2 parts, paradise and purgatory. At this moment, he looked around one by one and found many old friends. He saw his 4th uncle, who had always been at odds with Xu Shuanglin, deep in the purgatory and being roasted on a stove. He saw the maids in the 3 Lives courtyard catching butterflies in the paradise area. He even saw his own grandfather. But Nan Gongsai didn't have much time to feel sad, because he suddenly felt that he was about to see a person, then he heard it. He heard it amidst the tide of murmurs. A trembling voice, as soft as a mosquito's cry, Nan Gongsai felt as if he was struck by lightning. Before he could turn around, tears welled up in his eyes. He turned around. In the hazy mist, he could only see a blurry sky-blue figure. He ran towards that figure in panic and shouted hoarsely, "Mother! Mother!" Tears trickled down and fell. He could see clearly. In the paradise area, there was a person standing gracefully. It was Nan Gongsai's mother, Rongyang. Like Nan Gong Zhongying, this woman also had extremely strong willpower. In addition, Xu Shuanglin had retained the mentality of a chess piece in the main hall, so even if Nan Gongsai was very different from when he was young, she could still recognize Nan Gongsai when he entered her sight. She trembled and stretched out a stiff finger towards Nan Gongsai with great difficulty. The clothes that Rongyang was wearing were the same clothes that Nan Gongsai had worn when she last saw her. As he knelt in front of her, it was as if he had returned to the past, to that ordinary night at the Confucian Wen sect. The mother went to the child's study to find him. Outside the window, the moon was full. Nangong knelt in front of her and raised his head to look at her. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but in the end, the only thing that came out was a trembling sentence. Anyang, the world praises but does not advise, the world criticizes but does not discourage. Time was reversed. His mother, who used to be strict, stood by the window. She frowned and asked, "What's the previous sentence?" She stammered, but she couldn't answer. Later, she died too suddenly. When he knelt in front of her dark coffin, he was still unable to recite the last scripture that his mother had asked him to recite. After more than 10 years, the dust had finally settled on this sentence: praise throughout the world but don't advise, criticize throughout the world but don't be disheartened. He knelt in front of her, still in the same posture as when she left that night. Their figures finally overlapped with those of that year. It was just that at that time, they were full of resentment, but now, they were heartbroken. And at that time, they were beautiful, but now, they had become someone else's chess piece. Ronyang stroked Nangong's hair and cheeks. Finally, she grasped his blood-stained hand and closed her eyes. Mother's body is now under someone's control. I'm like a piece of meat on the chopping block. I can lose consciousness at any time. But you have to believe. Mother's words are sincere. They are all what Mother was thinking before she left. Although Mother hates your uncle's actions, Mother is also grateful to him. Mother, if he didn't turn me into a chess piece, how would I be able to see you again, tell you? Ronyang slowly and stiffly bowed. She trembled, reached out her hand, and then tightly hugged Nangong. Before Mother left, the thing that Mother regretted the most was. She choked, but it wasn't because she was going to be controlled by Xu Shuanglin again. She hugged her child so tightly. She said with a trembling voice, "The thing that I regretted the most was that I had never hugged you properly like this. I have never hugged you like this. Mother also loves you." Nangong was already sobbing. I know, Mother, I already knew." Suddenly, the earth began to shake again. Ronyang suddenly shivered, opened her eyes, and muttered, "Wang Li's blood contract is about to be torn." "What? Wang Li's blood contract is about to be torn?" "I'm here, I can see it every day." Ronyang suddenly became nervous. Nothing can happen to you. I have to stop him. I have to stop Nangongshu." Nangong wiped her tears and pulled her mother. "Mother, what did you see here? What blood contract is about to be torn? Listen." Ronyang paused, and her pupils contracted. For a moment, it seemed that she was about to be controlled again, but she gritted her teeth and used her body to resist the control of Zhenlong Hazy. "Listen." Nangongshu collected 5 divine weapons. These 5 divine weapons have drunk the blood of 10,000 people. Together, they can sever the bond between Mo Long and the Nangong family. Sever the bond. That's right, the dragon tendon was the first to be severed. Nangong was terrified, so those zombies that suddenly appeared outside were actually freed because the dragon tendon was severed. That's right. Ronyang said in a hoarse voice, "The second one is the dragon scale." Nangong suddenly thought of those poisonous snakes that they encountered just now. They should have been transformed from the dragon scale. The third one is the dragon tail. Nangong turned pale. That vibration just now, was it because the dragon tail was severed? That's right, then the dragon head, and finally the dragon body. Ronyang said, "Once Nangongshu successfully uses the 5th divine weapon, the entire Jiao Mountain will lose control. No longer recognize the Grand Chief as its master." Her expression became painful again, and she couldn't say anything else. Xu Shuanglin seemed to have sensed her actions and was trying his best to invade her body. Ronyang wailed in a low voice, her slender pale fingers tightly buried in her hair bun. No, Mother." his voice made her suddenly wake up. She was like a person who was dying of thirst who found a sweet spring. She tightly held him, her expression was somewhat panicked and helpless. It was a helplessness that he had never seen on her face before. Nan Gongsai's heart ached as he held her in his arms. When he was still a child, his mother was always very cold and very serious, she rarely hugged him. Now, he could finally protect his mother. Although it was just a mirage, it was just a body that hid some of the consciousness from when she was alive. Even the soul was no longer there. It was enough. Roan Yang's body was bent, she slightly trembled in Nan Gongsai's arms. After a long time, she raised her head again, her face was full of tears of blood that flowed out of her precious chest piece. Nan Gongsai's throat was bitter, he raised his hand to help her wipe, but no matter how he wiped, it was still dirty. No matter how he wiped, the bloodstains could not be wiped away. He painfully closed his eyes. Roan Yang said, "I can feel him, he has already noticed me. I don't have much time left, listen," he cut off the blood contract, in order to re-establish the contract with Mo Long, at that time, Her consciousness was blurred, it was difficult for her to continue. But Nan Gongsai suddenly understood, the last bit of blood on his face disappeared, at that time, Wang Li will only listen to his orders, we in Jiao Mountain, none of us can escape. It can't be like that, it can't be like that. The mother and son unexpectedly spoke in unison. Nan Gongsai lowered his head to look at his mother. "Mother, do you know what to do? Nan Gongshu's cultivation is not good enough." Roan Yang's face flashed a trace of coldness. He can't control the precious chess piece at all, so there was a backlash. Because of this, I can understand some of his inner thoughts. I know what to do, listen to me. Roan Yang held Nan Gongsai's arm, her eyes swept over every inch, and finally fell on her husband. Because of the earthquake just now, Nan Gongli was awakened, he was holding his basket of oranges, looking around in a daze, as if he did not know what to do. She stared at him, like an eagle staring at a snake in its cave. Someone needs to die. Roan Yang's red lips opened and closed. Go and kill him. 224! Nan Gongsai was shocked. Mother. The demon dragon contract can only be strengthened by the Nangong family's blood sacrifice. Roan Yang said, only you or him. So of course it's him. He's already a chess piece, a walking corpse. Besides, why should he live? He's not loyal to his husband, not strict to his father, and not respectful to his emperor. He's not fit to be a human. Who knows why Nan Gongshu released him from the curse of the 1,000 cuts fruit and only let him become a fool? Nan Gongsai froze in place, as if he had also become a chess piece. He was so stiff that he couldn't move. I can't do it myself. Now only you can throw him into the dragon's soul pool and let his blood flow into the pool. His one lowly life can be exchanged for everyone's safety. It's also his good karma after death. Before he could react, he suddenly heard someone shouting from the dragon's soul pool, "What's going on? Where did these beetles come from?" Beetles. Then, screams came from the hall, one after another, along with the shouts of Shui Zhenyong, Jiang 11, and the others. Roan Yang said anxiously, "Hurry up. The dragon tail blood contract has been broken. There are 2 more contracts left. Once they're completely broken, even if we throw him into the blood pool, it'll be useless." Nan Gongsai was awakened by her shout. "What's there to hesitate about?" Roan Yang said, "He's the one who did evil everywhere and caused the Confucian Wind sect to be in this state today. Wake up quickly. There's no other choice, you." She suddenly became speechless. Then, her eyes rolled up slightly, and her pupils contracted rapidly. Xu Shuanglin seemed to be unable to bear it and controlled her with his most ruthless spiritual power. Ronyang no longer had her own consciousness. A dreamy expression reappeared on her face. She slowly got up and walked towards the side of bliss. She returned to the inconspicuous spot where she had been at the beginning. Her eyes were empty as she murmured softly, "Sai, tell me, what's the sentence before that? What's the sentence before that?" Nan Gongsai was trembling. He knelt on the ground and trembled. He wasn't controlled by anything, but he felt that there was no way out. The world praises but does not advise, the world destroys but does not dishearten. This was what his mother wanted him to do. It was so difficult. It was really difficult. When he was young, it was difficult to memorize the difficult Xiao Yao Yu, or to make him hit the red heart 9 times out of 10 arrows. Now, she was telling him that she wanted to use his father's blood to strengthen the blood pact with Jiao Mountain. He listened to the mournful cries outside. Just from the sound, he knew how terrifying the awakened dragon tail would be. He thought of Yi Wangxi again, the Yi Wangxi who was still facing the snake tied alone in the darkness, waiting for him to investigate everything and return as soon as possible. "Psych, his mother murmured behind him. He slowly pulled out his sword and walked toward Nangong Liu. Hate. How could he not hate? He looked at this man. How could he not hate him? He dug out his mother's heart while she was still alive. He had an affair with the sect leader of Jiangdongtang. He harmed Villa Master Li of Baitan village. He destroyed Confucian Wind sect and left behind a pile of mess and a bad reputation. He and Yi Wangxi were frightened and had nowhere to go all day long. They were like stray dogs. How could he not hate him? He raised his sword, and the snowy light illuminated Nangong Liu's face. His face, which was no longer young, had a bit of serenity and calmness that only a child would have. Nangong Liu looked at Nangongsai. Nangongsai's hand trembled. He turned his head and said, "Get up." "Who are you? Why do you want me to get up?" "I want to sit here. I want to wait for His Majesty." "What His Majesty?" Nangongsai angrily shouted at him. His heart was thumping, and blood was rushing through his veins. "That's your younger brother. Where are your prospects, Nangong Liu? That's your younger brother. Even if he's my younger brother, he's still His Majesty." Nangong Liu was shocked and shrunk into a ball. "Don't be so fierce. Why are you crying?" "Am I crying?" Nangongsai thought in a daze. Am I crying?" Bitter and salty tears rolled down and fell to the ground together with the sword. Nangongsai suddenly knelt on the ground and wailed. Why was it like this? He hated him. He thought he could really hate him to the point of forcing his father to go to the Dragon Soul Pool with him and reforge the blood contract between Jiao Mountain and Wang Li. Why couldn't he hate him? It was this person in front of him who made him homeless and his family destroyed. Why couldn't he hate him? But he really couldn't do it. When the sword light illuminated this person's face, when he saw the wrinkles at the corner of this person's eyes, what he thought of was actually when he was still very, very young, stumbling as he chased after Beijing in the howling moon grassland. His legs were unsteady, and in the end, he fell. Ronyang stood in front of him and said to him who was crying loudly, "Stand up by yourself." It hurt. But it really hurt. He struggled and tried hard, but he couldn't stand up. He stretched out his hand and begged his mother to hold him and pull him up. But Ronyang didn't stretch out his hand. He never stretched out his hand. In the end, another big warm hand picked him up from the ground and hugged him. The sun shone down and he saw a face. A young, kind, gentleman-like face that was always kind and kind. Our Sai also needs someone to help him up sometimes. This person stroked his soft hair, his eyes very gentle. If you can stand up by yourself, what do you need a father and a mother for? That was Nangong-sai's earliest impression of his own father in his memories. In this spacious hall full of living dead, the only living person staggered, stumbled, and climbed up by himself. He got up, but soon knelt down again. He kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Rong-yang, then got up again and turned to leave. Suddenly, his sleeve was pulled. The person who pulled him was actually Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu fished out a tangerine from the basket and handed it to him. After thinking for a while, he peeled a piece and handed it directly to his lips. Don't cry, although I don't know what you're going to do. But tangerines are sweet and very delicious. I picked them. Have a taste. Nangong-sai didn't want to eat it, but the piece of tangerine was right next to his lips. Nangong Liu handed it to him, just like how he fed him countless times when he was young. The sweet and sour juice spread between his lips and teeth. Nangong-sai fiercely wiped his tears, finally made up his mind to throw down the long sword, turned around, and strode out of the front hall. He came to the side of the dragon's soul pool where the chaotic battle was. The beetles transformed from the dragon's tail were too fierce. Many cultivators had already died in battle, and the ground was covered in blood. Because the beetles were too small, Chu Waning, Jiang 11, and the other great grandmasters could only protect a few people behind them. The scene was a mess, like boiling soup in a cauldron. No one noticed Nangong-sai coming in. He walked into the hall. A few hours ago, he lost his spirit core and thought that he would be reduced to a mortal for the rest of his life. At this moment, he suddenly felt that fate knew that he was ambitious. Although it was not kind to him, it was not kind to him in the end. The only thing he owed was, his gaze fell on the tunnel leading to the soul-summoning platform. Yuanxi. Nangong-sai suddenly broke into a smile. Fortunately, in the end, he didn't have time to thank her for not leaving and for her unswerving determination. Fortunately, he didn't have time to tell her that he finally understood her good intentions, her feelings, and that he was willing to be with her forever. Otherwise, for no reason, he would implicate her, then, plop. Then what? He didn't finish thinking. If he did, he probably wouldn't have the courage to do it again. He didn't finish thinking, so the boiling blood pool swallowed him up. He didn't finish thinking, but turned into bones and melted into ashes. The last thing he had time to do before he died was to untie the quiver at his waist and throw the quiver embroidered by his mother, as well as the howling demon wolf, Neobeijin, to the side of the pool. Nangong-sai felt that the moment he melted into ashes, he seemed to still be conscious, but it didn't hurt. He seemed to clearly hear the sound of the quiver landing safely on the ground, Neobeijin's whining, and Chu Waning calling his name. He lost his rare composure. He wanted to respond. He wanted to respond. Master. I recognize you. How can I not recognize you? Actually, I remember. That year, under the flowering tree, we kowtowed to each other. But you didn't want me. I also had my pride. I was afraid that you didn't like my foundation, so I pretended that I was too young at that time and had forgotten. Later, you were willing to recognize me, but I was also afraid of implicating you. It's fine now. I have a master. I carried the carefree travel for my mother. Yuanxi and Neobeijin are fine. Right, I didn't expect to be able to eat a piece of orange before I died. That person, personally peeled it. It was the same taste as when I tasted the orange that she fed me when I was young. So sweet, Nangong-sai's soul suddenly scattered. Everything faded away. Everything became illusions of the past. The past and the old dreams were all in the past. They belonged to the blood contract. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the dragon's soul pool. Wherever the light touched, the dragon roared and the sword roared. It destroyed all the dragon-tailed beetles, dragon-scaled snakes, and the dragon tendons that were holding up the corpse tied outside. They were all crushed into ashes and powder. When Yi Wangxi rushed out of the passageway covered in blood, she saw Nan Gongsai's figure at the moment when she fell into the pool. She saw the blood pool that was illuminated by the dragon light. She saw all the cultivators looking at the blood pool, the sobbing and helpless Neobeijin by the pool, and Chu Wanning who was hugging Neobeijin. Her sword fell to the ground with a clang. Asai. Her voice was hoarse, and it almost cracked the sky. At this moment, Yi Wangxi's entire body was covered in wounds. She staggered forward a few steps, but before she could reach the side of the blood pool, before she even had the time to shed tears, the heavy injuries and crazy emotions finally destroyed her. The snake venom spread throughout her body. Her bones and blood were cold, and her whole body was cold. Asai, she staggered over step by step. Her lips were purple, and she was sobbing. Tears rolled down her cheeks. But she couldn't hold on anymore. She fell heavily on the cold brick surface. Her vision turned dark, but she still used her blood-stained fingers to scratch the ground, trying to crawl forward. She knew it was too late. She saw Nan Gongsai jump into the dragon soul pool with her own eyes. Everything was clearly over. But she couldn't accept it. How could she accept it? How could she accept it? It was as if she could make that person return as long as she persisted and crawled to the edge of the pool. It was as if Nan Gongsai could return to her side as long as she persisted for a little longer. He said it before. In front of the snake cave, he clearly promised. He said, "It's too dark here. I know you don't like it. Just hold on for a while. I'll be back soon." Tears rolled down her cheeks. She persisted. She gritted her teeth and persisted. Little by little, she crawled dizzily and spasmed until she reached the edge of the dragon soul pool. "I'm here. What about you? It's very dark in front of you, and the surroundings are very cold. Is there another malicious spirit coming? Is there another venomous snake? Can you be like before? Can you suppress it with a talisman and majestically turn your head around? Tell me again, come with me. I'll protect you." Nan Gongsai. Asai. She choked on her sobs, which eventually turned into a wail. She burst into tears. "Come back. A gentleman keeps his word. You have to keep your promise. Come back." But that cry didn't last for long. The violent poison and trauma finally engulfed her. Before she lost consciousness, the last thing she did was to reach out and touch the wall of the dragon soul pool. It was as if she could grab the clothes of the person in the pool and keep him by her side. Originally, everything was going to be better. She could find a way to stop Asai's tyrannical spirit core, and everyone wouldn't hate them so much anymore. Originally, she was about to make it. But darkness came again. This time, to her, there might not be another day. "Asai," Yi Wangxi murmured and finally slowly closed her eyes. The evil spirit of the devil dragon was finally suppressed. Nan Gongsai sacrificed his flesh and blood to strengthen the bond that was about to break. And the dragon soul pool that merged with Nan Gongsai's soul was difficult for Xu Shuanglin to destroy again. Everything was over. Not a single blade of grass or tree on Jiao Mountain could be used by Xu Shuanglin anymore. Nan Gongsai didn't have the ability to pierce through heaven and earth like Nan Gong Zhongying, but in the end, he was the one who cut off Xu Shuanglin's sharpest claws. No one spoke. Only the faint moans of those who were previously injured could be heard. The light of the dragon's soul pool gradually dissipated. Mo Ran walked to Chu Waning's side. Chu Waning lowered his head and closed his eyes. The hand that was holding Neobeijin was pale and cold. Because of his forbearance, light blue veins were slightly protruding under his skin. "Master," Chu Waning didn't say anything. In the end, he just put Neobeijin beside Yi Wangxi, together with Nan Gongsai's quiver. He stood up. There was moisture in his eyes, but when he looked at the passageway leading to the soul-summoning altar, the moisture condensed into frost. He didn't say a word. Heaven's ask flowed with golden light in his hand. He walked towards the dark passageway. Moran followed him, and the disciples of the Peak of Life and Death followed silently. No one asked, and no one said anything. They all understood what it meant to be the vanguard, but they all followed. No one backed down. Then it was the treading in Snow Palace, lonesome moon night. Before entering the passageway, Jiang 11 pointed at a few healers and disciples who were guarding the passageway and said, "You all stay here and take care of the injured, especially Miss Yi. If these people who didn't die lose their lives, a whole year's worth of salary and spirit stones will be deducted." "Yes, Sect Master." The door leading to the soul-summoning altar had already been opened. After suffering losses along the way, they came to the last place in the Confucian Wind Sect's ancestral temple Heavenly Palace. Finally, they arrived at the soul-summoning altar. The soul-summoning altar. 225, Chu Wanning was the first to walk out of the tunnel. Unlike the narrow tunnel, when he stepped out of the last stone step, what entered his eyes was a large and empty platform. It was difficult to see the end of it, as if it was a pure land floating above the 9 heavens. At this time, a bright moon was hanging in the sky. The high platform was lonely and barren. When he looked up, he could only see gusts of cold wind and hazy clouds. At the center of the high platform, there was a person sitting there. Xu Shuanglin. The people behind him came out one after another, but when they saw Xu Shuanglin, they all fell into a daze. Xue Zhengyong was even more shocked. What is going on?" Another person gasped and whispered, "Heavens, how could this be? Is he dead or alive?" Mo Ran walked towards him. The closer he got, the more goosebumps he saw. Xu Shuanglin was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. The right half of his body was completely rotten. It was impossible to see the shape of a human. Pus and black water constantly gushed out from his body. The stench was overwhelming. In front of him, to the left, and to the right, there were 5 extremely fierce divine weapons. Mo Ran's fingertips couldn't help but curl. He saw the no return. The no return stabbed deeply into the ground. A faint green glow climbed up from the ground and finally merged with the radiance of the other 4 weapons into a stream. It surged into Xu Shuanglin's heart cavity, illuminating Xu Shuanglin's bony face, making it flicker between light and dark. Behind Xu Shuanglin, there was a mass of black smoke spiraling and twisting. It seemed to be some kind of enchantment that was about to take shape. The others followed one after another. Huang Xiaoye muttered in disbelief, This is the martial spirit technique." Xue Meng didn't know what the martial spirit technique was. Just as he was about to ask his father, he turned his head and saw Xue Xingyong's pale face. Obviously, he didn't believe that someone would use this kind of technique. What the hell is this? It was clear that Xue Meng wasn't the only one who didn't know about the martial spirit technique. Another junior asked softly. Chu Wanning stared at Xu Shuanglin's face and said, "The martial spirit technique is to offer one's soul to the blood-stained divine martial and make a contract with it. After death, one's soul will be devoured by the weapon spirit of the divine martial and become a sacrifice to refine the divine martial." Sacrificial weapons? Xue Meng was stunned. "Why would you do that?" "Because he doesn't have enough spiritual energy," Chu Wanning said. "This is a method that can rapidly and greatly increase one's strength." He offered his soul to Shenwu, and Shenwu lent his power to him. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a faint sigh. Almost everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Xue Meng unsheathed Dragon's sword and stared at Xu Shuanglin's face. Xu Shuanglin slowly opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, he raised his head. Half of his face was normal, but the other half was a puddle of smelly mud. "Grandmaster Chu. Everyone, you still found me." He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stood up shakily. His eyes swept across the faces that were either vigilant, disgusted, or fearful. He didn't care. His normal eye moved, and there was even a kind of malicious teasing and evil aura in it. However, he scanned the area again and again, but did not find the existence of that person. The malicious smile on his face froze and disappeared. Xu Shuanglin fiercely shouted, "Where's Yi Wangxi?" Xue Meng angrily said, "You think you're worthy of mentioning her name? What did you do to her?" Xue Meng was even angrier. "Why do you care? You're such a heartless person without blood and flesh. What right do you have to worry about Yi Wangxi? Worry about her?" This word seemed to provoke Xu Shuanglin. He was stunned at first, then narrowed his eyes and seemed to slowly calm down. "No, why would I worry about her? How ridiculous." Jiang 11 said coldly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and the snow phoenix sword appeared in his palm. He was about to slash at Xu Shuanglin when a black shadow as fast as lightning blocked his attack. Jiang 11 raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. "Grandmaster Mo, why are you stopping me? I have something to ask him," Mo Ran said as he turned around. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. He pursed his lips. He seemed to want to say more, but in the end, he only spat out 4 words. "Where's your partner?" Xu Shuanglin slowly, he was like this, but he could still slowly, and rubbed his toes. Mo Ran noticed that he didn't wear shoes today. "I already said that he's my partner." Xu Shuanglin revealed his eerie white teeth and smiled. The smile on one side of his face looked very bright and carried a trace of ridicule. "Then you should know that I definitely won't tell you. I, Xu Shuanglin, still understand the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. You heroes, gentlemen, don't waste your time." He deliberately glanced at the ghost in Mo Ran's hand and said, "There's no need to use other interrogation methods. At worst, I'll just cut off my own tongue. I always have a way to not tell the truth." Xue Meng seemed very astonished. Someone like you actually has the nerve to talk about the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. That's strange. Why can't I talk about the code of brotherhood in Jianghu?" Xu Shuanglin said, "Friends help each other, brothers respect each other, teachers are kind and disciples are filial. The good enjoy peace and the evil receive punishment. This is how the world should be. Do you think that only people like you can understand this principle?" Xue Meng was dumbfounded by his thick skin. She pointed at him and said, "Brother, brother, brother and brother. Teachers are kind and disciples are filial. You?" Xu Shuanglin said slowly, "Yes, so what? Do you still have any sense of shame? You're the one who fought with your brothers. You're also the one who instigated Nangong Liu to eat Luo Fenghua's spiritual core. You've done all kinds of bad things, and you actually have the nerve to say that this is how the world should be." Faced with Xue Meng's series of questions, Xu Shuanglin grinned and didn't deny. Instead, he suddenly said, "Little brother, how old are you this year? Why are you asking this? It's fine if you don't tell me." Xu Shuanglin looked him up and down and said, "I think you're around 20 years old. 20 years old people are always hot-blooded, innocent, and arrogant, thinking that there's nothing in the world that they can't do." He paused and said with a smile, "It's really the best age." The radiance of the divine martial spirit on the ground continued to flow, continuing to give him strong spiritual power. He used this spiritual power to maintain his control over the thousands of precious chess pieces and resist the counterattack of the chess pieces. But even so, his skin was festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Shuanglin didn't care. He seemed to not see his body being swallowed by the evil spirit. He paced back and forth in front of the coiling barrier behind him. 20 years old. Do you know what I was doing when I was around your age? What else could you have been doing? Shui Meng said with righteous indignation, who doesn't know what you did? You stole the sect leader's ring and replaced your brother as the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. In just 2 months, you killed 2 high lords from the upper cultivation world. Later, someone came to you to ask for an explanation, but you dug out all their eyes. You damn pervert. You're unjust, heartless, and deaf. You're everything. If I were like you and did these things when I was 20 years old, I'd rather die at the age of 12. Shui Zhengyong saw that he was agitated and was afraid that he would attract Xu Xuanlin's attention. He whispered, Meng, don't talk too much. Don't. Little did he know that this sentence was heard by Xu Xuanlin. He smiled and waved his hand. Go on. Why don't you talk too much? Shui Meng saw that he was still smiling. His expression was like watching a parrot flapping its wings and singing on a shelf. He was full of amusement. He couldn't help but feel hot blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, You're really shameless. You're incurable. What's there to be shameless about? What you said is nothing, Xu Xuanlin said. You said that I stole the sect leader's ring. Since ancient times, high positions have been occupied by the capable. My brother is a good-for-nothing. He doesn't know anything, but he can still make a name for himself by relying on his smooth tongue. People who haven't actually competed with him think that he's one of the best and call us the Confucian Wind Duo Gongzi. We're on par with each other in terms of spiritual power and magic arts. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Me and him. Xu Xuanlin slapped his forehead and sneered, Don't be ridiculous. Since I was young, I could beat him with one hand and use 4 legs. You want me to be on par with him? When I was cultivating all day long, he only knew how to act spoiled in his mother's arms and peel oranges to eat. When I practiced in winter and summer, he didn't study in spring, and the hot summer was perfect for sleeping. Later, in order to get a proper reputation at the Seoul Mountain Conference, he played tricks behind my back and enjoyed the fruits of my labor. What happened after that? You put the name of plagiarism on the hardworking people, but you gave him the good name of the world's most outstanding person. Is this fair? Shui Meng hesitated, but still insisted, But you didn't have to go to this extent. Nonsense. It's easy to just stand there and talk. It's easy to criticize others with empty words, but when it comes to yourself, it's a completely different face. If it were you, would you be able to tolerate something like the Seoul Mountain Conference? Shui Meng was caught off guard by his counterattack. She was stunned. If it were him, would he be able to tolerate it? Hundreds of people in the venue are pointing at you and saying that you are shameless. The ranking and applause are all his, and all that's left for you is an injustice that you can't wash away for the rest of your life. Your hard work are utterly defeated in front of his brilliant tongue. Is this fairness? Seeing that Shui Meng was stunned and speechless, Xu Xuanlin sneered, let's talk about the matter of me killing the two leaders. Of the two of them, one knocked on the wooden fish all day long, reciting Namo Amitabha better than anyone else. The other was awe-inspiring, an upright and plain-spoken gentleman whose reputation was known throughout the world. But for their own selfish interests, they expressionlessly pushed me into the bottomless abyss. Let me ask you all, why should I spare their worthless lives? When the people of the two sects heard him talk about the former leaders like this, their faces turned green and purple. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't say anything. In the end, Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple sighed softly, closed his eyes and put his palms together. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there be an end to it? Yes, when will there be an end to it? Everyone wants to end their hatred, but why me? Xu Xuanlin said each word angrily, but his face was still smiling. His smile was light and even a little sarcastic. If I slap you and then say that revenge breeds revenge, when will there be an end to it? If I don't let you slap me back, would you be willing, bald donkey? Someone said angrily, Nan Gongshu, clean your mouth. How can you talk to your senior like that? I'm also your King senior. Xu Shuanglin smiled and said, little darling, you better watch your mouth. Huang Xiaoye twisted his beard and said, Nan Gongshu. Before he could finish, the other party gestured for him to stop. He pulled the corner of his mouth, which was half intact and half rotten, and said, let's discuss, can you call me Xu Shuanglin? I don't like the name Nan Gongshu. Huang Xiaoye flicked his sleeves and said, even if you want to seek justice, you should have done it long ago by killing the two leaders. What's the reason for gouging out so many people's eyeballs? Xu Shuanglin said cheerfully, in the past, I tried to reason with you. But no one listened to me. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. What happened after that? I became a lunatic, but you guys wanted to drag a lunatic into a debate about black and white. You gentlemen. Interesting. He clapped his hands. This is so interesting. Mo Ran, who had been standing at the side and hadn't said anything, suddenly asked, so, you want to be fair, right? Xu Shuanglin's gaze moved up inch by inch, moving to Mo Ran's face. The two of them looked at each other on the cold stone platform. In Mo Ran's eyes, Xu Shuanglin's figure gradually blurred. It was as if he didn't see the man in front of him with rotting limbs. He saw another figure through Xu Shuanglin, wearing a pearl crown and a black and gold robe. He saw the Emperor Ta, he saw himself in his previous life. On the way here, we met Nangong Liu. He called you your majesty, and you gave yourself the title of God, Mo Ran said, you became the emperor of this heavenly palace, holding the power of judgment. Whatever you say is right, whatever you say is right, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong. Life and death are all up to you. The radiance of the divine martial spirit on the ground continued to flow, continuing to give him strong spiritual power. He used this spiritual power to maintain his control over the thousands of precious chess pieces and resist the counterattack of the chess pieces. But even so, his skin was festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Shuanglin didn't care. He seemed to not see his body being swallowed by the evil spirit. He paced back and forth in front of the coiling barrier behind him. 20 years old. Do you know what I was doing when I was around your age? What else could you have been doing? Xue Meng said with righteous indignation, who doesn't know what you did? You stole the sect leader's ring and replaced your brother as the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. In just 2 months, you killed 2 high lords from the upper cultivation world. Later, someone came to you to ask for an explanation, but you dug out all their eyes. You damn pervert. You're unjust, heartless, and deaf. You're everything. If I were like you and did these things when I was 20 years old, I'd rather die at the age of 12. Xue Xingyong saw that he was agitated and was afraid that he would attract Xu Shuanglin's attention. He whispered, Meng, don't talk too much. Don't. Little did he know that this sentence was heard by Xu Shuanglin. He smiled and waved his hand. Go on. Why don't you talk too much? Xue Meng saw that he was still smiling. His expression was like watching a parrot flapping its wings and singing on a shelf. He was full of amusement. He couldn't help but feel hot blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, You're really shameless. You're incurable. What's there to be shameless about? What you said is nothing, Xu Shuanglin said. You said that I stole the sect leader's ring. Since ancient times, high positions have been occupied by the capable. My brother is a good-for-nothing. He doesn't know anything, but he can still make a name for himself by relying on his smooth tongue. People who haven't actually competed with him think that he's one of the best and call us the Confucian Wind Duo Gongzi. We're on par with each other in terms of spiritual power and magic arts. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Me and him. Xu Shuanglin slapped his forehead and sneered, don't be ridiculous. Since I was young, I could beat him with one hand and use 4 legs. You want me to be on par with him? When I was cultivating all day long, he only knew how to act spoiled in his mother's arms and peel oranges to eat. When I practiced in winter and summer, he didn't study in spring, and the hot summer was perfect for sleeping. Later, in order to get a proper reputation at the Seoul Mountain Conference, he played tricks behind my back and enjoyed the fruits of my labor. What happened after that? You put the name of plagiarism on the hardworking people, but you gave him the good name of the world's most outstanding person. Is this fair? Xuemeng hesitated, but still insisted, but you didn't have to go to this extent. Nonsense. It's easy to just stand there and talk. It's easy to criticize others with empty words, but when it comes to yourself, it's a completely different face. If it were you, would you be able to tolerate something like the Seoul Mountain Conference? Xuemeng was caught off guard by his counterattack. She was stunned. If it were him, would he be able to tolerate it? Hundreds of people in the venue are pointing at you and saying that you are shameless. The ranking and applause are all his, and all that's left for you is an injustice that you can't wash away for the rest of your life. Your hard work are utterly defeated in front of his brilliant tongue. Is this fairness? Seeing that Xuemeng was stunned and speechless, Xu Shuanglin sneered, let's talk about the matter of me killing the 2 leaders. Of the 2 of them, one knocked on the wooden fish all day long, reciting Namo Amitaper better than anyone else. The other was awe-inspiring, an upright and plain-spoken gentleman whose reputation was known throughout the world. But for their own selfish interests, they expressionlessly pushed me into the bottomless abyss. Let me ask you all, why should I spare their worthless lives? When the people of the 2 sects heard him talk about the former leaders like this, their faces turned green and purple. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't say anything. In the end, Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple sighed softly, closed his eyes and put his palms together. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there be an end to it? Yes, when will there be an end to it? Everyone wants to end their hatred, but why me? Xu Shuanglin said each word angrily, but his face was still smiling. His smile was light and even a little sarcastic. If I slap you and then say that revenge breeds revenge, when will there be an end to it? If I don't let you slap me back, would you be willing, bald donkey? Someone said angrily, Nan Gongshu, clean your mouth. How can you talk to your senior like that? I'm also your King senior. Xu Shuanglin smiled and said, little darling, you better watch your mouth. Huang Xiaoye twisted his beard and said, Nan Gongshu. Before he could finish, the other party gestured for him to stop. He pulled the corner of his mouth, which was half intact and half rotten, and said, let's discuss, can you call me Xu Shuanglin? I don't like the name Nan Gongshu. Huang Xiaoye flicked his sleeves and said, even if you want to seek justice, you should have done it long ago by killing the 2 leaders. What's the reason for gouging out so many people's eyeballs? Xu Shuanglin said cheerfully, in the past, I tried to reason with you. But no one listened to me. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. What happened after that? I became a lunatic, but you guys wanted to drag a lunatic into a debate about black and white. You gentlemen. Interesting. He clapped his hands. This is so interesting. Mo Ran, who had been standing at the side and hadn't said anything, suddenly asked, so, you want to be fair, right? Xu Shuanglin's gaze moved up inch by inch, moving to Mo Ran's face. The 2 of them looked at each other on the cold stone platform. In Mo Ran's eyes, Xu Shuanglin's figure gradually blurred. It was as if he didn't see the man in front of him with rotting limbs. He saw another figure through Xu Shuanglin, wearing a pearl crown and a black and gold robe. He saw the Emperor Ta, he saw himself in his previous life. On the way here, we met Nangong Liu. He called you your majesty, and you gave yourself the title of God. Mo Ran said, you became the emperor of this heavenly palace. holding the power of judgment. Whatever you say is right, whatever you say is right, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong. Life and death are all up to you. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up. You shut up." "Okay, before I shut up, I'll say one more sentence." "Don't say." Xu Shuanglin was almost desperate. He was like a dragon who had its reverse scale pulled out. Blood flowed out like a stream. "Don't say, Yi Wangxi, you really look like Luo Fenghua." Xu Shuanglin's voice was casual, but it drained all of his strength in an instant. He was speechless and stood on the ground blankly. Some of the people around them who had seen Luo Fenghua and Yi Wangxi were stunned. In their minds, they recalled these two completely different people. They were not related, and even in the turbulent world of mortals, one had already died, while the other had just been born. But with this reminder, they suddenly realized. It was really like that. Yi Wangxi's every move, even his temperament, voice, and expression were exactly the same as Xu Shuanglin's teacher, Luo Fenghua. Xu Shuanglin suddenly withdrew his hands from Mo Ran. His fingers twisted ferociously. He buried his face in his palms, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Xue Meng muttered, Is he crying? Crying? That's impossible. Xu Shuanglin buried his head in his palms. After a long time, the trembling of his shoulders became more and more obvious. A twisted and strange smile leaked out from between his fingers. That smile spread like ripples. He suddenly put down his hands and laughed crazily. Ha, similar. That's nonsense. Grandmaster Mo, have you seen Luo Fenghua? You only caught a glimpse of his corpse when the Avachi Hell opened. How can you say they look alike just based on that one glance? Aren't you a bit too confident? Since you yourself mentioned the Avachi Hell and Luo Fenghua's corpse, Mo Ran said, then let me ask you, where is he? Xu Shuanglin's eyes were ruthless. His smile suddenly tightened. What do you mean, where is he? In your territory, good and evil punishment, whether it's good or bad, it's all under your control. But you didn't even kill Nangong Liu in the end. You even removed the curse of his Linkai fruit. I don't know why you did that, but since he's here, there's no reason for you to abandon Luo Fenghua. Your spiritual power is insufficient, and you want to offer your soul to Shenwu. But Jin Chenkai and Peach Blossom Spring fought against you several times. I know that your strength isn't so weak. Xu Shuanglin, the reason why you can't hold on is that, besides using the exquisite chess game too much, there's another reason. That's the second forbidden technique you've been painstakingly cultivating all these years. Mo Ran paused for a moment. His knife finally pierced down. Did your rebirth technique finally save Luo Fenghua from the 18 levels of purgatory? Before he finished speaking, Xu Shuanglin's face had turned ashen. He was about to say something, but suddenly, the black formation behind him that had been circulating all this time emitted a white smoke. Xue Zhengyong, who was experienced on the battlefield, reacted the fastest. Oh no, there's something behind that formation. 226, everyone's weapons were drawn. Xue Zhengyong shielded Xue Meng behind him with a pale expression. Meng, don't go over there. Stand behind me. Just now, when everyone saw the martial spirit array, they naturally didn't want to break it. This was because once the martial spirit array was broken by someone else, Xu Shuanglin's spirit energy would quickly deplete, and it was very likely that he would immediately die. No one expected that Xu Shuanglin would hide another array under the martial soul array. What kind of array was it? Was it a space crack for escape? Furthermore, it was a ferocious blood curse in a life and death struggle. Chu Wanning raised his hand and placed a barrier between them and the array. Nangong Sai had died in front of him. He didn't want to see more young cultivators die in front of him. Chu Wanning said, "Be careful. Don't be rash." The sky suddenly darkened and the clouds gathered. The bright moon hanging high in the sky was covered by thick, ink-like clouds. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, confusing everyone. Xu Shuanglin was dressed in a pure white unlined garment. He stood in the middle of the sudden gale and suddenly grinned at them. "Many thanks for listening to my idle chatter for so long. Thank you, thank you. Everyone, the formation is open." As he spoke, the withered ghost claw pointed backward, and the black array formation surged into his palm like a flying dragon. After this layer of array formation was withdrawn, it revealed the spell formation flowing with multicolored light below. Xue Meng was shocked. "What array is this? Is it the array of rebirth?" Xue Zhengyong turned to ask Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple, but the master shook his head. Although Huizue is proficient in the Tao of rebirth, he has never shown it in front of others. Therefore, I don't know about it. Everyone was staring at the array. Each and every one of them was like a bowstring pulled to its limit. They were waiting for Xu Shuanglin's slightest move. The air was quiet to the extreme. Only the whistling of the strong wind could be heard. They were like a pot of oil that seemed calm but was actually burning hot. Only one drop of water was needed. "It's the corpse soul array." Suddenly, there was a loud shout. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Hua Bainan recognized the formation at first glance. He yelled, "Corpse soul formation! Xu Shuanglin wants to summon Luo Fenghua's corpse demon to take us down with him. Quick! We can't let the formation take shape." Hearing the 3 words corpse soul array, almost everyone panicked. They all knew that this was an evil secret technique that was second only to the 3 great forbidden techniques. It was an evil technique of the alchemy sect. As the #1 alchemy grandmaster in the world, Han Lin's sacred hand's words could not be wrong. Jiang 11 was also a person who was proficient in using medicine. Since he was young, he had heard of the corpse soul formation like thunder. Thus, his reaction was much faster than normal people. He rushed in front of the barrier and pulled out his silver phoenix. His spirit energy exploded as he fiercely attacked the center of the barrier. Zheng! The sword and saber collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Xu Shuanglin quickly appeared in front of the corpse soul array and blocked Jiang Shi's attack with his saber. His eyes were cold and sharp. "This is what I want for the rest of my life. Don't even think about taking half a step closer." Jiang 11 was furious. "Is this what you want for the rest of your life?" Xu Shuanglin gritted his teeth. "Nonsense." His hand that was holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. His veins were bulging, and his cheeks were flushed. Jiang 11 said, "You're already covered in wounds. Even if you turn into a corpse demon, what can you do? Drag a few more people down with you? What corpse demon? What do you mean by that? Open your eyes and take a good look. Where is this?" Swoosh! Just as Jiang 11 was restraining Xu Shuanglin, an arrow infused with spiritual power shot out from somewhere and stabbed towards the barrier behind the 2 of them at an extremely fast speed. "Don't!" Xu Shuanglin, who had always been calm, let out a horrifying scream for the first time tonight. "Stop!" Almost in the instant he was distracted, Xu Shuanglin was struck by Jiang Shi's falling sword. In an instant, blood spurted out wildly. He was in so much pain that he suddenly knelt on the ground. However, his eyes were filled with madness and despair. He was not looking at his own flesh that had been cut off and his white bone exposed. His eyes were about to split open, but he was looking in the direction of the barrier. His face was still spattered with blood. His eyes were bulging, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. That type of terrified expression, regardless of whether it was the past Nan Gongshu's face or the later Xu Shuanglin's face, had never appeared before. He was trembling, but his palm was still in the position of releasing spiritual power. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack just to stop that cold arrow in front of the formation. He succeeded. Xu Shuanglin gasped for breath. Blood kept flowing out of the arm cut by Jiang 11, and blood foam kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth. But when he saw that the arrow was successfully blocked and shattered under his spiritual power, his pale lips trembled and he squeezed out a smile. At this time, Mo Ran heard Shamai murmur beside him, This isn't the corpse demon array. Huang Xiaoye heard his words. Huang Xiaoye twisted her beard and snorted, You're so young. Aren't you ashamed? How can Han Lin be wrong when he says it's the corpse demon array? Shamai shook his head firmly, the corpse demon array isn't like that. I say, are you the one with the poisonous eyes of the medicine sect's holy hand or are you? Shamai was about to say something, but Mo Ran stopped him. Shamai, don't talk nonsense with this old man. Mo Ran said, Are you sure this isn't the corpse demon array? It just looks like it, but it definitely isn't. The corpse demon array has a fish-scale luster. Although this array has light, it's coherent, not in a sheet shape. At this time, Jiang 11, who was in front of the array, said angrily, Nan Gongshu, what are you selling? Xu Shuanglin completely ignored him. The formation emitted a dazzling brilliance. He dragged his battered body all the way to the front of the formation. Blood dripped all over the ground. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. The brilliance of the array illuminated his face, giving him a high-spirited look. For a moment, he looked like a young man. He murmured, It's almost time. He raised his hand and lightly touched the surface of the array. As his fingers fell, ripples appeared. He felt like he was about to see an old friend he had been separated from for many years, a relative he had been separated from for a long time. His hideous wounds and rotting body couldn't stop his joy. His eyes brightened, and he kept murmuring, It's almost time, just a little bit more. The surging wind suddenly stopped, and the thick clouds dispersed, revealing the full moon in the sky. Xu Shuanglin opened his eyes full of hope. He was trembling again, but this time, it wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement, uncontrollable excitement. Master, everyone noticed that a golden light suddenly appeared in the array, and then a sparkling and translucent spiritual nucleus appeared. The array kept sending light to the center of the spiritual nucleus, and it gradually condensed into a human shape. It's Luo Fenghua. It's Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua, who had been dead for many years, appeared on the soul-summoning altar of the Confucian Wind sect. An orange tree with blooming flowers appeared in the array flowing with golden light. White petals fluttered down. Luo Fenghua was sitting under the tree, wearing the sky-blue crane robe of the Confucian Wind sect. He was playing the konghu with his eyes closed. He was still an illusory figure, a blurred image, like a mirror image of the moon in the water. Only the spiritual nucleus of the reborn ghost fetus obtained from the netherworld was real. It was emitting light under the illusory body. 3 or 4 petals fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings on the shore. A faint male voice came from the center of the spirit core, unperturbed. Luo Fenghua under the flowering tree was singing a tune from the middle of Sichuan. It's best to be in the prime of your life. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world. Suddenly, a hoarse voice blended together with Luo Fenghua's illusory voice. It was actually Xu Shuanglin singing along. That voice was choked with sobs and was too unpleasant to listen to. It was like a broken gong, like rotten iron, but it was still so stubborn, as if there was no one else present. This is the corpse demon? Xue Xingyong was stunned. What's going on? Obviously, more than one person had the same doubts as him. Even Jiang 11 frowned slightly. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. There seemed to be doubts in her eyes. As the golden light floated, Luo Fenghua slowly took shape. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips became clearer and clearer. In the midst of Center Yuan's serene singing, Hua Bai Nan suddenly shouted, "Quick! The corpse demon is about to take shape." Shamai had been very low-key along the way. He probably knew that his body was weak, so he didn't talk much. But now, he suddenly turned to Hua Bai Nan and said loudly, "Senior Sacred Hands is wrong. This is not the corpse demon. It's the array of rebirth." Mo Ran already understood. Yes, Shamai was right. This was not the corpse demon array, but the array of rebirth. But in a group of people gathered together, would they believe a nameless cultivator or a famous sacred hands of the medicine sect? As soon as Hua Bai Nan said that the corpse demon was about to take shape, no matter how much Shamai refuted, for most people, saving their own lives was more important. Immediately, a dark green shadow flew past them. Before Xu Xuanlin could react, the shadow stabbed a dagger full of spiritual energy into the barrier. No! The dagger smashed Luo Fenghua's spiritual core. The golden light of the barrier flickered for a moment, then dissipated and fell apart. No! No! Master! Master! Xu Xuanlin suddenly crawled to his feet. With a furious roar, he struck that person high up in the air and sent him flying about a foot away. That was a cultivator who had listened to Hua Binan's instructions at the critical moment. He suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xu Xuanlin had used all of his strength in this strike. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, that person was still beaten to the ground and could not get up. He curled up on the ground and kept moaning. Soon, he stopped breathing. But it was too late. This cultivator's death couldn't change anything. The spiritual core of Luo Fenghua's spiritual core, which Xu Xuanlin had tried so hard to take back from the 18 levels of purgatory, had already cracked open. He crawled all the way to Luo Fenghua and tried to hold on to the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes, but the human figure had already begun to dissipate. In his hands, the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes was like sand between his fingers, water in a basket. He couldn't hold on to it no matter how hard he tried. "Master! Master!" he shouted like this at first. Then, he went crazy. His eyes flashed with a ferocious and trembling light. "Luo Fenghua! Luo Fenghua!" It was useless. No matter how he shouted, no matter how he called. Luo Fenghua's after-images were rapidly dissipating. In the end, they turned into thousands of fluorescent lights in an instant and were blown into the wind. Nothing was left. Xu Xuanlin knelt in the same place in a daze. His entire body seemed very stiff. He didn't move. He didn't cry. He didn't shout anymore. On the soul-summoning platform, in the chilly wind, a cracked spiritual core lost its light and fell to the ground, dim and colorless. The spiritual flow of the array, which was originally going to converge into Luo Fenghua's regenerating limbs, was now like thousands of catkins, constantly floating and spinning. Specks of stars, floating and sinking. Xu Xuanlin knelt in this disintegrated illusion. After a long time, he seemed to be muttering to himself, but also seemed to be laughing at himself. He said, "It's best to be in the prime of one's youth. Light hooves and fast horses, seeing the ends of the world. What a good song." When he was young, he often heard Luo Fenghua sing this song. The spiritual catkins in his eyes became the past years. In the fluttering golden catkins, he saw the scene when he first saw his master when he was young. At that time, he and his brother were still young. His father brought them to the front of the Confucian Academy. It was autumn, and there was an old orange tree in the academy. On the tree, there were heavy fruits. Under the tree, two men were talking. One of them was not handsome, and his expression was light. He looked like he would be drowned out in a crowd. The other was valiant and dignified. His father brought them over and said, "Quickly, greet your master." His brother immediately rushed to kneel down and said to the man with the extraordinary temperament, "Little disciple Nangong Liu greets master." The man waved his hand and said, "I'm just here to ask Mr. Luo for some knowledge. I'm not your master." "Young masters, you've got the wrong person." His father also smiled and led them to the man who didn't look very outstanding. He said, "This is your master, immortal Luo Fenghua." He raised his head and met Luo Fenghua's somewhat bashful smile. At that time, Luo Fenghua was already young, and when she was nervous, she appeared even more immature. Her pair of round eyes reflected the reflections of the two little disciples, and her cheeks were slightly red. The old school leader took his hand and said, "Immortal elder, these two children of mine have very different temperaments. The suitable cultivation path for them may not be the same. In the future, I'll have to ask you to be more tolerant and teach according to their aptitude." Luo Fenghua was holding an orange in his hand. He seemed to be trying to tidy up the dignity of a teacher, but the hand that kept rubbing the orange exposed his inexperience and shyness. Nangong Liu was very clever. He immediately went up and called out sweetly, "Master Luo, Master Luo." Luo Fenghua's face immediately turned red. Even the tips of his ears were covered in blood. He waved his hand and said, "No, you don't have to be so polite. I'm also a new teacher. I don't know anything. In the future, I'll have to ask the two young masters to give me more advice." He said, for a long time, not knowing what to say. Xu Shuanglin clearly remembered that day when the sun shone on Lini. This Luo Fenghua, who was more like a little brother than a master, stood under a tree full of oranges in the sunlight. His ears were very thin. When the light shone on him, he could see the light blue blood vessels under his skin. The thin edges of his ears reflected a sparkling orange yellow. Xu Shuanglin then said the first sentence of his life to Luo Fenghua. "Immortal Luo, are you 20 years old this year?" This was originally a sarcastic sentence. Even his father, who was standing next to them, could hear it. However, Luo Fenghua did not hear it. He actually smiled and answered sincerely, "No, I'm 17 this year." Xu Shuanglin moved his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He simply waved his hand and left. His father pulled him back and pulled him to a corner. He said sternly, "Xu, how can you judge a person's ability based on age? He's not much older than us. Previously, we invited Immortal Wang, but you said he was too old. Isn't it because he's old?" Xu Shuanglin rolled his eyes. 97. "I think he's about to die and become an immortal. 17 won't do. 97 won't do. What do you want?" Xu Shuanglin said lazily, "Dad, can you not look for someone twice? There's an 80-year difference between the two times." The old sect leader was angry. He was embarrassed by his son's words. After gnashing his teeth for a long time, he finally said, "Although his ability is not the best, he has a wide range of knowledge and is very knowledgeable. His spells and martial arts are all top-notch. Anyway, you just have to learn from him. If you're still not satisfied after a year, we'll change again." After talking for a long time, the two of them came out from the corner. When they returned to the front of the academy, Xu Shuanglin saw that his brother was actually chatting happily with Luo Fenghua. Looking at his brother's expression, it seemed that he had known this Master Luo for more than 10 years. However, this was not too strange. After all, Nangong Liu had the ability to talk to anyone as long as he was willing. On the other hand, Luo Fenghua was still a little anxious and reserved. When he looked up and saw Xu Shuanglin, his anxiety and reserve became even more obvious. He looked at Xu Shuanglin with an impatient face as he was dragged by his father to come to him. He hesitated for a while and used the most clumsy way to please this perverse and willful little disciple of his. He handed the orange that he had been holding but had not eaten to Xu Shuanglin. Xu Shuanglin was speechless. "It's very sweet. Try it." The 17-year-old little master looked helpless and panicked. He even looked a little pitiful. Only then did Xu Shuanglin notice that on the corner of his clothes, there was even a flat patch. So poor. He was able to become the master of the two young masters of the Confucian Wind sect. No wonder he was so anxious and impatiently begged him. "I don't like to eat oranges," Xu Shuanglin said. "Since Master Luo wants to stay here and not leave, this is the first thing I want Master Luo to remember." Xu. The old sect leader was about to scold him, but Luo Fenghua waved his hand and quickly took back the orange. He said, it's okay. Lord, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh, I'm a rude child. I don't know how to respect my master. I've wronged you. It's okay." Luo Fenghua smiled and looked at Xu Shuanglin again. His eyes were gentle and friendly, but he was also a little cautious. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether you acknowledge me as your master or not. I have some knowledge. You can learn from me. You don't have to acknowledge me as your master." The old sect leader hurriedly said, "How can that be? Titles are all empty." Luo Fenghua's cheeks were red. He scratched his head uneasily. "Actually, I also feel that I'm a little too young." He turned his head and said to Xu Shuanglin, "If you don't mind, you can call me by my name in the future." Xu Shuanglin looked at him quietly for a while. Suddenly, he sneered. Just as Luo Fenghua, this poor honest man, was confused by him and became more and more embarrassed, he straightened his clothes and properly bowed to him. Then, he raised his face. The fragrance of the orange trees and the shadows moved. Xu Shuanglin smiled. His eyebrows were arrogant and domineering, and the corners of his mouth were slightly arrogant and evil. However, he was still young at that time. When he smiled, there was naturally a trace of tenderness and sweetness like a peach. That's right. Titles are all empty. So, why should he care so much about what he called the other party? Thus, Xu Shuanglin lazily and unhurriedly called out, "Shizun." The orange leaves rustled, mottled and flowing all over the ground. The wind started to blow. Forget it. I just have to make do with this one master. In less than a year, it's time to find the next one, he thought. At that time, Xu Shuanglin really thought that everything was as usual, and that today was just an ordinary day in his life. 227, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On an autumn day 2 years later, Xu Shuanglin was lying on the roof of the Confucian Wind sect's main hall. He squinted his eyes and looked at the red clouds in the sky with a strand of green foxtail in his mouth. Very few people would go to the roof of the main hall. It was originally a place where he was alone, but at this moment, there were 2 people sitting on either side of him. One was his older brother, Nangong Liu, and the other was Master Luo, who was about the same age as them. Xu Shuanglin felt that he was sometimes very much like some kind of beast that bared its fangs, not easily allowing others to enter its territory. Therefore, he also did not know why, when he was willing to take these 2 people to the roof, to accompany him in a daze, to watch the clouds, to watch the dragonflies fly low, and to watch the catkins float high. Liu, Xu, where are you? His father's anxious and slightly angry voice came from under the veranda. Really, every time I ask them to help clean the courtyard, they run faster than rabbits. These 2 little bastards. Aya. Nangong Liu quietly poked his head out from the corner of the roof and showed his eyes. He saw his father hurrying over and then retracted his head. Ha ha, they are gone. The old man is also stupid. Xu Shuanglin lazily crossed his legs and looked at him disdainfully. He never knew to come to the roof to look for us. Luo Fenghua was a bit uneasy. Is it okay for us to do this? Sai, why don't you go down in a moment? Don't make Lord worry. What does it matter? Anyway, even if the sky falls, we'll hold it up. Nangong Liu made a face at him. What are you worried about, Ashu? Am I right? Xu Shuanglin didn't say whether he was right or wrong. He spat out the foxtail in his mouth, stretched, and sat up straight. Give me some melon seeds. Nangong Liu poured more than half of the melon seeds he brought up into Xu Shuanglin's hand. Xu Shuanglin slowly ate the melon seeds while squinting his eyes. He looked at Luo Fenghua with amusement and uneasiness. He licked off a piece of melon seed on his lips and smiled. Is Shizun scared? I just don't think it's a good idea. What's wrong with that? Xu Shuanglin said, if the old man blames you, I'll give him a hard time. Luo Fenghua. Xu Shuanglin then extended his hand to Luo Fenghua. Give me an orange. I thought you didn't like it, Xu Shuanglin frowned. You're so long-winded. Are you going to give it to me or not? If not, I'll grab your ankles and throw you down. Ashu, don't be so fierce when you're talking to Shizun. What Shizun? That's for outsiders to hear, Xu Shuanglin said. Which Shizun would sneak onto the roof with his disciple to eat melon seeds? Luo Fenghua was embarrassed by his words and slowly lowered his head. Xu Shuanglin loved to see him like this. Every time he saw him like this, he felt like a bully bullying the weak. He stared at Luo Fenghua for a while and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Shizun Gij, am I right? Shizun Gij was a nickname that Xu Shuanglin came up with on a whim. It was respectful and affectionate, but there was also a hint of teasing hidden within the intimacy. Thus, Luo Fenghua appeared very anxious and sad. No, don't call me that. A nickname is just a formality. Shizun Gij said it himself. Luo Fenghua, after teasing him, Xu Shuanglin extended his hand again and pestered him again. An orange. You don't like it. I only brought one. It's for Liu. Xu Shuanglin's eyes widened, but he didn't glare at Luo Fenghua. Instead, he turned his head and glared at his older brother. Nangong Liu was stuffing pastries into his mouth when he suddenly choked. He waved his hand vaguely and said, well, I don't really want to eat oranges today. Shizun, you can give it to him. Luo Fenghua thought for a moment and said, you can each have half. As he spoke, he wiped the orange on his sleeve and peeled off the skin. He wanted to break it in half fairly, but one side was still bigger and the other was smaller. Thus, Luo Fenghua appeared to be a little distressed. Perhaps it was because he came from a poor family, but he was always troubled by such trivial matters. Sai, give me the big one. Xu Shuanglin didn't stand on ceremony. He took the orange and made the choice for Luo Fenghua, who was trying to be fair. Give him the small one. Luo Fenghua said, don't always bully your older brother. Before he could finish speaking, a piece of juicy orange was stuffed into his mouth. He opened his round eyes in shock and looked at Xu Shuanglin blankly and confusedly. What are you talking about? Xu Shuanglin sneered. His attitude was sloppy, but his eyes were very gentle. I still have to share my half with Shizun. Nangong Liu also came over and took the other half of the orange. He counted the number of pieces and divided them into several pieces, handing them to Xu Shuanglin and Luo Fenghua. The sect leader of the Confucian Wind School, who came later, chuckled. Under the sunset, his soft hair slightly covered his forehead. Xu Shuanglin looked at him in amusement. What are you doing? There are oranges. Let's eat them together. He also divided the melon seeds, pastries, and candied fruits into 3 piles. There are snacks. Let's eat them together. You are really... Luo Fenghua seemed to be trying to regain his dignity, but whether it was Xu Shuanglin or Nangong Liu, they didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, they looked at him with a bit of friendliness, but also with a bit of mischief. Luo Fenghua was happy to see this kind of friendly expression, but he also felt it was absurd. After half a day, he muttered, "You are really messing around," Nan Gonglu said, "We are not messing around, we are not messing around. Even if we are messing around, we are messing around together." When Xu Shuanglin heard this, he finally burst out laughing. He supported himself with one hand on the roof and supported his forehead with the other. He smiled and said, "Okay, then the three of us will eat oranges and snacks together in the future." He paused for a moment and then looked up at the magnificent scenery of the Confucian Wind School's house. He grinned and said, "There is a roof, let's climb up together." The scene flashed by. It was still that year, the Lantern Festival. Xu Shuanglin was barefoot and had a leaf in his mouth. He was walking lazily on the main path of the Confucian Wind School. From time to time, he would point and say, "Hang that lantern a bit higher. I'm talking to you. Why did you hang it so low? Someone with short legs should go up." Suddenly, an anxious voice came from behind him. "Ashu, wait a minute." Xu Shuanglin turned around and saw Luo Fenghua coming over with a pair of shoes. He frowned and said, "Why are you running around without shoes again? This path is full of aura refining stones. Without shoes, it's easy to absorb spiritual power. The weather is so cold. What does this little bit of spiritual power count for? Hurry up and put it on. Look at you, your toes are red from the cold. TSK, you are so long-winded and troublesome." Although he said that, Xu Shuanglin still slowly put on the shoes. He didn't follow the rules and casually pulled on the shoes. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked Luo Fenghua, "What's wrong? Are you free now? Do you want to go outside with me and stroll around the lantern market? Liu hasn't finished his homework yet. I have to finish smoking and then he can." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Shuanglin interrupted him. He raised his chin and said with an arrogant look in his eyes, "My brother is an idiot. If you want to watch him do his homework, then you'll have to spend the entire Lantern Festival night. Don't waste it." Luo Fenghua smiled good-naturedly and said, "But it's fine. I don't really like crowds." Xu Shuanglin glared at him for a while. Suddenly, he angrily kicked his shoes and sent them flying far away. Luo Fenghua was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" I'm not wearing. Get lost, get lost. Wear shoes. It's cold. I'm not wearing. Get lost. Are you angry?" Xu Shuanglin had a disgusted look on his face. "I'm angry. What's there to be angry about? You and my brother are both idiots and paupers. There's nothing better than celebrating a festival together. Let's go. Don't pay attention to me." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked forward casually. At that time, he actually hoped that Luo Fenghua would chase after him. Even if his feet were red from the cold, he didn't care. He was going to kick off both his shoes and wait for someone to call him from behind and tell him in a panic that he was going to catch a cold. Xu Shuanglin walked forward expectantly. But after waiting for a while, Luo Fenghua didn't chase after him, nor did he call out to him. He paused and couldn't help but slow down his pace. He walked until he was about 100 meters away and was about to reach the city gate. Still, no one called out to him. He cracked his knuckles and thought to himself, forget it. He didn't have any playmates since he was young anyway. For many years, he walked around alone during the Lantern Festival. What's the big deal? He walked down the steps. Level 1. Level 2. Finally, he suddenly turned around. His nose wrinkled and his face changed. He couldn't help but shout, "Luo Fenghua!" In fact, Luo Fenghua didn't leave. He stood there with his shoes back. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. When he heard Xu Shuanglin's shout, he suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes widened and he said blankly, forget it. He really had to hand it to him. So that year during the Lantern Festival, he and Xu Shuanglin stayed by Nangong Liu's side. Nangong Liu was extremely vexed as he tried to memorize the magic scroll. He rolled his eyes and recited, 1 kun 5 fen below the precordium is the Duke acupoint and the heart screen. When hit, one will lose consciousness. Below the right lung acupoint, below, what was that again? He scratched his head and said, I can't remember again. Stupid. I'll let you die from your stupidity. Xu Shuanglin knocked his brother's head with the bamboo scroll. His face was full of anger. The next half of the point, hit with your arm and you'll wake up. If you don't recover after waking up, you'll die after 100 days. The Shuefen acupoint on the navel belongs to the small intestine and stomach meridian. You'll die after 28 days. This is the 9th time. Why didn't you die from your stupidity? Nangong Liu looked very depressed. He leaned on the table and sighed. Then he looked up and blew a strand of soft hair on his forehead. I also feel that I'm very stupid. If only I was as smart as you. Impossible. Xu Shuanglin said firmly, dream on. The warm curtain was lifted and closed. Luo Fenghua, who had just gone out to cook Lantern Festival, came back. He was wearing a thick cloak, and his pitch-black hair and curled eyelashes were dotted with tiny bits of snow. Under the illumination of the fire, his ordinary-looking face was somewhat pleasing to the eye. It was like the light of spring, but the falling snow was beautiful. You've been memeizing for a long time. Eat some Lantern Festival and rest for a while. Luo Fenghua brought the wooden tray over. There were 3 bowls of Lantern Festival, 1 for each person. Nangong Liu cheered and immediately rushed to the table. He was about to reach out his hand when he was pulled back by the person behind him. Xu Shuanglin's face was gloomy. Why are you in such a hurry? You have no manners. Where's your thanks? Nangong Liu was speechless. He seemed to be surprised that his most unruly younger brother would actually go against him at this point. What are you doing? Seeing her brother squinting his eyes dangerously, Nangong Liu quickly waved her hands. At the same time, she also bought herself a good girl. Flicking her sleeves, she bowed deeply. She raised her head and jokingly said, Xiaonu thanks master for the gift Luo Fenghua. When Xu Shuanglin saw how mischievous this guy was, he felt both angry and amused at the same time. He thought about it and guessed that this guy had probably learned this from a novel, so he said, all right, eat some snacks. Luo Fenghua rubbed his somewhat stiff and red hands and put them to his mouth. Xu Shuanglin helped him remove his cloak. He was somewhat flattered. You don't have to trouble yourself. Xu Shuanglin was too lazy to pay attention to him. He asked indifferently, is it snowing outside? Yes, it just snowed. I don't know if it will pile up tonight. We can have a snowball fight tomorrow. Master. This sudden address was definitely not respectful, but mocking. How old are you? Luo Fenghua smiled and his eyelashes were soft. Xu Shuanglin looked at him and couldn't help but feel gentle in his heart. However, when he noticed this gentleness, he felt ashamed and angry for no reason. He hurriedly looked for any reason to vent. Luo Fenghua didn't let him down. He quickly found a reason. He pointed at a patch on the cloak and said disdainfully, are you very poor? You've been in the Confucian Wind sect for so long. Why don't you throw away this piece of junk? If you wear it outside, people will think that we're bullying you. Are you stupid? Luo Fenghua immediately became nervous. Even if this is broken, it can still be worn after mending it. When I think about how many people in the lower cultivation world are suffering, I can't eat and drink well. The money to buy a cloak can buy more than 10 talismans and give them to people who need them. It's so good. Xu Xuanlin's finger was still poking at the patch. He glared at him angrily. Luo Fenghua cautiously looked for his disciple's approval. Don't you think so? I think you're sick. Poor. Although he said that, he still hung the cloak back on the shelf. The three of them sat around the stove and ate glutinous rice balls. They couldn't see the lanterns on the Lantern Festival, but these three young people who were about the same age got together and talked. They didn't feel bored. It was snowing outside the window. Frost covered the edge of the red window lattice, making it crystal clear. The firewood in the room crackled, making the room look like spring. After drinking some wine, the atmosphere became even better. Luo Fenghua couldn't persuade them, so he took the Konghu from Nangong Liu. His cheeks were red, and he was a little drunk. He fiddled with the Konghu a few times and sang a folk song from his hometown. 3 or 4 flowers fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings ring on the shore. Young people are the best. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world, Shizun, Shizun, this is a good song. Can you teach me what it's called? Young People's Song. Luo Fenghua gently said, it's a short song from Shu. I think it's very appropriate. Nangong Liu raised his head and laughed. His smile was always overly warm and had a hint of flattery, but after drinking so much wine, there was actually a bit of straightforwardness. Ha ha ha, youthful swimming sounds nice, aren't we youthful Chiu Ma, high-spirited and vigorous? Xu Xuanlin crossed his arms and snorted. You can't memorize a book after memorizing it 9 times. Which young man is as stupid as you? Aya, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Nangong Liu smiled. He actually had the energy to refute his younger brother. Although you're a genius, maybe I also have my own talents. You drank too much. Luo Fenghua also laughed. He raised his wine cup and said, I hope you'll be young people in your youth. You'll each rely on your strengths and be gentlemen for life. Nangong Liu clapped his hands and put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder. Xu Xuanlin felt uncomfortable and pushed him away. Nangong Liu didn't mind. He laughed and said, Shizun, I suddenly remembered that although we don't light the river lanterns, we still have to make wishes. Let's all make wishes. Xu Xuanlin's mouth twitched. I think making wishes is disgusting. Luo Fenghua said, write it on paper. After you're done, throw it into the fire. It'll come true. In the end, they all wrote down their wishes. There was no need to say what Luo Fenghua's wish was. He had already talked about it when he was drinking. Nangong Liu had learning difficulties. He liked to write and read at the same time. I hope, to eat and drink well, to have great prospects, to be harmonious, to be reunited. Xu Xuanlin was disgusted, but there was also a subtle emotion mixed in with his disgust. He was the son of a concubine. Not many people paid attention to him at home. It was only after Luo Fenghua came that he had company. He, Nangong Liu, and Shizun often played together and cultivated together. Rather than saying that Luo Fenghua was his master, it would be better to say that he was the first close friend in his life. Because of Luo Fenghua, he was no longer so jealous of his brother who was useless but attracted attention because of his status as the son of the first wife. They spent time together day and night. He could see some of Nangong Liu's cuteness. What did Ushu write? Xu Xuanlin didn't answer. He casually threw the folded paper into the fire pit. His wish was quickly swallowed up by the light and heat. The splashing flames reflected in his eyes. I didn't write anything. It's just a blank piece of paper. Luo Fenghua and Nangong Liu were greatly disappointed. They showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Xu Xuanlin grinned. There was a hint of sweetness in his evil smile. and there was a kind of self-satisfaction that came from teasing people. I lied to you. The handwriting in the ball of paper was neat and tidy, and every stroke was very serious. It said, I hope that the three of you, Luo Fenghua, Nan Gongshu, and Nan Gongliu, can be family and friends for the rest of your life. Eat oranges together, share pastries together, and climb the roof together. From a young age to a head full of white hair. 228, on the soul-summoning platform of the Confucian Wind sect, Xu Shuanglin looked at the specks of golden light drifting in the night sky. He suddenly felt that it was very similar to the paper he threw into the furnace on the snowy night of the Lantern Festival. It burned to ashes in an instant. Only a few sparks remained, burning him through the years. He looked at Luo Fenghua, Nan Gongshu, and Nan Gongliu. They could be family and friends for life. But Nan Gongshu was no longer in the human world. The one standing here now was Xu Shuanglin. He was a madman, a demon, and a Xu Shuanglin who crawled back from the depths of hell to claim the lives of all the upright gentlemen in the world. Nan Gongshu was no longer in the world. He was just like his name, drifting and drifting in the boundless world. As time passed, even the bones and tendons of the cliffs were broken. Not to mention this tiny willow catkin. After so many years, the willow tree grew old, the maple tree withered, drifting and drifting. What he saw was not the Tianya flower, but the blood that covered the mountains and the plains, and the overwhelming hatred. But why did he still involuntarily teach the things that Luo Fenghua taught him in the past to Yu Wangxi without sparing any effort? Why did he feel compassion when he saw a true gentleman and kind person? Why did he stop being ruthless? Why did he cry? Xu Shuanglin knelt on the soul-summoning platform. He finally lost his voice and wailed. Tears flowed down his ugly, twisted face. He rubbed the spiritual core that held Luo Fenghua. He finally cried until his voice was hoarse and his throat was torn apart. It was as if every inch of his voice was dug out from his throat and blood. Shizun. Luo Fenghua, he had calculated everything. He was full of madness and hatred, distortion and longing. He used his whole life to set up this trap. Was it ruined just like that? He thought of the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. He was full of resentment. Later on, his father passed on the position of Nan Gongliu. He was unwilling to accept it and seized the position in anger. He still remembered his father's old and pale face, staring at him in disbelief. The position of sect leader is mine. He gripped his father's throat and slowly tightened his grip. His expression was cold and ruthless, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If father doesn't want to destroy the 100 years of foundation of the Confucian Wind sect, then I will take it. You are already old, you can rest now. He closed his eyes and didn't allow his father to continue speaking. The meridians in his hand suddenly bulged and he heard a heart-piercing crack. It was the strange sound of a throat breaking. He took off the Confucian Wind sect's ring and pressed it against his lips. The thumb ring was cold, but not as cold as his face. I just want justice. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Father, you don't have to hate me in the underworld. He turned around and left. The scene in his memories changed. It was the first night after he usurped the throne. The servants were cleaning up the bloodstains from the battle. His father was dead, Nan Gongliu's family was locked up in the water dungeon, all those who tried to rebel against him were suppressed. Everything was settled. For a moment he did not know what to do. He lit a stove in the courtyard and made tea for himself. He was the only one in the courtyard. He rubbed the glittering sect leader's ring on his thumb. Henceforth, he was the lord of the Confucian Wind sect. Needless to say, those outsiders who schemed against him at the Soul Mountain Conference naturally had to be chopped up and killed. But he didn't know how to deal with his older brother, and he didn't know how to deal with Luo Fenghua either. Dusk gradually deepened, the golden crow set in the west. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Shuanglin finally made up his mind to go to the water dungeon to see his elder brother and master who were being held captive. He took several attendants with him. Halfway there, the last ray of sunlight was swallowed up by the dark night. He shivered and suddenly felt his body was a little cold. His head was also a little dizzy. "Lord, what's wrong?" Shuanglin waved away the servant who wanted to help him. He said, "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered there's something I haven't dealt with properly. I'll go back to the main hall first. You don't have to follow me." He suppressed the pain that was becoming more and more obvious. He put on the hood of his cloak and strode toward the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Even if he could endure it, he couldn't take it anymore. After running for a while, he pushed open the door and went in. Then he closed the door heavily. "Lord, you guys stand guard at the door. Don't come in and don't act rashly. If there's anything strange, report to me immediately." After giving the orders to the guards, Shuanglin gasped for breath and staggered into the depths of the hall. He abruptly took off his hood, and when he lowered his head to look, he found that his skin and flesh were all chapped and cracked, and there were hideous scars everywhere he looked. His first reaction was that his father had cursed him. But then he felt that it was impossible. That old man was already beyond cure. He didn't even have the strength to use magic. How could he do such a thing without anyone noticing? Then what was going on? It was too painful. His muscles and bones were broken, and his flesh was hideous. He couldn't stop convulsing and trembling by the window. His knuckles were pale and twisted. He lay on the ground and scratched out red marks. It was really too painful. He didn't dare to shout, nor did he dare to call for a doctor. The situation was not stable yet. As the leader of the rebel army, how could he reveal even half an inch of weakness? He kept gasping and groaning in the main hall, rolling and twitching in pain. He kicked and kicked. Under the severe pain, he inadvertently pulled down a part of the curtain and fell on his body. The moonlight outside the window was blocked. He suddenly felt the pain abate. He was drenched in cold sweat. He shrank under the curtain and gasped for breath. After a while, thinking that the pain had passed, he pulled down the curtain again and sat up straight, wanting to stand up. Who would have thought that when the moonlight shone, his skin and flesh would split open again, and the pain would penetrate his muscles and bones? Shuanglin suddenly realized that he might not be able to shine the moonlight. So he staggered up and struggled to close the window tightly. He hid in the darkest place in the main hall, where he couldn't even see his own fingers. His breathing gradually calmed down. The pain disappeared. His bleeding skin and flesh also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 228, on the soul-summoning platform of the Confucian Wind sect, Shuanglin looked at the specks of golden light drifting in the night sky. He suddenly felt that it was very similar to the paper he threw into the furnace on the snowy night of the Lantern Festival. It burned to ashes in an instant. Only a few sparks remained, burning him through the years. He looked at Luo Fenghua, Nan Gongshu, and Nan Gongliu. They could be family and friends for life. But Nan Gongshu was no longer in the human world. The one standing here now was Shuanglin. He was a madman, a demon, and a Shuanglin who crawled back from the depths of hell to claim the lives of all the upright gentlemen in the world. Nan Gongshu was no longer in the world. He was just like his name, drifting and drifting in the boundless world. As time passed, even the bones and tendons of the cliffs were broken. Not to mention this tiny willow catkin. After so many years, the willow tree grew old, the maple tree withered, drifting and drifting. What he saw was not the Tunya flower, but the blood that covered the mountains and the plains, and the overwhelming hatred. But why did he still involuntarily teach the things that Luo Fenghua taught him in the past to Yu Wangxi without sparing any effort? Why did he feel compassion when he saw a true gentleman and kind person? Why did he stop being ruthless? Why did he cry? Xu Shuanglin knelt on the soul-summoning platform. He finally lost his voice and wailed. Tears flowed down his ugly, twisted face. He rubbed the spiritual core that held Luo Fenghua. He finally cried until his voice was hoarse and his throat was torn apart. It was as if every inch of his voice was dug out from his throat and blood. Shizun. Luo Fenghua, he had calculated everything. He was full of madness and hatred, distortion and longing. He used his whole life to set up this trap. Was it ruined just like that? He thought of the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. He was full of resentment. Later on, his father passed on the position of Nangong Liu. He was unwilling to accept it and seized the position in anger. He still remembered his father's old and pale face, staring at him in disbelief. The position of sect leader is mine. He gripped his father's throat and slowly tightened his grip. His expression was cold and ruthless, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If father doesn't want to destroy the 100 years of foundation of the Confucian Wind sect, then I will take it. You are already old, you can rest now. He closed his eyes and didn't allow his father to continue speaking. The meridians in his hand suddenly bulged and he heard a heart-piercing crack. It was the strange sound of a throat breaking. He took off the Confucian Wind sect's ring and pressed it against his lips. The thumb ring was cold, but not as cold as his face. I just want justice. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Father, you don't have to hate me in the underworld. He turned around and left. The scene in his memories changed. It was the first night after he usurped the throne. The servants were cleaning up the bloodstains from the battle. His father was dead, Nangong Liu's family was locked up in the water dungeon, all those who tried to rebel against him were suppressed. Everything was settled. For a moment he did not know what to do. He lit a stove in the courtyard and made tea for himself. He was the only one in the courtyard. He rubbed the glittering sect leader's ring on his thumb. Henceforth, he was the lord of the Confucian Wind sect. Needless to say, those outsiders who schemed against him at the Soul Mountain Conference naturally had to be chopped up and killed. But he didn't know how to deal with his older brother, and he didn't know how to deal with Luo Fenghua either. Dusk gradually deepened, the golden crow set in the west. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Xu Shuanglin finally made up his mind to go to the water dungeon to see his elder brother and master who were being held captive. He took several attendants with him. Halfway there, the last ray of sunlight was swallowed up by the dark night. He shivered and suddenly felt his body was a little cold. His head was also a little dizzy. Lord, what's wrong? Xu Shuanglin waved away the servant who wanted to help him. He said, it's nothing. I suddenly remembered there's something I haven't dealt with properly. I'll go back to the main hall first. You don't have to follow me. He suppressed the pain that was becoming more and more obvious. He put on the hood of his cloak and strode toward the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Even if he could endure it, he couldn't take it anymore. After running for a while, he pushed open the door and went in. Then he closed the door heavily. Lord. You guys stand guard at the door. Don't come in and don't act rashly. If there's anything strange, report to me immediately. After giving the orders to the guards, Xu Shuanglin gasped for breath and staggered into the depths of the hall. He abruptly took off his hood, and when he lowered his head to look, he found that his skin and flesh were all chapped and cracked, and there were hideous scars everywhere he looked. His first reaction was that his father had cursed him. But then he felt that it was impossible. That old man was already beyond cure. He didn't even have the strength to use magic. How could he do such a thing without anyone noticing? Then what was going on? It was too painful. His muscles and bones were broken, and his flesh was hideous. He couldn't stop convulsing and trembling by the window. His knuckles were pale and twisted. He lay on the ground and scratched out red marks. It was really too painful. He didn't dare to shout, nor did he dare to call for a doctor. The situation was not stable yet. As the leader of the rebel army, how could he reveal even half an inch of weakness? He kept gasping and groaning in the main hall, rolling and twitching in pain. He kicked and kicked. Under the severe pain, he inadvertently pulled down a part of the curtain and fell on his body. The moonlight outside the window was blocked. He suddenly felt the pain abate. He was drenched in cold sweat. He shrank under the curtain and gasped for breath. After a while, thinking that the pain had passed, he pulled down the curtain again and sat up straight, wanting to stand up. Who would have thought that when the moonlight shone, his skin and flesh would split open again, and the pain would penetrate his muscles and bones. Xu Xuanlin suddenly realized that he might not be able to shine the moonlight. So he staggered up and struggled to close the window tightly. He hid in the darkest place in the main hall, where he couldn't even see his own fingers. His breathing gradually calmed down. The pain disappeared. His bleeding skin and flesh also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 229. Rong Yang did not look at her husband. Instead, she opened her moist almond eyes and straightened her back. Choking with sobs, she said, "For the sake of our former friendship, can you allow me to give birth to this child?" Xu Xuanlin's gaze slowly moved down to Rong Yang's lower abdomen. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, there was a slight bulge. Rong Yang kowtowed, but her face was cold. "I beg you. Father is guilty, it's irrefutable. But Nan Gongshu, I want to beg you, please spare my nephew's life." Xu Xuanlin stared at this woman for a while. He thought she was ridiculous. Spare the vile spawn in her belly. That was just a pile of rotten meat that had not yet taken shape. Whether it was his nephew or his niece, what did it have to do with him? But in that moment, he suddenly remembered the bone-piercing pain from last night. Xu Xuanlin stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this was a very good thing. The position of sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect could only be inherited by the young master after the old sect leader had passed away, or by seizing the position by force. As for the rest, whether he abdicated the position to a worthy person or retired to listen to the sect, it was all useless. Therefore, abdicating the position to Nan Gonglu was already impossible. But 100 years later, he could pass the position to Nan Gonglu's child, and let that child have a taste of the pain of sitting in this position. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? The son would repay the father's debt. Nothing could be better than that. For a moment he was in a good mood, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. And then, without waiting for the two people to react, he threw the saber away, turned around, and walked out of the prison door with a loud laugh. Later on, he did not kill Nan Gonglu, nor did he kill Rong Yang. Instead, he put them under house arrest in a small courtyard. He planned to wait until the child was born, and then immediately confer the title of the next sect leader, and establish a blood contract with him. Perhaps when the time came, the whole world would praise him for being magnanimous and forgiving, wouldn't it? But he didn't live to see that day. Not long after he succeeded the throne, he committed numerous atrocities. For a period of time he accumulated deep resentment inside and outside the school. Later on, there was a city master who harbored resentment toward him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he secretly released Nan Gonglu and Luo Fenghua, two people. Luo Fenghua did not know the secret behind his back. He only thought that Zhong Wuji was doing all kinds of crazy things for the sake of the sect leader position. Plus, Nan Gonglu had a glib tongue, so he became more and more disheartened. Thereupon he joined hands with Nangong Liu to seize the position, with the intention of driving Xu Shuanglin off the sect leader's throne, which had not yet been warmed up. That night, the Confucian Wind School had a civil war, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Amidst the flames of war, Luo Fenghua was the first to find Xu Shuanglin, who had taken refuge in the Howling Moon Drawl Ground. It was a full moon night. Xu Shuanglin was in severe pain. His whole body was covered in blood. He was lying in the forest, like a snake that had been skinned alive. All that was exposed was bright red flesh. When Luo Fenghua saw him, he thought that he had been injured by a spell in the chaos of the war. Although he felt resentment in his heart, he couldn't help but feel compassion for his former beloved disciple. Xu Shuanglin raised his head, trembling in the forest, and showed a trace of a bitter smile. "You're here. I fought with him, but in the end you always helped him." Luo Fenghua said, "This time you went too far. Did you kill Master Qian Chan?" "That's right." "What about Taoist Lin? He deserved to die." "What about your father?" After a moment of silence, Xu Shuanglin said, "He was unfair. He believed that I was a thief. He asked for it." Luo Fenghua closed his eyes. His eyelashes were somewhat wet. "You? How did you end up like this, huh?" Xu Shuanglin laughed sinisterly. "Only others are allowed to betray me, but I'm not allowed to betray others. Only others are allowed to stab me, but I'm not allowed to draw my sword. Is this what you call the way of a gentleman?" Luo Fenghua's expression was extremely broken. He swayed in place for a while, then walked in front of Xu Shuanglin. Before he spoke, tears flowed down first. "Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" Xu Shuanglin was angry for no reason. "If you want to kill me, do as you please. Why do you have to shed a few drops of fake tears in front of me? Anyway, in your eyes, in the eyes of the old man, in everyone's eyes, that good-for-nothing will always be more important than me." Luo Fenghua shook his head. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and chanted a forbidden spell. "I've forbidden the spell that you learned with me when we were young." Luo Fenghua said, "From now on, Nan Gongshu, you and I are no longer master and disciple." Xu Shuanglin felt a heart-wrenching pain. Gun's curse was truly heart-wrenching. He rested in place for a while, then said stubbornly, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I've never thought of you as my master." Luo Fenghua stared blankly at him. After a long time, he seemed to want to say something, but there was a clamor behind him. The soldiers were approaching, and the shadows of swords and knives were flashing. Nangong Liu rushed over. "Shizun." When he saw Xu Shuanglin and Luo Fenghua talking, his heart suddenly felt weak. He immediately said anxiously, "Shizun, don't listen to him no matter what he says. He's lying to you." Xu Shuanglin laughed mischievously. This elder brother of his was always so naive and cute. Did he think that he would still bitterly pull on Luo Fenghua's clothes and explain the whole story, the cause and effect of the cause and effect? Not anymore. For him, life was like a game of chess. Once a move was made, the previous hundreds of twists and turns in his heart were no longer important. The only thing that mattered was the result. A person who had been killed was killed, and the blood that had been dyed was dyed. He couldn't clear his name, and he didn't want to clear it for himself. Luo Fenghua would never forgive him. There was no need to say anything else. He supported himself on a nearby tree and staggered to his feet. The moonlight shone on his face. His skin and flesh split open inch by inch. It was bloody and hideous. When Nangong Liu and the surrounding cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but take a step back. Someone misunderstood and said in astonishment, This is Luo Daozhong's doing. Death by 1,000 cuts, this is too cruel." Xu Shuanglin grinned, revealing a mouthful of ghastly white teeth. He stared at his younger brother outside the forest. He suddenly felt that he didn't want to let this pair of master and disciple go so easily. Thereupon, he turned his head and said to Luo Fenghua, "Tell them to get lost. I have something that I want to tell you personally before I die. I only want to tell you this." He supported himself on the pine tree and slowly moved with Luo Fenghua to a dark place. The moonlight was covered by the dense shadows. Xu Xuanlin's complexion gradually relaxed. His chapped skin also began to heal little by little. Although there were still many small scars, they weren't as scary as before. Xu Xuanlin didn't turn his head. With his back facing Luo Fenghua, he first asked, "You came here alone with me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "You won't. If you wanted to kill me or Liu, you could have done it a year ago." Xu Xuanlin suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed with an intense and twisted light. "Ridiculous. Do you think you understand me very well?" Luo Fenghua suddenly looked at his face and opened his eyes wide. "Your scars, they're not as scary as before, right?" Xu Xuanlin sneered. "What do you think this is? A spell? A fruit of dismemberment?" He slowly raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, he pinched a ring that was flashing with a faint light. He put his lips together and said with ridicule and malice, "This ring has a spirit attached to it. When you and Nangong Liu drove me down from the position of sect leader, it fell from my thumb by itself. It knows that I'm no longer the rightful master of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there are two leaders who are scheming against each other, so it doesn't know who it should recognize. You took a Liu's position, so naturally it should be returned to him." Xu Xuanlin grinned. "That's exactly what I think." He stuffed the ring into Luo Fenghua's hand. In the end, he even solemnly patted it twice and said, "Hold it well, hold it tight. In a moment, when you go out, give this good thing to him. Remember, you must personally put it on for him. He's the real sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect." He paused for a moment and stared at Luo Fenghua's face, which was filled with pain. Then he leaned over, lowered his voice, and said in his ear, "Next, I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't be afraid. This secret isn't dark at all. It's just a heroic past, that's all." Slowly, in a low voice, he subdued Nangong Zhongying. Then he told Luo Fenghua about how Luo Fenghua had cursed generations of Confucian Wind sect leaders in full detail. Full of malice, he dipped his teeth into poisonous fangs and pierced them into Luo Fenghua's flesh. He saw Luo Fenghua's expression become more and more unsightly, his round eyes becoming wider and wider. He saw Luo Fenghua being pushed against a tree, trembling slightly. He felt extremely happy. "Ha! Didn't you spoil him? You, both of you, don't you all treat Nangong Liu as a treasure? I want you to personally deliver the poison to him." The corners of Xu Xuanlin's mouth slowly widened, and then he revealed a sinister and treacherous smile like a lynx. He raised his hand and stroked Luo Fenghua's cheek. "Shizun, the story is over. You can go out now." He paused, and his expression became even brighter. "Go pay a visit to the Confucian Wind sect's 6th generation sect leader, Nangong Liu. Go." That day, he was covered in blood. He flew away from the Confucian Wind sect on his sword and wandered for half a night. Exhausted, he landed in Sichuan's colorful butterfly town. He came across a little girl sitting in the courtyard. When the little girl saw he was injured and bleeding all over, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she trembled, but she still poured a bowl full of water from the house and gave it to him to drink. He drank the water and stared at her. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the little girl looked very similar to his close friend, his benevolent master, and his mortal enemy. Her eyes were very similar to Luo Fenghua's. He saw the orange tree in the courtyard was full of fruit. Suddenly he had an idea and wanted to eat it very much. But the little girl's words were full of pedantic and sour stench. She opened her mouth and closed her mouth about a gentleman, which made him very tired. It was as if he could see that ridiculous thing Luo Fenghua really saying, "I hope all of you will be young and weak for the rest of your life. Each of you will rely on your own merits to be a gentleman for the rest of your life. A gentleman for the rest of his life." It was really ridiculous. He shook off the tangerines, cut down the orange tree, and then swaggered away, leaving the little girl crying in the courtyard. But he was still angry. That night he indiscriminately killed several more villagers. He raised his sword and cut them down. The more he moved away from the word gentleman, the happier he felt. And then he left, intending to conceal his identity and end the rest of his life. But it was at that time that he heard in the tea house that Luo Fenghua had usurped the throne and become the first-generation sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. The customers in the tea house were all saying, who would have thought? It's really true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Poor Nangong Liu raised his army to plot a rebellion. Who would have thought it would be a wedding dress for someone else? He must hate his Shifu to death, right? This Luo Fenghua is really blinded by greed, his heart is gradually turning black. He is not a good person. Xu Shuanglin was sitting in front of a small greasy table. He was holding a cup of tea that was about to reach his mouth, but he did not drink it. He just sat there listening to the conversation in a daze. His vision was turning black. The earth was spinning and the sky was spinning. But he had never thought that in the end, Luo Fenghua would make such a choice. He would rather bear misunderstandings and hatred. He would rather be condemned by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands. He would rather be cursed and live a life worse than death every full moon night until the end of his life. Luo Fenghua could not personally stab this sharp sword into his disciple's heart. In the end, he was one step behind. Tap. 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 Footsteps slowly sounded. Xu Shuanglin broke away from his memories. He opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, the face of a young man appeared. On the empty soul-summoning platform, Mo Ran walked in front of him and half knelt down, looking at him. In that instant, Xu Shuanglin felt that this young man's eyes were very strange. There were too many things hidden in them. He did not seem like a young man in his early 20s. Mo Ran said, "Nangong Liu, you planned all of this to bring him back to life. It's none of your business. You left Nangong Liu behind and resurrected Luo Fenghua. From now on, no one can enter this Jia mountain. You want to spend the rest of your life here in peace. Am I right?" Xu Shuanglin shouted harshly, "It's none of your business." Mo Ran picked up the broken spirit core on the ground. There was still light flowing in the core. He said, "You disguised yourself and returned to Nangong Liu's side as Xu Shuanglin. You instigated him to send troops to seize the throne again because you could not bear to see Luo Fenghua suffer the pain of the curse every night, living a life worse than death. What makes you think you can guess my heart?" Xu Shuanglin's eyes were red. There was a moist and ruthless light in them. "You think you know everything? I don't. I can only guess," Mo Ran said, "but looking at your expression, I also feel that my guess is not wrong." Xu Shuanglin gritted his teeth and spat out, "The younger generation is arrogant. It's all the same. When you were 20 years old, didn't you also become arrogant?" Mo Ran looked at him calmly. "Nangongshu, that year you helped your elder brother regain the position of supremacy, but you did not expect that he would be plotted against twice. In order to obtain the position of supremacy, he was already ruthless. You did not expect that after he seized Luo Fenghua's position, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots and kill him. You did not expect his death at all. Your mind was in chaos. You did not know what to do." He stared at Xu Shuanglin's face. He understood that kind of state of despair better than anyone else. He was reading Xu Shuanglin's heart. He was reading his own heart. What should you do in despair? 230. If it was him, what would he do? Rebirth. He would want that person to be reborn. Mo Ran looked at Xu Shuanglin, who was curled up in a ball on the ground, and said in a low voice, "You didn't expect Nangong Lu to be so vicious as to directly kill Luo Fenghua. In desperation, you simply beat him at his own game. You said that the curse on the ring was left by Luo Fenghua, and instigated Nangong Lu to throw Luo Fenghua's corpse into the blood pool according to Confucian Wind Sect's rules, and detain him to the 18th level of hell. Is he crazy?" Xue Meng was stunned. Since he wants Luo Fenghua to be reborn, he must treasure this person. Then why does he want to push him to the 18th level of hell? Because once a soul enters hell, it can't be reincarnated. Mo Ran looked at him with pity in his eyes. This way, Luo Fenghua won't be reincarnated immediately. You can study the method of rebirth, and let Luo Fenghua come back. Then, you can build a utopia, a place where you are a god, a place that is fair and just. Xu Shuanglin, after a few moments of silence, this person whose face was mostly festering suddenly laughed. He stared at Mo Ran's face. "Grandmaster Mo, I only found out today that you are actually a madman." He paused, and then said in an extremely soft voice, "Because only a madman can understand me." When he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. His laughter was like a bald vulture with wings. Although he was old, he still fiercely and stubbornly occupied the precipice, and would not show the slightest bit of weakness until he died. Mo Ran closed his eyes, and said softly to him, "Nan Gongshu, listen, there are still people in this world who know the method of rebirth. If you are willing, I will do my best to plead with Master Huizui of Wubei Temple to return your master's life." He opened his palm and handed the broken spirit core back to Xu Shuanglin. "But please, tell me," it was as if he was trying to grasp the last strand of floating grass to save his life. He frowned, and in a place where no one could see, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. "Please tell me, who is the person who has been helping you from behind the scenes?" Mo Ran said, "Who taught you this strange method of rebirth? Who taught you the exquisite chess game?" His memories and his previous life was a Confucian Wind sect, in front of Yu Wangxi, and died under a flurry of swords. Since that was the case, Shu, in his previous life. But now. But in this life, everything was different. Xu Shuanglin had set up a trap in Jinchenkai early on. He designed the peach blossom spring, the colorful butterfly suppressing the heavens, and when the method of sacrificing people didn't work, he quickly changed his method. He searched everywhere for divine martial arts, and finally pulled Luo Fenghua out of purgatory. Such a method of rebirth was definitely not something that he came up with himself. "You want to know?" Xu Shuanglin's eyes flashed with malice. "My skills were indeed taught by someone, but I am not willing to tell you. Would you rather be his chess piece until you die?" "Chess piece?" Xu Shuanglin smiled. "You are thinking too much. He understands me, and can understand my intentions. He is the same as me. Grandmaster Mo, you should give up. I will never tell you who he is. You went through so much trouble to come to Jia Mountain, and you were so content to force me into a dead end, but so what? In the end, the world will still be in chaos. Smoke will rise everywhere, and the flames of war will be everywhere. He will still raise the upper and lower cultivation worlds to the ground, and turn them into scorched earth. After that, the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid. The capable will live high, and the mediocre will be slaves." The smile in Xu Shuanglin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "It's really the best scenario." Xue Meng was furious. "What do you mean by the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid? What do you mean by the capable will be repaid? Whether others are good or evil, capable or mediocre, is it up to you to decide? Those people you made into chess pieces outside, and the Nangong Zhongying, An. He stole a glance at Chu Waning's expression and couldn't help but lower his voice. And the Nangong Sai. Xue Meng looked very indignant and wronged. Are they willing to be controlled by you? Do they deserve to die? Sacrifices are always necessary. Xu Shuanglin glanced at him indifferently. Young Master Xue, in the end, you're still too young. There was a kind of hesitation in his expression, as if he wasn't very willing to talk to Xue Meng, who had such an intense temperament. He turned his head back to Mo Ran. Since I've fallen into your hands, you can kill me or cut me up as you please. He even used a kind of understatement to say, I still have a death by 1,000 cuts fruit in my Qiankuan bag. If you still don't feel satisfied, you can feed it to me. As he said this, he coldly sneered, in any case, when I was 20 years old, I was already put to death by 1,000 cuts by you righteous people from famous clans. It won't hurt to do it again. Huang Xiaoye said, who put you to death by 1,000 cuts? You're simply shameless to talk nonsense with your mouth open. However, Mo Ran understood what Xu Shuanglin meant. When he was 20 years old, the death by 1,000 cuts wasn't in his body, but in his soul. Nan Gongshu had also once devoted himself to learning martial arts. He had also once had a kind heart. He had also once listened to his master's advice that he should be a gentleman for life and use his sword to kill evil. However, that spiritual mounting conference had cut him into 1,000 pieces. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Seeing Xu Shuanglin's miserable state, he didn't have much longer to live. Perhaps it was because he was too similar to his previous life. Even if there was hatred and resentment between them, at this moment, he actually couldn't bear it. He said, Luo Fenghua's soul core is still here. Why don't you use that rebirth curse again? Maybe you can see him again. Use it again. Xu Shuanglin laughed. He looked at the soul core in his hand with interest, then looked at his flesh that was rapidly festering due to the lack of spiritual power. He said lazily, I'm going to die. If I die, there will be no fairness in this world. What's the use of him coming back? Isn't he still going to suffer and be bullied by you great sects? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly darkened. He actually crushed that soul core with his own hands. The fragments pierced into his palm, and his hand was covered in blood. Mo Ran! Xue Meng, are you crazy? Everyone was also at a loss. Some were dumbstruck, some had ashen expressions, and some had vigilant eyes. They all stared at that man on the ground who was neither human nor ghost. Xu Shuanglin didn't pay attention to anyone. He looked at the last trace of Luo Fenghua in this world. He watched as it completely turned into ashes. Finally, he laughed loudly and cried. His face was covered in blood and tears, and he laughed crazily. From now on, no one could see each other, and no one could hate each other. They were all turned into dust, turned into ashes. Excellent, excellent. He slowly got up and walked forward while swaying under everyone's gaze. He walked to the front of the divine martial formation. There was a weapon inside, and it was the Konghu. He sat down and used his charred and rotting fingers to pluck the strings a few times. The backlash of the exquisite chess game became more and more serious. His 7 orifices began to bleed, and his fingers began to burn. In the end, his entire body was engulfed by the flames, but he still played in the flames. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy and relaxed, but that happiness and relaxation could no longer be seen. His skin and flesh were rapidly shrinking, curling, and shriveling. Raging flames deceived the heavens. Xu Shuanglin's lazy voice came from the flames. That voice was calm and unruly, as if no amount of pain could affect him. No matter how close the death was, it couldn't threaten him. It's best to be young and weak. Light hooves and fast horses, looking at all the flowers in the world, there were many older people in the crowd. Unexpectedly, in this lazy and carefree tune, they suddenly thought of the young man at the spiritual mountain conference. He was dressed in green and had an upright appearance. That young man walked out of the dark tunnel, walked out of the wasteland of memories. He confidently stepped into the arena, carrying his sword that had been through hundreds of battles. His hands were full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship. He was so young, so handsome, so magnificent, and even a little arrogant. He glanced at the 10 great sect masters and the spectators who were shouting and shouting. Suddenly, he grinned. His smile was extremely clean. The young man in his early 20s stopped. His back was straight as he faced the arena that was filled with sunlight. Facing the bright future in his eyes, he cupped his fists and said, "Confucian Wind Sect, Nan Gongshu. Today is the first battle. I hope that seniors will not be stingy with their guidance." In the end, he failed to live up to his expectations. After a long time, the flames extinguished. Only 5 ownerless divine martial weapons were left on the soul summoning platform. There was also a rebirth array that had not completely disappeared yet. Whether it was Luo Fenghua or Xu Shuanglin, they were all gone. Xue Xingyong was somewhat in disbelief. He blankly opened his eyes and muttered, is it all over? Amitabha. Karma and reincarnation are all retribution. Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple closed his eyes and put his palms together. He sighed deeply and said, "I hope that all the hatred in the world will return to dust." Xue Meng rolled his eyes at him. This old bald donkey didn't do much along the way, but he was quite good at speaking after the horse's back. "What should we do next?" He turned his head and asked his father, "Should we just go down the mountain like this?" "But he still has a colleague. We don't know who that person is." While they were talking, Jiang 11 suddenly shouted, "Be careful. Back off." Everyone abruptly followed his gaze, only to see that the rebirth array had shrunk to the size of half a palm. It paused for a moment before expanding again at an astonishing speed. It was as though a wound had split open in the sky, and strands of distorted black gas were gushing out from within. Xue Meng said in surprise, "What's going on?" "Xu Shuanglin is dead. Shouldn't this rebirth array disappear with him?" Jiang 11 pinched his fingers and stared at the array for a moment. He cursed in a low voice, No. This isn't a corpse demon. It's not a rebirth either. I'm afraid that we and Xu Shuanglin have all been deceived." "What?" Xue Meng was shocked. "It's not a corpse demon, and it's not a rebirth array. Then what could it be?" Jiang 11 said angrily, "It doesn't matter what it is. The most important thing is to prevent this array from fully forming." In addition to him, the other masters also reacted quickly. In a flash, Chu Waning, who didn't like to talk nonsense the most, took out Heaven's Inquisition and attacked the center of the array. Unexpectedly, although he took the lead, someone else followed closely behind him. A dark green shadow suddenly swept out from the crowd like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. A cold dagger flashed in its sleeve and fiercely stabbed toward Chu Wan Ning's back, as if it wanted to stop him from moving. "Master! Master!" 2 cries of alarm came from Xue Meng and Shamai. However, they were too far away to help. There was a piercing sound. It was the sound of a blade entering flesh. Xue Meng closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his face was pale. He looked in that direction with a pale face. He was stunned. 231, surprisingly, Chu Waning wasn't injured. In the nick of time, it was Mo Ran who reacted quickly and stood in front of the figure with the dark green cloak fluttering in the wind. That person's dagger had already sunk into his shoulder, leaving only the hilt with a silver snake pattern on it. Mo Ran's shoulder clothes were instantly dyed red with blood. He lowered his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Those were the fierce eyes of a falcon when it finally killed a cunning rabbit. Grandmaster Hua. He suddenly tightened his grip on Hua Bainan's hand that was still holding the dagger. Enduring the pain, he pulled the dagger out of his own flesh. His forehead was covered in fine beads of cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and mocked, "You sneak attacked my Shizun from behind. Do you think I'm dead?" The night wind blew, ruffling the green gauze that Hua Bainan had put on again to cover his ugly face. Hua Bainan was silent for a moment, then said, "How long has Grandmaster Mo been suspecting me?" "Ever since you were poisoned and stayed on the mountainside." Hua Bainan chuckled. "Oh, that was something I couldn't do anything about. After all, I was hoping to kill a group of people in the main hall." Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you stop Xu Shuanglin earlier?" "What else could I do? Let the formation change and let him realize that the rebirth formation that he worked so hard to set up was fake. Wouldn't that be big trouble?" At this time, Chu Wanning had already struck down Heaven's Inquisition, directly at the center of this mysterious formation. However, as soon as it landed, he was shocked to find that the spiritual aura of this formation was so strong that it couldn't be easily suppressed. When he turned around, he saw Mo Ran standing behind him, his shoulder injured by Hua Bainan's dagger. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "Mo Ran, don't worry about me," Mo Ran said. "Destroying the formation is more important. I'll guard this place." Chu Wanning couldn't do anything about it. Inside the secret array, there was a vicious flow of spirit chi that he had never come into contact with before. Even the rainbow butterfly suppressing the heavens and splitting the heavens couldn't compare to it. He continued to pour his spirit chi into Heaven's Inquisition, but he could only prevent the array from continuing to evolve, but he had no way to make it disappear. On the other side, Jiang 11 suddenly understood, but he couldn't believe that the first divine hand of his sect had an ulterior motive behind his back. He couldn't help but feel defeated. After a while, he said, "Hua Bainan, you." At this moment, Hua Bainan's hand was being held tightly by Mo Ran. He didn't turn around, but when he heard Jiang Xi's voice, he smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader, don't act rashly. Lone Moon's Night had a rule, always be mindful of everything. Naturally, I've kept that in mind. So along the way, I've looked for opportunities to plant a heart drill worm on many people that I've carefully raised for many years." Everyone's expression changed in horror. After a moment of silence, it was like a pot of boiling porridge. Did the divine hand plant a worm on their bodies? It didn't hurt or itch, and they didn't even feel anything. But suddenly, they felt like their entire bodies were itching, as if there was a heart drill worm hiding in every corner of their bodies that could take their lives. "Hua Bainan, you're crazy. You're so vicious." Some people cried out anxiously, rubbing their bodies. "Where is it? Where is it? Did I get hit? I didn't have any contact with him at all. I don't think I have it on me." There was also someone with a straightforward temperament who couldn't stand Hua Bainan's despicable methods. He shouted angrily, "You with the surname Hua. Don't try to confuse the crowd with your lies. There are so many cultivators here, and they're all the best in their respective sects. Do you think they'll be afraid of a threat like you?" Before he finished speaking, Hua Bainan lightly waved his hand. The man who provoked him suddenly swayed, and then his eyes bulged. He grabbed his own throat and fell to the ground. He kept rolling around, shouting, "Ah! Ah!" Pus and blood quickly gushed out from his nose and eyes. His eyes rolled back, and he spasmed violently. Feces and urine flowed all over his crotch, emitting a foul stench. He soon stopped moving and fell limp to the ground. His skin quickly shriveled, and his mouth was still open. A red worm that had been full of human blood crawled out. It looked like a spider, but it had 10 thin legs on each side. This shocking change made many people who were originally filled with righteous indignation and wanted to denounce Hua Bainan change their expressions. Their faces turned ashen, and they silently stared at the scene before them. Although the worm is small, it can take a person's life in an instant. Hua Bainan said gently, if you don't want to repeat the tragedy of the Confucian Wind sect being destroyed overnight, it's best for you to stay where you are. Don't be anxious, and don't make a fuss. Just listen to my instructions obediently. Especially Lone Moon Yi's people. His gaze fell on Jiang 11, and then he looked at the group of medicine sect cultivators behind Jiang 11, who were dressed in light green robes. He smiled and said, seeing that we're from the same sect, I won't hurt you when I do something. Jiang Shi's face turned ashen. Hua Bainan. How can you have such wild ambitions? I don't deserve to be called wild ambitions. Hua Bainan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He said to Jiang 11, oh right, sect master, you also have a heart-drilling worm on you. The others' cultivation levels are low, and the worm can take their lives in the blink of an eye. But sect master's cultivation level is high, so I think you'll be able to hold on for at least 10 days to half a month. Jiang 11 said coldly, Lone Moon Yi hasn't mistreated you in the past 10 years. What exactly are you planning? Of course I have my reasons, but I don't necessarily have to tell you all. He turned to look at Chu Waning, and then at Mo Ran, who was facing him. Then he turned his face back. All right, you all can't tell who is the worm and who doesn't, but there's a 50-50th possibility. It's a matter of life and death. I think that if you're smart enough, you'll know who to side with. Dead silence. Then a gentle and clear voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Shamai stood beside Shuemeng and said, the heart-drilling worm follows the fire. As long as you ignite a fire curse or a fire talisman in your hand, you'll see a protrusion under your skin. Then you'll be under the worm curse. Everyone else will be safe. Han Lin Divine Hands narrowed his eyes. Shimingjing, you secretly read my scriptures. Shamai's face seemed to redden, but it wasn't obvious. He wasn't used to being the center of attention. Now that so many people were looking at him, his expression was a bit stiff. I once asked Master to stay in seclusion for 5 years. Lone Moon Yi didn't read Senior's scriptures. Instead, I accidentally found this worm, so I did some research, Hua Bainan said angrily, you're so shameless to steal someone else's work. Shuemeng frowned and immediately supported Shamai. What's there to talk about with a two-faced person like you? As he said this, he immediately copied Shamai's actions. Seeing that there was no abnormality under his skin, he was overjoyed. He pulled Shamai and said, that's great, thanks to you. Look, I don't have any worms on me. Seeing this, the others all followed suit. For a moment, the soul-summoning platform was filled with, I don't have any, or, what should I do? I have heart-drilling worms. Hua Bainan closed his eyes and then laughed coldly. Even if I can tell who has them and who doesn't, so what? Those who have been infected by the GU bug, listen up. Come to my side and help me take down Chu Waning and defeat Mo Weiyu. Of course, I won't mistreat you. Otherwise, he pointed at the sorcerer on the ground who had been bitten to death by the heart-drilling worms. Like this person. Under the threat, the first to defect was a female cultivator from Lone Moon Yi. She rushed to Hua Bainan's side in front of everyone's eyes. She raised her head slightly, her expression somewhat arrogant. Mo Ran was also surprised. A traitor actually had the cheek to be arrogant. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jiang. She said, I'm not siding with the Holy Hand just to protect myself. It's because I've always admired the Holy Hand's talents. The reason why I'm studying at Lone Moon Yi is also because I admire his reputation. Today, let's not talk about whether or not I was poisoned. Even if I wasn't, I'm willing to be the Holy Hand's lackey. As she spoke, she glanced at Hua Bai Nan's expression. Although Hua Bai Nan was fighting with Mo Ran, he was still smiling. It was obvious that he was satisfied with her words. She couldn't help but feel relieved. She tried even harder to persuade them. Senior Holy Hand has already said that he won't make things difficult for us on account that we're from the same sect. Everyone should know what to do. She waited for a while, but only 3 cultivators from Lone Moon Yi came to stand beside her. The others glared at them angrily, scowling coldly. The 3 cultivators each had their own words. Sect Master Jiang, Lone Moon Yi is getting worse and worse these years. If it weren't for the Holy Hand, I would have left long ago. If the Holy Hand is capable, we'll only follow those who are. Some people from Lone Moon Yi couldn't stand it anymore. They said angrily, "Traitor! How dare you say that? That's right. Traitor! You have no integrity. Get out of Lone Moon Yi." The woman didn't expect that so many people would refuse to submit even after being poisoned by the heart-drilling worm. She looked very embarrassed, but her face was still red. She forced herself to calm down and said, "I don't need you to say that. We've long decided not to stay in this lousy sect. If you follow Jiang 11, you'll be a lonely soul following a ghost." She turned her head and glared at her former sect master. "I, Ling Bai Ran, from now on, Lone Moon Yi and Jiang 11, I'll cut." Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jiang 11. Jiang 11 was expressionless. His eyes were cold. He looked at her disdainfully. "Don't cut. Who are you?" I'm Ling Bai Ran. I won't remember your name even if you say it hundreds of times in front of me every day." Jiang 11 said, "Get lost." The female medicine sect master was very angry. She bit her lower lip for a while and said indignantly, I didn't expect a sect master to be like this. You're only seeing me today." Jiang 11 sneered. "But speaking of which, Lone Moon Yi has thousands of disciples. This is the first time I'm seeing you. To be honest, if it weren't for this situation today, you might not even have the chance to speak to me in this lifetime." With that, he flicked his sleeve. A fragrant wind blew. Jiang 11 had already started fighting with Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan already had the extremely difficult Mo Ran in front of him. Now that Jiang 11 was here, it was obvious that he couldn't bear the consequences. In a moment of desperation, he activated a wave of heart-drilling worms. Everyone present who had GU worms in their bodies was immediately bitten by thousands of ants. They were in unbearable pain. Save me. Jiang Shi's figure also paused. However, he was indeed the sect master of Lone Moon Yi. He immediately tapped several of his vital acupoints and temporarily alleviated the pain. His face was still pale as he continued to fight with Mo Ran against Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan was not stupid. He crooked his finger and released the heart-drilling worms from the 3 people who had defected to him. He said sternly, "Accept the challenge." In the midst of the pain, some of the people with weak minds saw that surrendering to Hua Binan would save them from this crime, so they all rushed over. In a split second, a small half of the people in the crowd actually knelt down and shouted to Hua Binan, "I beg the Holy Hand. Release the curse. We are willing to serve you. I can't take it anymore. It's too painful, please, Senior Hua Bai Nan smiled slightly in the midst of the fierce battle. He looked at Mo Ran, who was fighting fiercely with him, and said, "So, Grandmaster Mo, look. In the end, the most powerful sect in the world is still the medicine sect." Before he finished speaking, Jiang 11 had already pulled out the snow phoenix. He said sternly, "How can a person like you, who is used to using underhanded methods, say the words medicine sect?" After he finished speaking, he said to Mo Ran, "Go to the array and help your master. I'll hold him off here." Huabai Nan sneered, "Sect Master, are you determined to be my enemy today? Cut the crap. You still want to fight with me even though you've been poisoned by the GU. Sect Master Jiang Yichen, you're really tired of living." Jiang Shi's face darkened. "Is it up to you to decide whether my life is long or short? If I don't stop you today, I'm afraid the reputation of the medicine sect will be ruined." After he finished speaking, the two people who were proficient in using poison had already countered each other's moves. Between the sword and the blade, there were even poisonous powders and sedatives that countered each other. Mo Ran saw that Jiang 11 was not powerless to fight back, so he immediately turned around and rushed to Chu Waning's side to help. Who knew that halfway there, a dozen dark yellow figures would pounce on him? Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Huang Xiaoye. These people were Huang Xiaoye and Jiang Dengtang's high-level disciples. Huang Xiaoye stood in the wind with his loose robes and large sleeves. He stroked his beard and said, "Grandmaster Mo, the heart-drilling worm is not a joke. I'm like a fish on a chopping block. In the face of life and death, I can only be your enemy. Sorry for the offense." He was not the only one. There were also experts from other sects who could not bear this kind of pain. They all rushed over. At this time, the soul summoning platform was already a mess. The cultivators from various sects were fighting among themselves. Those who were poisoned by the GU worms and those who were not, those who had betrayed them and those who had not. Everyone was confronting each other. For a moment, Jiang 11 and Hua Bainan were fighting with all their strength. Mo Ran was the last line of defense in front of Chu Waning, so he was attacked from the front and back. He was entangled with Huang Xiaoye and the other cultivators one after another. Chu Waning, on the other hand, was using all of his spiritual power to confront the mysterious formation. On the other side, Xue Xinyong and the people from the Peak of Life and Death were guarding the front line, preventing more rebels from approaching Chu Waning, who was sealing the mysterious formation. Shamai was running among the cultivators who had been poisoned by the heart-drilling worm but refused to surrender. He was trying to break the worm curse for them. "It hurts. Kill me, I beg you to kill me." Shamai bent down and picked up a young man who was rolling on the ground. The young man grabbed his hand and cried, "It hurts so much. I don't want to surrender, I don't want to surrender. Just kill me. I beg you, kill me. Kill me. Bear with it." Shamai comforted him while placing his fingertips on the young man's pulse. "I can't take it anymore. Look at me, look into my eyes." But the young man did not listen to Shamai at all. His fingers were tightly clenched, and his whole body was twitching like a fish that had been fished out of the water. He gasped for breath. "I can't take it anymore." Shamai had no choice but to force the young man's face to face and lift his tightly closed eyelids. This was not easy because the young man kept kicking and struggling, leaving red marks on the back of Shamai's hand. "Look at me, look at me." The young man was barely called back to his senses. He panted and turned his eyes, looking at Shamai with tears in his eyes. Shamai silently recited the incantation and stared into the young man's eyes. Suddenly, the young man shivered and felt something quickly climbing up his waist. Soon, it climbed to his chest, throat, and throat. Ah! He suddenly turned over, and with a strong feeling of nausea, he vomited a big puddle of vomit. The smell was very pungent, and there was a red heart drill worm in it that kept spasming. Shamai pointed in the air and immediately broke the worm into pieces. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The heart drill worm can be controlled by the eye healing technique. I can help you to do it." He ran around and shouted anxiously, "Stop fighting. Don't kill each other if you can do it. You can do it. You can do it." But in the chaotic battle, not many people listened to him. His voice was not loud and was soon drowned out by the shouts, howls, explosions, and collisions. Jiang 11 heard Shamai's shout and froze. Eye healing technique. Like many insects, when some poisonous insects entered the body, as long as the corresponding eye healing technique was used to guide them out of the body, they would be lured out of the body like moths to a flame. The poison of the GU insect would then be neutralized. Hua Bainan obviously heard it too. He cursed in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Along the way, I killed all the cultivators who knew eye healing technique. I didn't expect that on this shabby peak of life and death, there would be someone who knows this kind of high-level medicine grandmaster technique. It's really, the knife in his hand brushed past Jiangxi's snow phoenix, and sparks flew when they collided. Hua Bainan gritted his teeth and said, "Young man, you're awesome." Suddenly, he withdrew his sword. Then, his entire body swept backwards like a bat, and leaped into the midst of the fierce battle. Oh no! Jiang 11 was startled as she saw through Hua Binan's intention. She was just about to gather her chi to catch up when the heart-drilling worm flared up. Her chest constricted and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. She stabbed her sword into the ground and knelt down. His blood-soaked lips opened and closed as he watched Hua Bainan leave. He wanted to warn the others, but he couldn't make a louder sound. Dang! Shamai was detoxifying a cultivator of the Treading Snow Palace who was poisoned with a GU worm. After the cultivator vomited out the heart-drilling worm, he no longer felt the pain in his heart. He quickly stood up and shouted to Shamai. "Stop fighting! Come and detoxify the GU. We can detoxify it." Shuemeng was also busy trying to stop the fight. He dragged a dozen people to Shamai's side and kept shouting, okay, bear with it. Don't cry out in pain. I'll detoxify it for you. I'll detoxify it for you right now. Who is my Shidi? His skills are top-notch, and he's no worse than Lone Moon's disciples. Shuemeng said and called out to Shamai. But the moment he looked up, his voice stopped. Shamai. Behind. 232, Shuemeng let out a wretched cry as he pounced towards Shamai. But it was too late. Hua Bainan was like the king of hell, the god of death. He flew through the air and grabbed Shamai's neck from behind. Shamai. Shaming Jing. The elders at the peak of life and death, as well as Shuemeng, all turned their heads. Hua Bainan had already brought Shamai with him on his sword and rose into the air. Under the bright moon in the sky, he coldly looked down at the chaotic crowd below. Shuemeng was about to go crazy. She stepped on Dragon's Den and chased after Hua Binan, but halfway through, she was forced to stop by the killer bees that Hua Binan threw out. Unable to deal with them, she could only fall back to the ground and stagger. Hua Bainan held Shamai's neck, his slender finger wearing the spirit snake ring slowly stroking his opponent's throat. Suddenly, with a clang, a long spike shot out from the spirit snake ring, flashing with a cold light. The eye healing technique is extremely difficult to learn. Hua Bainan said slowly. This little friend is so young, and he is not Lone Moon's disciple. To be able to use the eye healing technique so skillfully, he must be very talented. How could the people fighting on the ground not notice his actions? For a moment, whether it was Shuizhengyong, Mo Ran, or even Chu Wanning in front of the barrier, they all clearly saw Shamai being captured by Hua Bainan. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his anger and anxiety, he saw a ghostly red light flash. It actually forced Huang Xiaoye and more than 10 people back several feet. A few unlucky people were even directly knocked off the cliff of the spirit summoning platform. In the boundless sea of clouds, they fell without even making a sound as they were swallowed up. Hua Bainan. Let him go. Shamai's face was pale. He lowered his head to look at Mo Ran and Shuemeng. He pursed his lips and finally said, "Go help master. Don't worry about me." Shamai. Chu Wanning stood in front of the array, his face as white as a sheet. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His heart was in his throat. Shimai's gaze turned and landed on him. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Master, what a coincidence." Hua Binan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I just casually grabbed and caught Grandmaster Chu's disciple." Chu Wanning. That's no wonder. She's already accomplished so much at such a young age. Hua Binan wasn't stingy with her praise. She's such a good disciple. As a teacher, don't you feel bad for her? Hua Binan. If you hurt him, I'll make you pay for it. So you're saying that Grandmaster doesn't intend to do anything today? Hua Binan smiled and whispered into Shimai's ear, "Did you hear that? Between saving you and sealing the array, he chose the latter." Shimai closed his eyes. His lips trembled, but he didn't say a word. Hua Binan laughed loudly. "If that's the case, I feel sorry for this little friend. You've become a disciple of Master, but you value righteousness more than your disciple's life. Shimingjing, you're really pitiful." The wind whistled around them. No one answered for a long time. Perhaps it was because his life was hanging by a thread, but Shimai slowly opened his eyes in the silence. He said, "Master, I'm sorry. I know. You all remember that I did some things because of my own selfish desires. Even now, I'm not sure if those things were right or wrong. I don't deserve to be Master's disciple. There are many times when I can't sacrifice my life for righteousness." Shimai, on the high platform, Xuemeng heard him say this and couldn't help but think of the night when Chu Wanning died. Huizue ordered them to go to the underworld to save their master, but Shimai hesitated and didn't agree quickly. Mo Ran thought of the bowl of wontons that year. He thought of the inn, when Shimai bowed and told him apologetically that the bowl of wontons was made by Chu Wanning. What about Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning thought of Jin Chencha's request for the sword. Shimai lamented that he couldn't obtain Shenwu. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other regrets. Shimai had always been gentle, perfect, and obedient. He was like a new snowfall in the cold winter, pure white and without a speck of dirt. Therefore, even the slightest bit of dust on the snowy ground, or even the slightest bit of blooming plum blossom, would be particularly eye-catching. Whether it was his mistakes, his hesitation, or his occasional selfishness, they were all so clear and unforgettable. But he was also a very ordinary person. He was not a stone statue or a silk painting. He also had his own personal feelings. But no one really understood him. For Xuemeng, Shimai was a friend. He felt that this friend should follow him, accompany him, support him, and support him. For the former Mo Ran, Shimai was the object of admiration. He felt that this object of his should be holy, tolerant, warm, and flawless. For Chu Wanning, Shimai was his disciple. He was gentle, approachable, and had a tolerance and forbearance that Chu Wanning envied and admired. At this time, they suddenly realized that all this time, Shimai had been Xuemeng's close friend and follower. He had been Mo Ran's Zhu Mole and later Mosquito Blood. He had been Chu Wanning's most inconspicuous and unremarkable disciple. The only thing he hadn't been was himself. Hua Bainan laughed coldly. "Do you have any last words?" "Hua Bainan, let him go. Don't hurt him." "Don't hurt him, that's easy." Hua Bainan said, "If all of you surrender and wait for death, I naturally won't take his life." The formation in front of Chu Wanning's eyes flickered. It was obvious that the formation had reached a critical moment. Whether it would be sealed or explode would depend on this move. He didn't withdraw the strength in his hand, but it was trembling slightly. This wasn't the world of ghosts and souls. The choice was made in a flash, and there was no time to think further. This was like placing a knife on his disciple's neck, giving him hesitation, letting him see with his own eyes, making him feel unbearable pain. Hua Bainan lifted his chin slightly and chuckled. "What do you think?" The formation has been opened, so you can fight again. But if this knife falls, it will be extremely difficult to come back to life. Grandmaster, you must think carefully. At this time, Shamai spoke. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was still clear. Actually, I don't like eating candied haws. Hua Bainan lowered his head and stared at him, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Shamai didn't cry. Shamai actually smiled slightly as he looked at his close friend, old friend, and master on the ground. I don't like eating candied haws, but young master, when we were young, you always ask me to help you eat it. What I want to cultivate the most is the boundary technique. Unfortunately, master thinks that I'm not talented enough and isn't willing to teach me too much. His gaze fell on Mo Ran. Mo Ran, I actually know what you wanted to say that day when Katie suppressed the sky. Mo Ran was suddenly stunned and looked at him blankly. Shamai still smiled gently and peacefully. But after master came back, you never finished the sentence that you didn't say. In the restaurant, I saw the two of you eating together. When I looked at your eyes, I knew that you would never say the second half of the sentence again. Mo Ran, I'm actually very envious of young master, and I'm also very envious of master, Shamai said softly. Can you not think that I'm annoying because of my envy? I've never thought that you were annoying before. Xue Meng shouted anxiously. His eyes couldn't help but redden. I didn't know that you don't like candied haws. I really didn't know. Shamai. Hua Bainan was already impatient. He grabbed Shamai by the neck and stared at Chu Wanning. He said sternly, I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll destroy him. No. Xue Meng turned around in a panic and shouted anxiously at Chu Wanning. Master, please stop first. We can't watch something happen to Shamai in front of us. Just stop. 1. The trembling of Chu Wanning's fingers went from almost undetectable to clearly visible to everyone. He looked at Shamai. His usually sharp phoenix eyes met with his usually gentle peach blossom eyes. His phoenix eyes moistened. 2. Bang! At this moment, blood splattered everywhere. Xue Meng and Mo Ran's shouts were like sharp swords that pierced through the roof. Shamai. You don't have to count to 3. Blood dripped down. Shamai raised his hand and covered his eyes. He hadn't cried from the beginning to the end. But at this moment, blood flowed out from his eyes through the gaps between his fingers and trickled down his cheeks. When Hua Bainan counted to 2, he ran straight into the cold spike that Hua Bainan had placed in front of him and brushed past it. Hua Bainan was shocked. He wanted to pull back his hand, but the spike deviated by a few inches. The sharp blade that was originally going to cut Shamai's neck brushed past his eyes. In an instant, both of his eyes were gone. Under Yu Heng's command, no one has ever surrendered, nor has he ever been weak. Shamai. His voice split the clouds. Chu Wanning's heart was also greatly shaken. He had already used all of his strength. Now that he saw his disciple destroy his own eyes with blood flowing out of his face, his hands couldn't help but soften. The formation suddenly backfired at this moment. A wave of spirit energy violently surged out from the crack and hit him squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Chu Wanning violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he didn't have the time to take care of himself. He turned his hand and tried to repair the formation, but it was too late. Hua Bainan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. He grabbed Shamai's collar and pulled him up. His eyes flashed with joy. I didn't expect you to be so useful. It seems that it would be a pity if I killed you. Hua Bainan, what are you going to do? Hua Bainan didn't answer. He only glanced at Xue Meng, then turned his gaze to the mysterious black barrier that was rapidly cracking open. He smiled and said, "This formation has been combined with the efforts of so many people. It's finally going to open. Everyone, this is the first time I've opened this formation in my life. I'm just giving it a try. I don't know what will happen next." As he spoke, he quickly lowered his sword and brought Shamai down to the entrance of the soul summoning platform. When he disappeared in front of the entrance, he threw out a final sentence to the crowd. "You guys stay here and have fun. This Jiao mountain is so grand. It's not a bad thing to use it as a burial ground." Almost at the same time, a deafening sound came from the sky. The spirit array was like ink spilled on a piece of paper, quickly spreading out and swallowing half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Even the moon was covered by the darkness behind it. What's going on? What kind of formation is this? Is it the ghost world's sky fissure? But this isn't the color of the heaven and earth in the ghost world. The people who were fighting fiercely just now were like grasshoppers on the same boat. They all looked up at the dark crack in the sky vigilantly. Perhaps this couldn't be called a crack. Above the soul summoning platform, half of the sky had cracked. Dull and rapid vibrations came from the bottomless darkness. Huang Xiaoye's face was sallow. Her nostrils flared, and she said, "This is... Is there a monster coming out from behind? Why is there such a big commotion?" Mo Ran took the lead and stood at the front with the ghost sword in his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky. Rumble. Heavenly thunder space break. It's cracked. There's something behind. Something's coming out. Is it a malicious ghost? Xuemeng saw that Mo Ran and Chu Waning were too close to the dark crack. He wiped the tears from his face and was about to run toward his cousin and master. However, he was grabbed by Xue Xingyong and pulled behind him. "Father! Don't go. Stay here. I don't want to. I want to stay with master and my brother." Xue Xingyong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He didn't allow Xuemeng to refuse. "Do you want to die? Do you know?" The rest of his words fell like dry twigs. He was stunned and didn't say anything else. Xuemeng cried. He wailed, "Father, I want to help them. Shamai has been taken away. I can't hide behind you and watch them get hurt. Please." Before Xue Xingyong could reply, green smoke and lightning hissed from the center of the pitch-black formation. A layer of smoke and clouds surged out from within. When they got closer, they saw that it was a group of black-clothed cultivators with masks on their faces. They stepped on their swords and descended from the sky amidst the thunder and lightning. It was impossible to tell which sect they belonged to or where they came from. The man in the lead wore a luxurious cloak embroidered with gold and silver threads. He wore a hood and a ferocious silver-gray mask that covered his face. He stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Wind blew in all directions and clouds gathered around him. Even though he didn't say a word, he emitted an immeasurable murderous aura. What the hell is this? Xue Xingyong was stunned. The others who hadn't seen much of the world couldn't say a word. They just stared blankly at the sky. Was it a ghost? But no, there was no such ghost. More and more people flew out of the black clouds on their swords. There were dozens of people, hundreds of people. In the end, they stood in the clouds and were on par with the cultivators on the ground. There were almost 1,000 of them. Xue Xingyong shuddered. After a while, he gathered his breath and shouted, "Are you a human or a ghost? Why don't you tell us who you are?" The man in the lead rolled his eyes. When his gaze fell on Xue Xingyong, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. "Say something. Do you understand what we're talking about?" Xuemeng also shouted. The man didn't say anything. He paused for a moment and raised a pale and slender hand. Then, he waved his hand and spoke concisely. "Kill." 233. In an instant, the black-clothed cultivators swooped down from the clouds on their swords. Like gulls pecking at food, they attacked the heavily injured people below. Mo Ran finally realized what was going on. As the Emperor Ta in his previous life, these people were obviously controlled by the precious dragon chess pieces. These chess pieces were exquisite, perfect, and powerful. They were completely different from the half-baked chess pieces made by Xu Shuanglin. They were definitely no match for these people. Mo Ran turned around in horror and yelled at the people who had never experienced the true power of the precious dragon chess pieces, "Run!" He grabbed Chu Waning's wrist tightly and pulled up Jiang 11 who was kneeling on the ground. He pushed the people along the way, and his pupils contracted rapidly. "Run! Get out of here! Get out of the soul-summoning platform! Don't stay! Don't fight! You can't win!" He didn't need to repeat himself. When the first chess piece landed on the ground and waved his sword, everyone was shocked by his terrifying power. They all rushed toward the tunnel. The cowardly Villa Master Ma was running at the front. He was the first to reach the stone door of the tunnel and stopped. The people behind him stopped one after another, stacked on top of each other, and bumped into each other. Someone roared, "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Villa Master Ma's voice was filled with fear and sobbing. He came from the front of the dark tunnel. It's closed. What's closed?" When Hua Bai Nan escaped, he closed the stone door. Villa Master Ma said. His legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground in despair. His face was full of tears and his body was shaking. "This is the stone door of the Jia Mountain. Once it's closed, without the blood of the Nangong family, it's impossible to open it." Someone said anxiously, "Although Nangong Sai is gone, there's still Nangong Liu. Isn't his father, who was made into a precious dragon chess piece, still on the mountain? Where is he?" "He's in the front hall. I thought he was useless, so I didn't bring him here." Despair filled the entire tunnel, and the dark aura seeped into their bones. "What should we do? Should we go out and fight?" There were still people outside who didn't know what was going on and were trying to squeeze in. There were even more people who couldn't squeeze in. They could only brace themselves and stand behind the exit, fighting with the mysterious chess pieces that came out of the crack in the sky. In the darkness, Huang Xiaoye suddenly shouted, "Let me pass. I can open this door." He squeezed through the crowd with all his might. Like a fish swimming aggressively, he charged all the way to the front of the stone door. Villa Master Ma raised his teary face and asked blankly, "Daoist Huang. Move aside, let me do it." "But your surname is Huang, not Nangong." Huang Xiaoye ignored him. He waved his wide sleeves as he charged over. Fortunately, he still had some of Nangong Sai's blood on him. He had originally secretly saved it to open the secret room where the treasures were hidden. He even cast a spell on the blood to prevent it from drying up immediately. However, this spell wouldn't last long. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel lucky that all these shocking changes happened in the blink of an eye. He hoped that the blood would still be useful. Huang Xiaoye forcefully pressed down on the broken rock with his withered old hand. Sure enough, the demonic dragon's voice came from the tunnel, "Who are you?" His heart was beating fast. Huang Xiaoye said, "Confucian Wing Sects, 7th generation of blood origin sect, Nangong Sai, greetings." He paused for a moment. The demonic dragon said in a hoarse voice, "Wang Li. Farewell." "Master," boom, the stone door fell. Huang Xiaoye was the first to come out of the tunnel, followed by the disciples of Jiang Dongtang. Villa Master Ma quickly got up and raised his hand in panic, "Wait for me. I'm coming out, I'm coming out, I'm coming out." But a sword was pointed at his chest. Villa Master Ma's face froze, and he looked up in shock. "Daoist Huang, what are you doing?" Huang Xiaoye sneered, when I was hit by the heart-drilling worm, I was already on opposite sides with all of you. If I let you out now, I'm afraid that in the future, when the war is over, there will be many people who want to settle accounts with me. I'm old and can't afford it. Villa Master Ma said in horror, No, no, no. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Let's talk nicely. Aya, why are you looking for revenge? We have to do business. Daoist Huang, let us out quickly, and we'll give you half price for all the goods in Taobi Villa. No, half price. Huang Xiaoye's withered face showed a trace of malevolence, and he said mockingly, half price. After obtaining the treasures of Confucian Wind Sect's Jiao Mountain, how can the world's wealth still enter my eyes? It's just Taobi Villa, what's so good about it? As he said this, he pushed Villa Master Ma fiercely. Ma Yun fell to the ground, and the people behind her also fell to the ground and sat on the ground. When they struggled to get up, the last scene they saw was Huang Xiaoye and the people from Jiangdongtang standing outside. Huang Xiaoye pulled the mechanism that sealed the stone, and his face flashed with greed, longing, and schadenfreude. The people from Jiangdongtang behind him were even more arrogant, and some of them even said bluntly, serves you right for looking down on us. Our Daoist Huang obviously didn't do anything wrong, but he was scolded by you all along the way and suffered all kinds of grievances. He risked his life to leave behind his blood, so why should we help you all? Boom! The stone door was sealed again. This time, the tunnel fell into endless darkness and hesitation. It was dead silent. In the midst of despair, some female cultivators finally broke down and began to sob. Grief was contagious, and soon, most people became disheartened and lazy, losing their will to fight. They were trapped, unable to move forward, nor did they want to leave. Sister. I don't want to die yet, Master, Father, let's go out and fight to the death. It's better than being trapped here. The voices of the people buzzed. At this time, a voice that had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded, with a hint of trembling and more resolute. He said, I'll do it. Villa Master Ma, who looked defeated, trembled and turned his head. When he saw a bunch of flames lit up, his eyes widened slightly and he said in shock, Grandmaster Mo. Mo Ran held the flame in his hand, and it reflected his handsome face. He walked to the stone and stood still. You also left behind Nangong Sai's blood. Mo Ran didn't answer. He knew that although there were people blocking the entrance of the tunnel, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Those chess pieces would kill their way in soon. On his way up the mountain, when Nangong Sai was in danger, he was hot-blooded and wanted to do this many times, but in the end, he didn't do it. He had originally thought that he was blessed by the heavens and that he would be able to escape from the eyes of the crowd and escape the calamity of life. But at this time, he was trapped and knew that he had no other choice. There was no way out. Grandmaster Mo. He didn't care about Villa Master Ma. He took out the silver short knife at his waist and fiercely swiped it in his palm. In an instant, blood flowed all over his palm. At this time, Xue Meng and Xue Xinyong had arrived. Chu Wanning was also there. They stopped behind Mo Ran. Xue Xinyong's voice was full of confusion. Ran, what are you doing? It's useless. The Jiao Mountain will only listen to the Nangong family's orders. You bleeding won't help. Mo Ran didn't turn his head. His bleeding hand was slightly trembling. In the end, he slammed his hand on the stone. It was cold to the touch, and it pierced through his flesh and bones. He closed his eyes. The demonic dragon Morning Dragon's distant voice once again echoed in this darkness. Who are you? His throat moved. Under the gazes of the crowd, Mo Ran slowly answered in a low voice amidst the oppressive silence. Confucian Wind Sect, the 7th generation of the Blood Origin Sect. Xue Meng's expression suddenly changed. He staggered back a step and kept shaking his head. What? Shui Xinyang's expression was even worse than his. He stared at Mo Ran's tall and straight black back and muttered, "How is this possible?" Every word was like a sharp knife. Even though he knew that blood would flow out of his body, he had no other choice. He softly finished the last half of the sentence, "Mo Ran, Mo Weiyu, pay your respects." Shui Meng's voice was hoarse. He shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Impossible." However, the door was opened in the end. Wang Li's ethereal voice was like a sharp bayonet that pierced his eardrums and heart. "Wang Li. Farewell." "Master, Ran, Shui Xinyang was completely stunned. He couldn't say a word. Chu Wanning was also confused. He held Shui Xinyang in time and looked forward. The stone door rumbled. 1 inch, 2 inches, it disappeared into the ground again. The orange flames of the dragon's soul pool outside surged into the darkness. Mo Ran stood against the light. The light polished his back until it was blurry and almost illusory. "Mo Ran! Mo Ran! How did you open it? What 7th generation of the Confucian Wind sect? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Shui Meng seemed to be panicking and going crazy. "How are you related to the Nangong family? You're clearly. Mo Ran paused. In the end, he said in a low voice in the swaying light, "Everyone, leave first." "Mo Ran!" He shouted himself hoarse. For a moment, Mo Ran tilted his head, as if he wanted to turn around and say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He didn't stop and didn't hesitate. He walked forward. The light moved with his tall figure. He finally disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Behind him, the people of the other sects scrambled to escape. They came aggressively and couldn't be stopped. But when they left, they were like fish that escaped the net. Mo Ran walked alone in this surging torrent. He fled like a carp crossing a river. He didn't turn around. He didn't dare to. He saw Yu Wanshi in the Dragon Soul Pool Hall. He walked over and carried her, who hadn't woken up yet, and left with her. In fact, the person who jumped into the Dragon Soul Pool and sacrificed his life couldn't have been Nangong Sai. It could have been him. Although at that time, Mo Ran didn't know that this would ensure the safety of Jia Mountain, he didn't have the confidence. What if he knew? Would he really die in place of Nangong Sai? He had lived for 2 lifetimes. He was full of sins, but he could still struggle at death's door. But Nangong Sai was only 20 years old. She didn't even walk half of her life before turning into dust. Nothing was left of her. Rationally, he knew that Nangong Sai was more worthy of staying in this world than him. But people still wanted to live. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming behind him, those monsters are coming." How is that possible? Mo Ran turned around. The broken stone fell again when the last group of people came out of the tunnel. Those chess pieces couldn't be opened, unless... His face paled. Unless, among those chess pieces, there was someone with the blood of the Nangong family. While thinking, he recalled the mysterious black sky fissure he saw just now. He suddenly thought of the 3rd forbidden technique, the gate of life and death. Mo Ran only felt a strong chill spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. Could it be that the person who came out was... No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was too absurd. Even in his previous life, no one could do this. Who could do it? Just at this time, Mai Hanshua retreated to his side. Mo Ran handed Yu Wanshi to him. His eyes flashed with a frantic light as he hurriedly ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. Mo Ran! Ran! In the torrent, Shui Meng and Shui Xinyang saw him. They both shouted at him, but Mo Ran didn't care. He really didn't know how to face these 2 people. Paper couldn't wrap fire. 2 lifetimes, it was the same. Suddenly, his arm was grabbed. Mo Ran turned his head. Master. Chu Warning said, you can't go. I'll stop those people. Since you can open the Flood Dragon Mountain formation, you should stay with the others and take them out of here. Go. While talking, the black-clothed man in the lead had already calmly walked out of the tunnel. Behind him, the black-robed Taoists appeared one by one. Chu Warning said sternly, quick. Take them away. There was no other choice. No matter how uncertain and unsettled Mo Ran was, he could only retreat with everyone. Xue Meng refused to leave and was forcefully dragged forward by Xue Zhenyong. In the end, only Chu Warning was left in the Dragon's Soul Pool Hall, and those mysterious cultivators were gathering. The Dragon's Soul Pool's lava was boiling, and the orange-yellow light illuminated the cold stone wall. Chu Warning stood alone, the heavens inquiring flame electric current flowing, reflecting his pair of eyes that were as bright as a knife. He looked at the mysterious black-clothed man in the lead. That man, on the other hand, was also looking at him faintly through the heavy cover. The man stood quietly. Someone behind him couldn't hold back his temper and wanted to be the vanguard. He shouted, you dare to block the path of so many people by yourself? How arrogant! Come, let me see what you're capable of. But before he could move more than 3 meters, the black-clothed man suddenly raised his hand and grabbed him. That person exclaimed, Your Majesty. The black-clothed man ignored him and didn't even turn his head. He was still staring at Chu Warning's face, but the veins on his hand were bulging. With a crisp crack, the vanguard's neck was twisted and broken by him, and then he casually threw him on the ground. Chu Warning's expression changed slightly. This man would even kill his own people. Who do you think you are to be worthy of being taught by Grandmaster Chu? The man casually walked toward Chu Warning slowly. Behind him, no one dared to move. Chu Warning crossed the heavens inquiring flame and said sternly, Who are you? When the man heard this, his footsteps stopped. He stood not far from Chu Warning, his eyes flowing with a strange emotion that couldn't be clearly described. After a while, he laughed softly and said, After so many years, I didn't expect that when we meet again, your first words to me would be so insipid. When have I ever known you? Oh, you don't know me. Chu Warning, you're always so heartless. The man moved forward again. This time, he didn't stop. Chu Warning had always been fierce and stubborn, so he couldn't back down. So the man walked straight in front of him. The distance was dangerously close and extremely abrupt. Chu Warning's hand glinted with cold light, and he raised his palm to chop down. He had such good skills and was as fast as lightning, but the man easily grabbed his wrist. In fact, I've already experienced this move many times. The man lowered his head and stared closely at Chu Warning's face, taking in all the details of this face. His gaze was almost greedy. But you seem to have forgotten. Being stared at like this, Chu Warning only felt his hair stand on end. He had never been a person who feared the strong, but the things in this person's eyes were too complicated and too sinister, as if they were hiding a world-shaking truth and secret. Who are you? Do you want me to remind you? The man said in a low voice. The strength of his hand was so great that Chu Warning actually couldn't break free. The first time you used this move was when I was 16. You taught me how to fight in close quarters. You told me that although this move seemed simple, it was very difficult to learn. You told me to practice it well and not slack off. Chu Warning suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. The man's eyes held a smiling expression, but also a treacherous light. The second time you used this move was when you and I were fighting back then. I was caught off guard and was struck by you, suffering an extremely heavy injury. He took Chu Warning's hand and pressed it towards his heart, not allowing him to refuse. Chu Warning suddenly realized that this man actually didn't have any heartbeat. It was like a corpse.
Who are you?
Don't be anxious. The man immersed himself in every word between his lips and teeth, and then sweetly fed it to his ear. This time, he was even closer, almost touching Chu Waning's face. He said in his ear, "The third time you used this move was on my bed. I wanted to do you, but you said it was enough and wouldn't agree." He was very calm, but the strength in his hand was very strong. He tightly gripped Chu Wning's wrist and forced her hand to slide down his chest. In the end, he actually wanted to bring her hand to an extremely private place. As if he was stung by a snake or scorpion, Chu Waning's expression suddenly changed, and he fiercely wanted to fight with his life. However, the man seemed to be familiar with all of his movements and routines, and easily broke his move. Then, he actually hugged his entire body in his arms, and murmured intimately and erotically, "What do you say, Chu Waning? This lord originally came to kill you, to destroy you, but I didn't expect that after so many years, you've changed, and I've also changed. But when I see you, when I smell your scent, I still get hard very quickly. You let go of me." Chu Waning didn't expect that things would turn out like this. His face turned white, then red, then white. He looked like he was going to faint from anger, but no matter what, he couldn't break free from that person's grip. He was like an inescapable net, like a spider's web, entangling him and hugging him. Under everyone's gaze, he held his entire body in his arms. It was forceful, overbearing, ferocious, and crazy. Narrow and wet and sticky. So hard that it hurts, so hard that it swells. "I'll kill you." The man seemed to be amused. He suddenly smiled and let go of his hand. Chu Waning's killing intent suddenly rose. His actions were ruthless and forceful, and he really wanted to kill him in one blow. The cloak fluttered, and he retreated in a hurry. He fluttered like a kite and landed steadily on the green brick stone. However, the cloak wasn't spared. It was split in half by Chu Waning and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The man didn't raise his head. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. He was silent for a moment in the shadow, and then he sighed and said, "You can't change your temper of shouting and yelling at the slightest thing. It's the same everywhere." "But Chu Waning, Grandmaster Chu." The black-clothed man raised his hand, and a pitch-black wind came from behind. He caught it neatly. Chu Waning caught a glimpse of it. It was actually the divine martial modal that had appeared in the Xianyuan Club's auction before. It was also one of the 5 fierce blades that Xu Shuanglin had collected. The man rubbed the no return. He spoke slowly and with an extremely vicious tone. "Can you really bear to kill me?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. The hood fell down. Chu Waning felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured into his head. It was bone-chilling cold, and his body was soaked in frost and snow. His mind was buzzing, and he was actually numb. In the cold and gloomy main hall, the black-clothed man was handsome. His face was pale, and his smile contained evil and lingering. He was both a disaster and an evildor. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of eerie white teeth. "Emperor Ta, Mo Ran, Mo Weiyu." The no return was unsheathed. The cold frost illuminated his dark purple eyes. The Emperor Ta's smile was like a malicious spirit, like a tiger or wolf. "Teacher, please show me your skills." 234. At the same time, at the foot of Jiao Mountain, except for Jiang Dengtong's group, all the other cultivators had successfully escaped. The moment they stepped out of the enchantment, although they knew they were not out of danger yet, many of them were exhausted and fell to the ground. Ma Yun rolled her eyes as she lay on a large rock and wailed, I can't take it anymore. My friends, let's go back home and be more vigilant. I really don't have the energy to do this anymore." Jiang 11 said, "We haven't found out who came out of the enchantment and the mysterious formation. How can we go back now? What can we do? If we had the energy to fight against them, we wouldn't have to run away like this. Master Xianjing also said, Sect Master Jiang, it's better to listen to Villa Master Ma this time. Instead of stubbornly resisting here and ending up in a heroic and pitiful state, it's better to go back and regroup before making preparations. Jiang 11 pursed his lips and didn't speak. He looked at the people at the peak of life and death. However, Xue Xingyong and Xue Meng's expressions were very lax. They looked at the main path of Jiao Mountain until a person came out of the rolling dust. Mo Ran. Xue Meng murmured. Mo Ran was the last to come out of the enchantment of Jiao Mountain. He frowned and glanced at the crowd, saying, it's the Zhenling chess. Maybe it has something to do with the first forbidden technique, the gate of life and death. If so, who knows what kind of person will come out of it? You should all leave quickly. Don't wait for death here. Life is more important. He paused and said to Jiang 11, Master Jiang, please take everyone to Lin Ling Island. It's protected by the Black Tortoise enchantment and can resist Hua Bai Nan for a while. Also, your sect is a medicine sect. It's easy to detoxify people who are poisoned by the heart-drilling worm. Jiang 11 asked, what about you? Master is still on the mountain. I'll go back to help him after you leave. After I settle everything, I'll meet you at your sect. Jiang 11 didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he folded his arms and bowed to Mo Ran, saying, farewell. The group of people were injured, tired, and disabled. They were ready to leave this dangerous place with Jiang 11. Mo Ran suddenly called him. Master Jiang. Grandmaster Mo, is there anything else? Mo Ran said, Miss Yi. I know. I won't let anyone hurt her again. Mo Ran was relieved. Jiang 11 and the others had walked far away, but the people at the peak of life and death had not moved. Xue Xingyong hesitated for a long time, then stepped forward and frowned. Ran, what's going on? But. Uncle, take Xue Meng and leave first. I'll tell you the whole story later. Xue Meng didn't want to wait that long. His heart was burning. No, he said, how can you be a member of the Confucian Wind sect? You grew up on the peak of life and death. You, he said, you, for a long time. In the end, with red eyes, he squeezed out, you're my older brother, right? Mo Ran stared at him. Xue Meng was trembling. Although he tried to control himself, he still trembled. His confused and sorrowful appearance was too pitiful. Mo Ran's throat was sore. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he stepped forward and patted Xue Meng's shoulder. When I first came to the peak of life and death, you didn't even want to recognize me. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. He didn't dare look at Xue Meng's round, watery eyes. Those eyes were too clean, too passionate. And he was dirty. He was afraid. Xue Meng was silent for a long time. Then, with a hoarse voice, he said, can you give me a definite answer? He gripped Dragon's Den, the scimitar that Mo Ran had given him, and embedded in it. He grabbed it like he was grabbing a life-saving piece of floating grass. In just a short night, he had seen Nan Gongsai throw himself into the lake, sacrificing himself for the dragon. He had seen Shamo's eyes destroyed and his fate unknown. He had seen Mo Ran spill his blood and open the seal that only the people of the Nangong family could open. He couldn't breathe. He felt like he was drowning. Mo Ran couldn't bear it. Okay. I'll give you a definite answer. He held Xue Meng's shoulder. He didn't know who was trembling. Was it Xue Meng or himself? But that was no longer important. He looked into Xue Meng's eyes and said one word at a time. Listen, I've never been a member of the Confucian Wind sect. In my life, I've never done anything to harm the peak of life and death. If possible, I'm willing to serve the sect for the rest of my life. Shui Meng's lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, tears began to roll down his cheeks. He bit his lower lip with all his might. After a while, he collapsed. Shamai said that I never understood him. Actually, I never understood you either. I was too headstrong in the past. I never thought about you guys. I didn't understand anything. I just messed around, but, he paused for a moment as tears streamed down his face. But I really do care about you guys. I won't scold you anymore. I won't bully Shamai anymore. I want everything to be the same as before, as long as everything can be the same as before. By the end, he was sobbing so hard that he couldn't speak. Brother, don't lie to me. Mo Ran couldn't bear to see him like this. He pushed Shui Meng to Shui Xingyang's side. His voice was low, slow, and moist, like the dew on the flowers at dawn. Be good. Come with your uncle. Once the matter here is settled, I'll come find you immediately. After saying this, he turned around and returned to the Flood Dragon Mountain barrier. He put down the seal and didn't look back. The tiles in the Dragon Soul Pond's main hall were broken. The stone pillars had collapsed. The fierce battle was over. Only the smoke of gunpowder was left. The celestial treading monarch's model was pressed against Chu Waning's neck. He used a little too much force. Dazzling blood spurted out from under the skin, dyeing the pitch-black blade. Chu Waning closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Master, you seem to be too absent-minded in this battle. You weren't paying attention. The Emperor Ta pulled him up from the ground and raised his finger. The Mo saber was instantly hidden, but at the same time, he put the strongest restriction spell on Chu Waning's body. The faint blue light firmly bound him. He pinched Chu Waning's chin and forced him to look up. Tell me, what are you thinking? Chu Waning slowly opened his eyes. What was reflected in his eyes was an extremely familiar yet strange face. He felt a chill. He knew this wasn't Mo Ran, but this person's moves were so similar to Mo Ran's. What was even more frightening was that he suddenly felt like he had seen this face before in his dreams. How many times had she made love with Mo Ran in her dreams? It was like this slightly pale and thin face. There was evil in his handsomeness, and there was no warmth in his dark eyes. There was only cruelty and madness. Actually, even if you don't say it, I know. He slowly said, Master must be thinking, who am I, what nonsense am I talking about, and where did I come from? His fingertips intimately rubbed Chu Waning's cheek. No rush. These. I can tell you slowly. By the way, his eyes moved down and fell on Chu Waning's left hand. Don't think about summoning Jioge and Huaisha. I have long been on guard. I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. Hearing him mention the names of his other two divine weapons, Chu Waning's face became more and more ugly. Although his phoenix eyes were gloomy, there was also confusion in them. The celestial treading monarch was probably amused by his stubborn and confused expression. He actually chuckled softly. He touched Chu Waning's face. What's wrong? Are you surprised that I know about Jioge and Huaisha? But it's no wonder. Before I came, I had already received the news. I have a good understanding of this mortal world. I know that the me in this time and space has not stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, forcing you to draw your swords against him. Of course, he has never seen those two divine weapons. This mortal world's, you? The Emperor Ta smiled but did not answer. Chu Waning suddenly had a very creepy feeling. He felt that this Mo Ran looked at him as if he was looking at a corpse, a dream. His eyes were too naked, too crazy, and too full of lush emotions. Those emotions were so broad that it could drive any normal person crazy. The gate of life and death. He slowly said, this forbidden technique, Master must know very well. In another cultivation world, Master, you have been dead for many years. He looked at Chu Waning's face that was getting paler and paler. He watched as the last bit of blood disappeared under his skin. The Emperor Ta looked at him, his eyes shining brightly. Suddenly, like a sharp sword unsheathed, a dragon broke through the water. This person's always calm emotions seemed to be stretched to the extreme. He suddenly pulled Chu Waning up, and gradually became crazy. Yes, this is it, this is the face. It's this face. I look at your face. I look at you lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion like a living corpse, day and night. There's not a trace of blood on your face. Your corpse is rotting, but you won't speak or open your eyes again. You're already dead in that cultivation world, you're taking revenge on me. He took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned brightly. In desperation, flames and lightning surged inside, and dragons and snakes danced. Chu Waning, I hate you. You left me alone. He said this, but he raised his hands and hugged him, pulling him into his arms. So hot. Like fire. He was stung by this long-lost warmth. He let out a deep sigh from his throat. He hugged him tightly, and he hated that he couldn't knead him into his bones and blood, and swallow him into his lungs. From now on, it didn't matter whether he lived or died, whether it was warm or cold. He had companions to accompany him, and they would no longer be together. No, but Chu Waning's scalp was numb, and his vision turned black. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand. Who died? Who left who alone? The door of the dragon's soul pond opened again. In the moving light, a person hurried in, and that person anxiously called, Master. Hundreds of soldiers were on guard, blocking the front. When the Emperor Ta heard this voice, he was slightly startled at first, and then he smiled coldly. I was wondering who it was, so it was him. He waved his hand lazily and said to the chess pieces that followed him, disperse. It's fine, let him in. Mo Ran had been thinking about the Zhenlong chess pieces and the door of life and death. He felt that Hua Bainan was definitely not the last hand. If all of this was planned by Hua Bainan, there was no reason for him to trick Xu Shuanglin in front of the soul summoning platform, and Xu Shuanglin wouldn't recognize him. Then, who would be the last hand? The Zhenlong chess pieces, the door of life and death, and no return, two ancient legends that were twisted together in the mortal world, and linked together. He had a crazy idea. This idea made him feel cold all over, but he didn't believe it. He ran all the way, and he didn't believe that all of this was real. Until he broke into the Dragon's Soul Palace. Until he saw that person clearly. Mo Ran felt a buzzing sound in his head, and blood rushed to his brain. He couldn't breathe for a moment, and his lips opened and closed, and his eyes were about to crack. No. How could this be real? The man in the palace, surrounded by the crowd, looked so disdainful and cold, and his eyes were so disdainful and playful. He looked at Mo Ran indifferently. The same eyebrows, nose, lips, face, aura, and physique. The difference was only a few millimeters. He seemed to be looking in a mirror, but also seemed to be looking at his ghost-like self from yesterday through the torrent of time. The Emperor Ta raised the corner of his mouth, and a bloody smile bloomed. He held Chu Waning in front of him, and the tip of his finger lightly touched the corner of Chu Waning's mouth, and cast a mute spell. Then he smiled at the person at the door, and said, "Oh, Grandmaster Mo, I've heard of your great name for a long time, and I'm quite curious. Now that the door of life and death is open, you and I can finally meet." He paused, and his eyes flashed. He tapped his white teeth and said two words that were sweet and cold. "Nice to meet you." 235, how? Mo Ran took a step back, shook his head, and muttered, "How is this possible? It's really you." Yes, it's me. The Emperor Ta looked at him slowly, and then smiled. Well, I thought that after you were reborn, you wouldn't remember much about your past life, but looking at you now, it seems like you still remember. And looking at your expression, you seem to have guessed my existence. If that's the case, you're not too stupid. Mo Ran mumbled. He had a lot to say, but the words were about to come out of his throat, but in the end, he shouted in disbelief, "But you're clearly dead."
Oh.
You took the poison in the Wushan Palace, the king of poison. There was no way you could have survived. You died in front of the Tower of Babel, buried in a coffin under the flowering tree. You're already dead. The Emperor Ta chuckled. That's not a good enough reason. As he spoke, he slowly raised his eyes, and revealed a sarcastic smile. His eyes were like the sharp beak of a raptor, ready to peck through Grandmaster Mo's body. Why don't I say one for you? He said softly, with the calmness of toying with people in the palm of his hand, and chuckled. Yes, I'm indeed dead, and the person who can prove that I'm dead is standing in front of me right now. Mo Ran, because you're the soul that helped me escape. The Emperor Ta laughed. The most benevolent Grandmaster Mo, across the world, there are people who often tell me about your, how should I say, heroic deeds. He sneered. You're so interesting. I thought you didn't remember much about your past life, so you could pretend like nothing happened. But you actually remember everything. Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Sigh, Grandmaster Mo, do you think that as long as you keep silent, no one will know the truth? Do you think that as long as you put down the knife, you can start all over again? Most importantly, do you think? The Emperor Ta suddenly became even more ruthless. He gripped Chu Waning's neck, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He pinched Chu Waning until his skin turned purple. He furrowed his brows in anger, but he couldn't say a word. Do you really think that I will be so kind and let you enjoy the light alone when there is no more fire in my world? Don't touch him. The Emperor Ta sneered. Don't touch him. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say this to me? With Chu Waning in his arms, he slowly walked in circles. He and Mo Ran looked at each other. The Emperor Ta stared at Grandmaster Mo. Mo Ran stared at Mo Weiyu. The past life was staring at this life. The Emperor Ta mocked him. Don't you know how I did it? Now you're pretending to be a good person. Don't say it. Why didn't he say anything? Don't you think those things are interesting and unsatisfying? After so many years, life and death, don't you think it's time to talk about it? Mo Ran couldn't help but shake his head. His expression was even uglier than Chu Waning's. He was angry, helpless, guilty, and desperate. Don't say it. Oh, you want me to shut up so badly? How interesting, our wise and kind Grandmaster Mo, at this moment, seems to be. The Emperor Ta thought for a while and spat out 3 words, very scared. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Chu Waning being tightly held in the Emperor Ta's arms, and his heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to stop this demon in front of him from talking. He just wanted to bury all the ugliness and the past in the ground and seal it in the coffin. The ghost light rose and suddenly attacked the saint of treading immortals. The red sparks crackled and crackled. The flames were even more ferocious than before. Avoiding the attack, the Emperor Ta's expression changed slightly. Heaven's Inquisition? No, as soon as he finished speaking, he already knew the answer. The red light of the willow vine was not Heaven's Inquisition. Your new divine martial art is very interesting. The Emperor Ta's expression was slightly complicated. He stared at the vine whip for a moment, then looked up at Mo Ran. His expression was even colder. If that's the case, as he spoke, he flew back and handed Chu Waning to one of his men behind him. He then raised his hand and summoned No Return. Come, let's fight. I'm curious, Which one is more powerful when I'm holding no return, or when I'm holding the vine whip? As he spoke, the Emperor Ta's finger touched the Modao inch by inch. No return's green light surged, and his spiritual power reached its peak. At the same time, Grandmaster Mo's finger touched the willow vine inch by inch. The ghostly red light overflowed, and the flame burned fiercely. Fire attribute. The Emperor Ta sneered, although I have a dual attribute of wood and fire, I clearly remember that I'm better at using wood, not fire. Why did you change your temperament? Mo Ran kept silent and did not answer. His expression was cold and solemn. He pursed his lips tightly, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Those were the eyes of a person standing on the edge of a cliff, teetering on the edge of a cliff. Clang! Two figures that were almost identical leaped into the air and clashed fiercely in midair, pouncing and tangling with each other. Gooey Gooey and No Return roared noiselessly as a torrential spiritual current flowed out. It was as if a flood dragon had encountered a huge whale, or a flood had struck a ferocious beast. In a split second, the bricks of the Dragon Soul Palace were scattered in all directions. Stones and sand flew everywhere. Their surging frenzied current even raised the magma of the dragon blood pool. Everyone attached spiritual power to their feet to prevent the overflowing magma water from burning themselves. The Emperor Ta and Grandmaster Mo were no exception. The two of them fought fiercely, and they were evenly matched. The blades clashed and the vines danced like the wind. The black shadow pounced on the black shadow, and the bloody eye stared at the desperate one. Every move was the peak, and the flame and lightning surged wildly. There was another sharp sound of weapons. The two of them tiptoed and soared into the air. The vine whip and the Modao collided, and the splashing spiritual power reflected on the two pale faces. One of them died and came back to life. The other was better than death. During the power struggle, the Emperor Ta's eyes were filled with thousands of snowflakes. He shouted, "No return, quench the spirit." Grandmaster Mo gritted his teeth and said slowly, "The ghostly, quench the spirit." In an instant, their own spiritual power rushed into the two divine weapons. The two divine weapons each emitted a bright light, and the red light and the blue light rushed to kill each other. In the end, there was only a bang sound, and No Return hit Mo Ran's shoulder, and the ghostly pierced the Emperor Ta's left arm. Both of them groaned and fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. They panted and didn't feel the pain of their wounds at all. All of their attention was on each other. They were like fierce beasts fighting in a cage. It was either you die, or I live. The Emperor Ta's eyes were gloomy. The way you use the vine whip is too similar to his. His naturally referred to Chu Warning. Grandmaster Mo didn't want to be entangled with the Emperor Ta. His eyes were murderous. "Why don't you get out of here? You want me to get out?" The Emperor Ta sneered, "Mo Weiyu, what right do you have? You've been wearing the sheep's skin for a long time. Don't tell me you've forgotten that there's still sheep's blood on your lips." Before they finished talking, they leaped up again and started to fight again. The Emperor Ta rushed forward. The lava under his feet was boiling, and sparks were flying everywhere. But how could Mo Ran not be aware of his moves? It was as if he was looking at his own reflection in the lake. Before the Emperor Ta's blade fell, he had already retreated a few feet. Under his feet, the sun was blazing, and the fire was flowing. The two of them advanced and retreated. Every move they made was within the opponent's expectation. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for more than 100 rounds. They were evenly matched, and no one had the upper hand over the other. Mo Ran's forehead was full of sweat, and the Emperor Ta was also breathing heavily. They were still circling, staring at each other, and circling each other. Sweat seeped into the dark space between his eyebrows. It froze for a moment, and then suddenly dripped down. Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "What are you doing all of this for? I've said it before. Swirenshi is no longer in my world. Don't be delusional and think that you can monopolize this last fire. Mo Ran suddenly became angry. That's also your last fire. But I can't have it. The Emperor Ta said coldly, besides, is there a difference between you and me? My hands are full of blood, and you're clean. Why is it that I can only live my life in a drunken stupor alone in the long night, while you can protect Shifu, Chu Wanning, and your ridiculous uncle and cousin? Why is it you? Mo Ran heard him say this, and suddenly he was startled. After a while, he said, you've gotten it before. Mo Ran looked at himself in his previous life. He had always said in his heart, but never said it out loud. Now he murmured, you've gotten it before. You've stepped on it. You've extinguished it with your own hands. The celestial treading monarch's expression suddenly became extremely dangerous. His nose wrinkled slightly, and there seemed to be waves of evil in his eyes. He was so gloomy that he even changed the way he addressed himself. I destroyed him. Ridiculous. How can you be sure that it wasn't him who destroyed me? You don't know the truth of the heavenly fissure at all. I don't need to know. The Emperor Ta said coldly, Mo Wei, it's all too late. I think it's good this way. As long as he's alive, he's my man, and I can control him in the palm of my hand. It doesn't matter if he's happy or not. It doesn't matter if he hates me or resents me. It doesn't matter. He paused, I just want to see him. Mo Ran's voice was filled with anger and pain. He was torn by shame and trembling. He trembled slightly, you've already destroyed him once. You still want to destroy yourself, and destroy him in this world, the second time. The Emperor Ta suddenly smiled. His dimples were deep, and he looked back and forth at Mo Ran's face. Then he said, what's there to destroy? Don't you think so too? It doesn't matter if this person is dead or alive. As long as you can control him, you can do whatever you want. Mo Ran shook his head, closed his eyes, and said hoarsely, you're wrong. You shouldn't treat him like this. He's the person who treats you the best in this world. That's ridiculous. The Emperor Ta's smile suddenly tightened, he's the person who treats me the best in this world. Then what about Shamai? Grandmaster Mo, don't you think you're ridiculous? The person you should be thinking about is clearly Shimingjing, who's always been gentle to you and never looked down on you. You're telling me that Chu Wanning is the best person in this world. Do you know what you're saying? You're the one who doesn't know what you're saying. They were close to each other, and their spiritual powers were colliding with each other. Mo Ran's eyes were red. He treats you with all his heart, but is very stupid. There are many things that he does so stupidly, but he doesn't tell you. Wake up, the person you like is not Shamai. All these years, when have you ever had any thoughts about Shamai? When you were lying on the empty bed in the Wu Mountain Palace, who was the person you were thinking about? I don't deny that he's very pleasurable to fuck. The Emperor Ta said indifferently, but so what? He can never replace Shamai. When Mo Ran heard him say that, he was obviously talking about himself in his previous life, but he was so angry that his blood rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth and said, you're not allowed to insult him. The Emperor Ta narrowed his eyes, why? You're so protective of him now. Did you sleep with him again? In this life, you slept with him too. His narrowed eyes were like that of a snake. The strength and spiritual power in their hands did not stop. The powerful technique even made the other chess pieces unable to withstand it. Some of them even curled up on the ground. The Emperor Ta stared at Mo Ran for a while, then his eyes fell on Chu Wanning. He murmured, Grandmaster Mo, I heard that in this world, Shamai is still alive, but you treat him like this. For a moment, Mo Ran did not know how to argue with this guy who came from the door of life and death, and did not know how to resurrect. In the end, he said, what about you? Now that you've come to this world, Shimai is still alive. But when I came in, why did you not let go of my master? Your master? The Emperor Ta rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Ha, you know very well what kind of relationship your master is to me. Do you think I can hug him or not?" Mo Ran wanted him to let go of Chu Wanning, so he said, "If you do this, are you treating Shimai like this? Shimai is such a pure person. Of course, you can't blaspheme him." The Emperor Ta was not fooled and said lazily, "But Chu Wanning is different. He looks cold, insufferably arrogant, strong and conceited, but when he does it, he's like a slut. Have you forgotten?" Mo Ran did not expect him to be so lascivious and straightforward. He was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but think of Chu Wanning's muffled moans under him. Even though he didn't want to, he thought of how Chu Wanning had finally succumbed to her desire under the most intense and largest dose of aphrodisiac in his previous life. She had tangled with him crazily, taking the initiative to cater to him. Their sex was as intense as a beast's. That pair of eyes that were full of shame and unwillingness slightly closed. Chu Wanning's eyes lost focus, his mouth slightly opened, and he couldn't stop gasping. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were full of anger. "I'm not like you. In this life, I'll still what?" This time, it was the Emperor Ta who didn't understand. He felt that he had never pitied Chu Wanning, so he couldn't imagine Mo Ran's love and restraint in bed. After a while, he finally realized what was going on from the other party's angry and embarrassed eyes. However, he was even more stunned after realizing what was going on. "Are you kidding? Don't tell me you and him haven't." Mo Ran gritted his teeth. Damn it, the red light almost materialized, tearing the whole Dragon Soul Palace apart. The Emperor Ta suddenly laughed. "Grandmaster Mo, at this moment, I suddenly feel that you and I are not related. Are you still me?" The two of them, one was like a mad dog, the other was like a loyal dog. The mad one was baring his teeth and laughing at him. The loyal one was silent and sorrowful, stubbornly and firmly confronting him. It was just that when he faced the monstrous mistake he had made, the loyal dog's helpless expression was really pitiful and helpless. Under the confrontation, it was really hard to determine the winner. The Emperor Ta was gradually getting tired of it. He suddenly said, "Okay, I've played with you enough. Grandmaster Mo, let's see the real thing." As he said, he waved his hand, and those precious chess pieces that had listened to his orders and stood motionless at the side all rushed forward. Mo Ran was attacked from the front and back, and couldn't escape. "This is your real thing?" The treading celestial monarch retreated from the fierce battle and walked toward Chu Wanning. As he walked, he looked back and sneered, "I'm a chess piece, so I'm naturally a part of my battle strength. How is it not true?" Mo Ran looked at him holding no return, gently patting Chu Wanning's cheek with the blood-stained blade, and then fiercely pinching Chu Wanning's face, saying something sweet to him. He couldn't bear it anymore. In his anger, he forgot that Chu Wanning seemed to have some kind of connection with no return. He shouted, "No return!" The modal flashed and actually shook in the Emperor Ta's hand. It seemed to be hesitating and struggling. It didn't know who it should listen to. The Emperor Ta slightly raised his eyebrows and looked down at his own blade. "Oh? Do you want to listen to him?" However, it was with this voice that Chu Wanning suddenly felt a splitting pain in his skull. The messy fragments of the dreams that he had before, like rolling sand, covered his mind. Scarlet curtain, pungent beast skin. Limbs intertwined. Outside the hall, kneeling, and the arrogant mockery of the palace maids. The Emperor Ta felt that something was wrong with him, so he lifted his hand to remove the silence spell and said, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Wanning didn't answer. He was in unbearable pain, and his whole head felt like it was going to split open. He saw the ashes of bones that covered the sky and the sun. The blue sky was filled with ashes. A man in black robes stood between heaven and earth. Corpses were everywhere, and the people were in a terrible situation. Master. The man turned around, and it was Mo Ran's face. He grinned and smiled evilly. In his hand, there was a bright red thing. Looking at it carefully, it was a heart that was still beating. You're finally here. Are you here to stop me? With a slight tug of his hand, the heart exploded in his hand, revealing the sparkling and dazzling spirit core inside. Mo Ran sucked the spirit core into his palm. He walked towards him, step by step. I can't believe that you and I, master and disciple, can't escape from this battle in the end. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. The Emperor Ta felt that there was something wrong with his expression, so he raised his fingertips, touched his cheek, and then lifted his chin. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Chu Wanning was slightly trembling under his fingertips. The Emperor Ta misunderstood and frowned. I didn't hurt you, how did you become so weak? Seeing that Chu Wanning still didn't speak, he frowned and seemed to want to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a heavy cracking sound outside. The Emperor Ta's expression changed slightly. Someone broke the enchantment of Jiao Mountain by force. His eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly turned his head. He saw an apricot yellow shadow flying over, and the momentum was amazing, and the way it moved was strange and gloomy, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Chu Wanning was caught in the palm of that person's hand. Mo Ran said, Master. The Emperor Ta said, Wanning. The two men who shouted at the same time looked at each other, and there was disgust in each other's eyes. But soon, Mo Ran and the Emperor Ta both turned their heads again, and stared at the uninvited guest floating in the air with the cassock fluttering in the wind. Master Huizue. Huizue's face didn't look so good. Compared to 5 years ago, his face was a lot more haggard, but the sharpness in his eyes didn't decrease at all, and was still like the light of the river and the sea, rippling and surging. Mo Ran's heart relaxed. He didn't know why Huizue suddenly appeared here, but since this person was willing to use the art of rebirth to save Chu Wanning, he wouldn't harm his master. But the Emperor Ta had never seen him before, and his expression was very dangerous. What a little bald donkey, where did you come from? Why do you want to be my enemy? Huizue glanced at him, and then his eyes fell on Mo Ran. He didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of two Mo Weiyu at the same time. On his face, there was more of a kind of expression, not surprise, but worry. Benefactor Mo, Huizue waved his sleeve. There were too many people here, and in order not to let the Emperor Ta hear, he used the sound transmission spell to send this sentence to Mo Ran's ears. I can't stay here for long, quickly come to Dragon Blood Mountain to see me. He paused, and added 3 words, you have to be quick. Then, just like how he came, he left like a gust of wind, and disappeared in an instant. These precious chess pieces, and the enchantment of Dragon Mountain, seemed to be unable to stop him. There was even a moment when Mo Ran saw that a cultivator had already grabbed his arm, but in the next moment, Huizue's figure was already far away from the hall door, and that cultivator's hand had nothing in it, only a mass of cold air. The Emperor Ta wanted to rush to catch up, but at this time, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. His expression froze, and he cursed under his breath. At this time, the whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and his eyebrows furrowed. He glanced at Mo Ran, and although he was unwilling, he still pointed his finger in the air. Count yourself lucky, next time you and I will have a chance to fight. Then, he led the rolling waves of chess pieces, and quickly retreated in the direction of the soul-summoning altar. This fierce battle started fiercely, and it also ended quickly. In a moment, Huizue disappeared, and so did the Emperor Ta. There was no one left in the Dragon Soul Palace. Mo Ran chased out of the soul-summoning altar, but saw the Emperor Ta jump up, and rushed towards the center of the dark matrix. Those precious chess pieces followed closely behind, and one by one, they were swallowed up by the boundless darkness in an instant. And that matrix, after the last wave of cultivators entered, immediately shrank and distorted, and dissipated in the night sky, leaving only the Amei moon in the sky, glowing scarlet. The gate of life and death closed. Mo Ran stood on the soul-summoning altar, where the north wind blew. He looked at the boundless night sky, looked at the mess on the ground, and only felt a burst of cold, unable to return to his senses for a long time. All of this was like a dream, but he knew it wasn't. He knew clearly in his heart that everything that happened today was only the beginning. He was a ghost that escaped from the dead. Some things were just a matter of time, and there was no way to escape. The monstrous sins that he had committed were like a sharp sword hanging over his head. Finally, he was going to ask for his punishment and take his life. He seemed to see the Emperor Ta's pair of ferocious red eyes, and he laughed. Atonement. How can I atone? You and I are the same. You will never be able to wash away the blood on your body. He saw the Shui Meng from his previous life screaming at him, Mo Wei Yu. I hate that I can't cut you into pieces. I won't forgive you even in reincarnation. He heard the terrifying sound of Song Chiotong falling into boiling oil, and heard a moment of screaming. He heard Yu Wangxi say that out of the 70 cities of the brilliant Confucian Wind sect, not a single one was a man. He saw Xu Shuanglin standing in front of Yu Wangxi, his face full of determination and anxiety. Ifu. His voice was like a sharp awl piercing the ear. Blood flowed like a stream. Finally, in the swaying light and shadow, in the stench of the past, in the nightmare of yesterday, he saw the figure of a person. It was pure white and peaceful. He stood under the begonia tree, and then turned his head. In the shadows of the sky, he smiled slightly. Mo Ran. I was mean to you, I won't complain even in life or death. He suddenly knelt down. He, who had gone through an entire night of bloody battle, was now in a sorry state, and was covered in blood. Under the reflection of the bright moon in the sky, he was stunned for a moment, and then curled up like an ant. His entire body arched on the ground, and he began to sob and tremble. Shizun. Shizun, he howled in grief. He choked with sobs. It's not like this, that's not me. I beg you. I beg you, that's not me, I want to turn back, I want to start over, I want to pay any price, I'm begging you, I'm willing to take out my heart, as long as you don't let me die in the name of the Emperor Ta. I really, really don't want to be that person anymore. I beg you, he thought of Shui Meng, thought of Shamai. He thought of when he was young, Shui Meng gave him a stick of candied haws, and arrogantly told him that he didn't want to eat it. He thought of when he left, Shui Meng teared up and grabbed his collar, and said to him, Brother, don't lie to me. He thought of when he was young, Shamai came to him with a steaming hot soup, and said to him, Mo Ran, I don't have parents either, so we're going to be a family in the future, okay? He thought of Shamai on the spirit summoning platform, and blood and tears flowed down his eyes. He said, actually, you've never understood me. Then he thought of Shui Zhenyong, and thought of Madame Wang. He thought of how they died in his previous life, and thought of Shui Meng's face, which was immersed in a sea of blood. He thought of Chu Wanning. He suddenly choked with sobs. His fingers dug into the ground so hard that his knuckles were scraped and his skin was torn. What do I do? What do I do? He was like a trapped beast that had been whipped until his skin was torn and his bones were blurred. He howled in despair and grief. At this time, he suddenly understood. Before, he thought that the Emperor Ta was an extra in this world, but what about him? Wasn't it the same? He suddenly didn't know where was the most peaceful in this world. He suddenly didn't know if his old friends were still around, and who could forgive him. He was an extra. He curled up, and he trembled. He wailed, and he hugged himself tightly. Just like many years ago in the mass grave, beside his mother's rotting bones. He cried, and he didn't know where to stop, and he didn't know where his home was. At this moment, he was even more miserable than when he was young. He suddenly wasn't so sure. Mo Weiyu, who exactly was he? The Emperor Ta, Grandmaster Mo. The seventh generation of the Nangong family, the second young master who was picked up at the peak of life and death. He was an unforgivable devil. The kind and righteous Grandmaster. All of a sudden, he shattered into pieces. Each of the pieces was so sharp that it was enough to slice him 1,000 times over and destroy him in one fell swoop. Dead. Alive. He was always alone. I'm not the Emperor Ta. He muttered. It was cold. The soul-summoning platform was too cold. Every inch of his muscles and bones were shivering. He closed his eyes, and tears fell. He sobbed, I'm not the Emperor Ta, what do I do? I really don't know what to do, forgive me, but who should he beg for forgiveness? Chu Wanning. Himself in his previous life. The countless ghosts and vengeful souls that died at his hands. Or the fate of wandering around. No one could give him forgiveness. No one could. He buried his face in his palms. In this empty world, he finally choked with sobs. What the hell? What the hell can I do? 236, after coming out of Jiao Mountain, Mo Ran was like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were slightly blank as he walked forward in silence. Standing in front of a fork in the road, he was in a daze. The great battle was over. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow washed away the darkness of the night. Only the smell of dewdrops and grass remained in the forest, like greasy powder floating in the morning light. He turned around and looked at the towering mountain range. Then he looked at the road in front of him. If he walked straight, he would reach Linling Island. Xuemeng and his uncle were waiting for him there. They were waiting for an explanation, an answer. But he couldn't go there. He had to go to Dragon Blood Mountain. Mo Ran vaguely understood that Master Huizue knew far more than he thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when he saw the Emperor Ta. Perhaps it was because of this that he was increasingly at a loss. He didn't know what was waiting for him. Actually, his mind was in a mess. He didn't have the mood to think. In the end, he only knew numbly, he had to go, because his master was there. Dragon Blood Mountain was located near Wubei Temple. In the early years, monks would occasionally come to the mountain to meditate, practice Zen, and comprehend. But this mountain was often puzzled. Many people said that they encountered ghosts at the top of the mountain. Once they entered, they couldn't come out. So gradually, it became a barren mountain. Mo Ran traveled on his sword. After a day of traveling, he finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Blood Mountain at sunset. He didn't eat or drink all day and was already very tired. So when he saw a stream of clear spring water flowing out from the cypress trees, he walked over and scooped up a handful of water to wash his face. What came down was mud, then melted blood. Finally, his face was revealed, reflected in the rippling water. It wasn't an ugly face, but Mo Ran stared at it for a while. He felt an unspeakable disgust and disgust. He suddenly broke the water surface, shattering the reflection. Then he closed his eyes and rubbed his face in his palms, almost painfully. Was there any perfect method in this world that could completely separate a person's past from their present? Was there any sharp weapon that could remove the rotten memories from his mind? Was there anyone who could save him? Could they tell him that he was not the Emperor Ta, he was just Mo Ran, he was just Mo Weiyu? But when he opened his eyes, the ripples were calm again, and the man in the water was still staring at him with resentment and despair. He knew he had no way out. He got up and went up the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, there was a sudden fog. It was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. At first, Mo Ran thought it was a ghost, but when he sensed it, there was no trace of evil. It was getting late. Occasionally, the sound of cuckoo crying blood could be heard from the woods. The surroundings were getting colder. The sunlight was disappearing bit by bit. The surroundings were getting dark. Master. His voice was slightly hoarse as he walked forward while rubbing his hands. Master Huizue? No one answered him. But the strange thing was that he was climbing the entire way, almost blindly, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. This path was so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if someone had long set up a trap in the depths of the fog, waiting for him to walk into the trap alone. Is there anyone here? The fog gradually dissipated. The scenery in front of him became clearer and clearer. The thick fog fell, and the mountain rocks and vines appeared in front of him. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a flat and open area. Looking back, the path he came from was still covered by the fog. Only this area had lush vegetation and sparse moonlight. He stepped on the withered grass that was full of dew and walked forward. Then, he heard a person's back. Mo Ran was startled for a moment. Then, he ran forward in panic and anxiously called out, Shizun. Chu Wanning had his back to him. He was kneeling beside a cave covered by wisteria. In front of him, Master Huizue was sitting cross-legged with his eyes lowered. His expression was sorrowful and silent. Shizun. He was suddenly at a loss for words because he saw Chu Wanning turn around. His eyelashes were wet, and there were traces of tears on his face. Mo Ran was stunned. What's wrong with you? Chu Wanning didn't speak. He had been suppressing himself. Since a long time ago, he had been high and mighty, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if when he was born, he was an elder, an immortal. There was no time when he was young or weak. Mo ran, but this time, he used all his strength, but only opened his mouth to say 2 words. He couldn't hold back his sobs anymore and overflowed from his lips. Mo Ran murmured as he walked forward. He walked to his side, knelt down, and hugged him tightly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? As he spoke, he lowered his head and stroked Chu Waning's hair. Chu Waning's body was very cold, but now that he had found him and was able to hold him in his arms, Mo Ran felt very warm in his heart. Every moment of peace he had was stolen. Every word he said to Chu Waning was the wrong charity of the heavens. If he could get a little more, he would treat it as a treasure and didn't dare to take it lightly. Okay. He was clearly so helpless, but he still hugged Chu Waning in his broad and warm chest and comforted him. It's okay, I'm here. I'm here. As Mo Ran spoke, he kissed Chu Waning's forehead. And at this moment, he suddenly realized that Chu Waning, who was lying in his arms and restraining himself, was still trembling and crying. His fingers were clutching his lapels tightly. He looked very much like that little junior brother in the Peach Blossom Spring who would never appear again. No one was born strong, and Chu Waning should also have been like that when he was young. Mo Ran's heart trembled as he vaguely understood something. As he hugged the slightly trembling Chu Waning, he kept kissing him and stroking his hair while looking at Master Huizue. The old monk was sitting on a huge, cold rock. His brows were furrowed and his eyelashes were drooping. His eyes were half closed, and there was no light in them. He was holding a begonia flower in his hand and leaning it forward slightly, as if he was going to give it to someone. But that person must have rejected his good intentions. The flower had already withered, and only a few had yet to wither from the branches. Huizue had passed away. This person, who hid many myths and mysteries, didn't have any relief on his face at the last moment. His expression was one of pain. 236, after coming out of Jiao Mountain, Mo Ran was like a wooden sculpture. His eyes were slightly blank as he walked forward in silence. Standing in front of a fork in the road, he was in a daze. The great battle was over. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow washed away the darkness of the night. Only the smell of dewdrops and grass remained in the forest, like greasy powder floating in the morning light. He turned around and looked at the towering mountain range. Then he looked at the road in front of him. If he walked straight, he would reach Linling Island. Shuemeng and his uncle were waiting for him there. They were waiting for an explanation, an answer. But he couldn't go there. He had to go to Dragon Blood Mountain. Mo Ran vaguely understood that Master Huizue knew far more than he thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm when he saw the Emperor Ta. Perhaps it was because of this that he was increasingly at a loss. He didn't know what was waiting for him. Actually, his mind was in a mess. He didn't have the mood to think. In the end, he only knew numbly, he had to go, because his master was there. Dragon Blood Mountain was located near Wubei Temple. In the early years, monks would occasionally come to the mountain to meditate, practice Zen, and comprehend. But this mountain was often puzzled. Many people said that they encountered ghosts at the top of the mountain. Once they entered, they couldn't come out. So gradually, it became a barren mountain. Mo Ran traveled on his sword. After a day of traveling, he finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Blood Mountain at sunset. He didn't eat or drink all day and was already very tired. So when he saw a stream of clear spring water flowing out from the cypress trees, he walked over and scooped up a handful of water to wash his face. What came down was mud, then melted blood. Finally, his face was revealed, reflected in the rippling water. It wasn't an ugly face, but Mo Ran stared at it for a while. He felt an unspeakable disgust and disgust. He suddenly broke the water surface, shattering the reflection. Then he closed his eyes and rubbed his face in his palms, almost painfully. Was there any perfect method in this world that could completely separate a person's past from their present? Was there any sharp weapon that could remove the rotten memories from his mind? Was there anyone who could save him? Could they tell him that he was not the Emperor Ta, he was just Mo Ran, he was just Mo Weiyu? But when he opened his eyes, the ripples were calm again, and the man in the water was still staring at him with resentment and despair. He knew he had no way out. He got up and went up the mountain. When they were halfway up the mountain, there was a sudden fog. It was so thick that they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. At first, Mo Ran thought it was a ghost, but when he sensed it, there was no trace of evil. It was getting late. Occasionally, the sound of cuckoo crying blood could be heard from the woods. The surroundings were getting colder. The sunlight was disappearing bit by bit. The surroundings were getting dark. Master. His voice was slightly hoarse as he walked forward while rubbing his hands. Master Huizue? No one answered him. But the strange thing was that he was climbing the entire way, almost blindly, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. This path was so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. It was as if someone had long set up a trap in the depths of the fog, waiting for him to walk into the trap alone. Is there anyone here? The fog gradually dissipated. The scenery in front of him became clearer and clearer. The thick fog fell, and the mountain rocks and vines appeared in front of him. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a flat and open area. Looking back, the path he came from was still covered by the fog. Only this area had lush vegetation and sparse moonlight. He stepped on the withered grass that was full of dew and walked forward. Then, he heard a person's back. Mo Ran was startled for a moment. Then, he ran forward in panic and anxiously called out, Shizun. Chu Wanning had his back to him. He was kneeling beside a cave covered by wisteria. In front of him, Master Huizue was sitting cross-legged with his eyes lowered. His expression was sorrowful and silent. Shizun. You, he was suddenly at a loss for words because he saw Chu Wanning turn around. His eyelashes were wet, and there were traces of tears on his face. Mo Ran was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Wanning didn't speak. He had been suppressing himself. Since a long time ago, he had been high and mighty, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if when he was born, he was an elder, an immortal. There was no time when he was young or weak. Mo ran, but this time, he used all his strength, but only opened his mouth to say 2 words. He couldn't hold back his sobs anymore and overflowed from his lips. Mo Ran murmured as he walked forward. He walked to his side, knelt down, and hugged him tightly. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and stroked Chu Wanning's hair. Chu Wanning's body was very cold, but now that he had found him and was able to hold him in his arms, Mo Ran felt very warm in his heart. Every moment of peace he had was stolen. Every word he said to Chu Wanning was the wrong charity of the heavens. If he could get a little more, he would treat it as a treasure and didn't dare to take it lightly. Okay. He was clearly so helpless, but he still hugged Chu Wanning in his broad and warm chest and comforted him. "It's okay, I'm here. I'm here." As Mo Ran spoke, he kissed Chu Wanning's forehead. And at this moment, he suddenly realized that Chu Wanning, who was lying in his arms and restraining himself, was still trembling and crying. His fingers were clutching his lapels tightly. He looked very much like that little junior brother in the Peach Blossom Spring who would never appear again. No one was born strong, and Chu Wanning should also have been like that when he was young. Mo Ran's heart trembled as he vaguely understood something. As he hugged the slightly trembling Chu Wanning, he kept kissing him and stroking his hair while looking at Master Huizue. The old monk was sitting on a huge, cold rock. His brows were furrowed and his eyelashes were drooping. His eyes were half closed, and there was no light in them. He was holding a begonia flower in his hand and leaning it forward slightly, as if he was going to give it to someone. But that person must have rejected his good intentions. The flower had already withered, and only a few had yet to wither from the branches. Huizue had passed away. This person, who hid many myths and mysteries, didn't have any relief on his face at the last moment. His expression was one of pain. He felt that this scene was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Until the dust at the city gate flew, a group of people galloped over. They were wearing headbands, carrying feathered arrows, and riding thin horses. One of the young men suddenly pulled the reins and rolled off the horse. He rushed toward a corpse at the city gate and kept shouting, "Father! Father!" Mo Ran was shocked and felt a chill on his back. This is the illusion of the Peach Blossom Spring? This is Ji Yulin and in the flames of war. 237. Unlike when he was in the Peach Blossom Spring, this time he was no longer involved. He was just a bystander, and no one in the memory could see him. He walked to the cavalryman, lowered his head, and looked at the young man who was crying while touching the corpse. A blue vein in his skull kept twitching and throbbing. He felt a chill down his spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Seeing this scene again, he knew very well what kind of role the young man played in the end in Lin En. He betrayed Shizun, the young master of the prefecture. In order to bring his adoptive father back to life, he did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the entire city. Young man, the dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be too sad. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back quickly. No. I'm not going anywhere. I want my father. He went to find food for me, so he died. I'm sorry for him. Dad. Mo Ran stared at the young man. Who was this person? Was he Huizue's father? Or, his eyes fell on young man's left hand. There was a black mole the size of a grain of rice between the thumb and index finger of her left hand. He suddenly thought of Master Huizue's hand. It was also in the same position. There was also a mole in the exact same place. Mo Ran was shocked. At this time, the distant voice slowly sounded again. I was born in Lin, and when I was young, I had no parents and was adopted by a groom in the prefecture. When I was 14 years old, the ghost world cracked, and Lin and suffered. There was no rice or food at home. I was hungry, so my adoptive father took the risk to go out of the city to find food for me. He didn't come back in the evening. He was frightened. Huizue, was he really the young man from 200 years ago? Huizue said softly, when I went out of the city and found him, he had been killed by evil spirits. His intestines were overflowing, and his eyes were pecked out by crows. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. Mo Ran's ears were buzzing. He followed young man into the city. At that time, Lin was cracked, and the Ghost King threatened everyone to hand over Shizun. He had seen all these things once before, but when he saw them again, he still felt that they were miserable and desolate, and that people's hearts were sinister. He saw that on the night of the incident, young man begged everyone not to kill her foster father. She begged the housekeeper to let her wait for Shizun to come back and see if she could leave her father's body intact. I beg you, just wait a little longer. The young master will be back soon. I'll definitely keep an eye on his corpse. If he rises, I'll definitely stop him. I beg you. You won't be able to stop him if he revives. You need to know what's more important. No. Don't tear him apart, please don't tear him apart. In the torrential rain, young man kept kneeling and kowtowing. Her head and face were covered with blood, but she still couldn't stop it. Her father's body was violently pulled out of her arms and dragged out of the government office by the steward of the government office. They surrounded the body, which could change at any time. Young man's sight was blocked. After a while, she saw the blood flowing out from under the feet of the crowd, which was instantly washed into a light pink by the heavy rain. I was selfish at that time. I only felt disheartened and full of resentment toward everyone, so I betrayed Lin and recommended myself to be the Ghost King's subordinate. I wanted to revenge on them. As he narrated, Mo Ran once again saw the scene that had once shaken him to the core. The mother ate the child's intestines. The townspeople betrayed their hero. Shizun knelt on the stone steps in front of the city god temple, bent into the mud, and cried silently. He saw the mob escorting Shizun to the temple. Like vultures eating rotten meat, they surrounded him in a mass. In order to prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice Shizun's life. He saw Shizun take out his heart and spiritual nucleus together and hand them to the scattered people who were crying for him. He told them to leave here as soon as possible and not to stay any longer. Young man also saw all of this. Later, I went to the ghost realm. Many times when I was alone, I would think of Child Chu's miserable situation at that time, think of his heart, and think of how he used to treat us well. Every time I think of this, I feel uneasy, and I can't escape the condemnation in my heart. Huizue paused. His voice became extremely pained. I am a traitor. Mo Ran couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Sometimes, good and evil were just a matter of a thought. Some people actually regretted it the moment the knife was stabbed, but so what? There was no way to retreat. Not long after, I heard that Shizun's soul entered the nether world. He was a good man. Although his cultivation didn't reach the peak and he couldn't become an immortal, it was enough for him to enter the reincarnation cycle. He would be rich in the next life and enjoy a peaceful life. But he didn't leave. His child and his wife were torn apart because of the catastrophe that year. He went to the nether world and begged, willing to use his 3 lives of good fortune in exchange for the release of his wife and child. But in the end, it didn't go so smoothly. Mo Ran saw Huizue running around the ghost realm. He was ashamed and couldn't face Shizun, so he carefully avoided Shizun. But he tried his best to pull the ghost soldiers and ask, "What about the wife and child? What did the nether world say in the end? Can you think of a way to piece together their souls and let them enter the reincarnation cycle? Can you think of a way? I beg you. I beg you to help child Shizun think of a way. We can discuss the price." A ghost soldier laughed at him. "I've heard of your glorious deeds. Didn't you help the 9th prince and kill Shizun's family? Why did you suddenly change your mind when you came to the nether world? Are you afraid that Shizun will become a ghost and come to settle the score with you?" Mo Ran followed behind Huizue, watching him beg and kneel to many people. Perhaps they shouldn't be called people, but ghosts. But most of the time, the nature of people and ghosts was actually the same. Just like what Chu Wanning said, the soul may change its character, hobby, and temperament, but its nature would never change because of the reincarnation cycle. Huizue asked around about the reincarnation of Shizun's wife and child, and the 9th prince soon found out. Lord 9 had lost one of his eyes when he fought with Shizun. He had long hated Shizun. When he heard that his subordinate young man secretly asked about the method of reincarnation for her former master out of guilt, he couldn't help but be furious. He took back the token that allowed Huizue to freely travel to and from the ghost realm, ordered him to return to the human world, and took away Huizue's eternal life as a ghost soldier. Go back to the world of the living. When all the chi of the nether world in you dissipates, you will die. After death, you will fall into the infernal hell forever, and your soul will never be reincarnated. The 9th prince stared at Huizue with the only eye that could still be used. "This is the price you pay for helping the old master." The darkness of the nether world disappeared. Mo Ran heard the patter of rain. It was spring, and the drizzle was soft, moistening the green buds. He saw Huizue walking in the spring rain with his hair down as a monk. I returned to the human world. At this time, 100 years had passed in the human world. Although the Ghost King took away my token, the remaining yin qi in my body allowed me to return to the ghost realm at midnight, when the yin qi was at its strongest. However, if I stayed for too long, the consumption would be great. In fact, I am still very afraid of death, so I dare not stay in the ghost realm for too long. Only when I really need some clues and help, will I secretly return to the nether world. Mo Ran listened to his narration and looked at Huizue, who was walking alone in the bamboo forest. Plum blossoms were lying in the snow in winter, and lotus flowers were listening to the rain in summer. He walked alone, from 10,000 trees to the frosty forest. His hemp shoes were worn out one after another. Huizue searched everywhere and inquired, hoping to find a little bit of record that could give the mother and son whose souls he destroyed a chance to reincarnate. Huizue said, "That is also a chance for me to redeem some of my sins." Others might not feel anything and only think that Huizue was ridiculous, but when Mo Ran heard this, his eyes suddenly became wet. Atonement. Everyone who made a mistake and wanted to repent was like a fish thirsting for water, eager to atone for their sins. He was like this, and so was Huizue. They were not good people. Their hands were dripping with blood, and there were broken heads at their feet. How to atone for their sins? Using the hands that had once killed people to put life into the pool of merit, could their sins be written off? He hoped that the good and evil of the human world, and the karma of good and bad, could be so simple. But he knew that was not the case. I have been in the human world for almost 100 years. Huizue sighed slowly. In these 100 years, I helped when there was trouble, I saved when there was trouble. I knew that it was useless. No matter how many good deeds I accumulated, I would still go to purgatory after death and suffer all kinds of torment. But I just wanted to make myself feel better. I just thought that if Master was still in the human world, he would definitely, worry about people's worries and make things difficult for people, right? In these 100 years, many past events flowed by. He saw Huizue carrying a blind orphan walking in the mountains. He saw him helping in the fields. He saw Huizue mending old clothes under a lonely lamp, but he donated all his money to repair the village that was destroyed by evil spirits. Master Chu has never been reincarnated. Later on, I plucked a brilliant begonia in the human world. Thinking that this was his and his wife's favorite flower, I felt dizzy and mustered up the courage to go to the ghost world to see him once. The result was needless to say. He shut me out and told me not to come back in the future. In the picture, Huizue stood in the alley of the ghost world, his thin back. At this time, his back was already faintly hunched. I didn't dare to annoy him, so I never appeared in front of him again. But he didn't throw away the begonia. I thought that he might still like things in the human world. He couldn't find it in the netherworld, so I asked someone to give it to him. I hoped that his hatred for me would lessen because of this, even if it was just a little bit. Later on, I heard that Madame Chu's soul could recover, but it would take some time. But Master Chu's 3 souls and 7 spirits had already been shattered. I'm afraid that he would no longer exist in heaven and earth. After hearing this news, I felt even more guilty and regretful, until one day, I got something. On a moonlit spring mountain, on the smoky wave river, Huizue sat in the cabin of the boat. The sparks of the fishing fire were reflected in the river, and also reflected the object in his hand. Mo Ran walked over to take a look. He sat down next to Huizue. When he got closer, he realized that it was a piece of wood. The wood grew strangely. The branches of other trees had rough bark and fine lines, but this one didn't. It was only the size of a palm. The bark was smooth and delicate, exuding a faint luster. Even in the illusion, Mo Ran seemed to be able to feel that this piece of wood seemed to be flowing with a kind of delicate fragrance. Divine wood of Yang Emperor. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the piece of broken branch that was flowing with splendor in disbelief. This is Divine wood of Yang Emperor. Legend has it that at the end of the East Sea, where no one has ever reached, the sacred tree that grew for thousands of years. Mo Ran had lived 2 lives and traveled the Jianghu for many years. How could he not know the legend of Divine wood of Yang Emperor? It could revive the dead and make flesh grow on bones. It could be refined into a divine weapon that was more powerful than a divine weapon. It could even help mortals to ascend, directly escape the suffering of reincarnation, and become immortals forever. Huizue obviously also knew about these rumors. He said softly, the divine wood has a spirit. If it is refined into a spirit core, it will not only allow one to ascend, but also become an immortal. I will no longer be cursed in purgatory. From now on, I will be free. Mo Ran suddenly remembered the rumors about Huizue. It was said that he rejected the invitation of the heavenly realm and stayed in the human world forever. Could it be that the truth was that he failed to refine divine wood of Yang Emperor? I really want to take this piece of divine wood for my own use. For a period of time, I even thought that this was the will of the heavens. The heavens took pity on me and forgave me. They didn't want me to fall into hell and suffer, so they let this piece of divine wood come to my side by chance. In the cabin, Huizue stroked the piece of divine wood, his eyes flashing with desire and confusion. His expression was so contradictory, just like the voice that echoed in Mo Ran's ears. But, I once read in an ancient book that divine wood of Yang Emperor is the same as Nua's remains. With this piece of divine wood, you can create a living person. 238. What? Mo Ran was shocked and took half a step back. If he wasn't an incorporeal person in this scroll of memories, he would have knocked over the fishing basket and net rope beside him. Can Emperor Yang's divine wood create a living person? Emperor Yang's wood, Nua's earth, and Fuxia's zither. These 3 items were originally the 3 emperors' divine weapons. Their spiritual power is extremely pure. It is said that the first batch of immeasurable immortals were created from these divine weapons. I obtained a piece of Emperor Yang's wood. Even if I don't have Shizun's supernatural power, it's not difficult to create a human. Just like how after the death of Tongtian Grand Preceptor, his mother used the lotus root to reconstruct his body. I finally made up my mind to use this piece of divine wood to carve young Master Chu's appearance. Mo Ran only felt that the world was spinning and his vision was dizzy. Carve into young Master Chu's Chulan's appearance. Huizue said, I want to give you a son. Mo Ran's throat was extremely dry as if there was something stuck in it. After a long time, he muttered, impossible. In the scroll of pictures, the evening bell of Wubei Temple rang and twilight gathered. The tired birds also returned to their nests. The monks' robes fluttered in the wind as they passed under the veranda. Master Huizue sat in the meditation room with the doors and windows tightly shut. Accompanied by the oil lamp and ancient Buddha statue, he carefully carved little by little. He didn't dare to recklessly carve. Before using Emperor Yang's divine wood to create a living person, he had carved hundreds and thousands of dolls until they were exactly the same as the Chulan in his memory. That night, he finally carefully took out the Emperor Yang's wood. After looking at it for a long time, he carefully made the first cut. Wood shavings fluttered and fell to the ground, scattering into golden powder. With every stroke, he put in all his effort. With every stroke, he saw the figures of the 2 old friends. 100 years went by under the carving knife. The old monk buried his head very low, as if his neck had been crushed by sin. I went into seclusion and spent 5 years in the temple before I finally finished carving Chulan. Mo Ran stiffly walked towards Huizue. He watched the monk slowly put down the carving knife. It was the last stroke. Huizue brushed off the dust. Huizue trembled as he stroked the face and clothes of the carved boy. He cried and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the wooden statue. Mo Ran stared blankly at the small statue on the table. The divine wood as the body, gilt as the blade. It was a small figure, but it was Chu Waning's childhood appearance. At this time, it was evening, and the bell rang. Only the last bit of the bloody color of the setting sun was left between heaven and earth. It shone through the window lattice and shone on the table. The evening bell rang throughout the temple. Outside the courtyard, there were monks burning cypress wood and pine leaves. The strong fragrance was tinged with some bitterness and coldness. Night was approaching, and the Buddhist temple was peaceful. I'll call you Chu Waning. Huizue whispered to the wooden statue after the last stroke of the great bell. He bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood full of metal spiritual energy. In an instant, the room was filled with brilliant light. Mo Ran's eyelashes trembled in the light. He closed his eyes. His eyelids trembled as he tried to see everything in the light. But because of his tears, the light was blinding. He couldn't see anything clearly. When he was stabbed until he closed his eyes, Mo Ran was thinking. Chu Waning already knew everything. How much pain must his heart be in? He wasn't alive. He had no parents. He was just a piece of dead wood and a drop of blood. He lived for more than 30 years without knowing anything. The sacred wood has a spirit. After I dripped my blood and became a human, it really turned into young Master Chulan's appearance as I wished. I raised him in the temple and took him as my disciple. Slowly, he grew up and began to ask me about his life and where he came from. Mo Ran saw the young Chu Waning sitting beside Master Huizue. He ate candied haws and asked, Master, you always said that you carried me back from the snow. Where did you carry me back? Huizue's gaze was cast toward the distant mountain. He was lost in thought for a while. Then, he sighed and said 2 words. Lin, en. So I'm from Lin En? Yes. But I've never left the temple. I don't know what Lin En is like. Chu Wanning seemed a little depressed. Master, I want to go down the mountain and take a look outside. I want to see Lin En. The illusion gradually faded. Wubei Temple was far away. What followed was the brilliant summer scenery of Jiangnan. It was June. The lotus flowers in the lotus pond were delicate and upright. The fragrance assailed the nose. Chu Wanning, who was a size smaller than Xiaosini, walked on the bluestone road. Huizue followed behind him. Wanning, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Chu Wanning turned around with a smile. It was a tender and carefree smile that Mo Ran had never seen before. Okay, I'll wait for you. At that time, Chu Wanning was wearing a small grey monk's robe. His hair was tied into a small bun. There was a lotus leaf on his head. The lotus leaf was still stained with some crystal clear dew, which made Chu Wanning's face look purer and brighter. Huizue walked to him and held his hand. Okay, you've seen Shizi Lake. Where do you want to go next? Let's go and eat something, okay? Then. Huizue paused. Let's go to the city. They entered the city hand in hand. Mo Ran walked beside them. He looked at Chu Wanning with the lotus leaf on his head. It didn't even reach his knees. He felt pity and sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hand. Although he knew that he couldn't touch the person in the illusion, he still reached out and touched Chu Wanning's head. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning suddenly stopped in her tracks upon touching him. Huizue asked kindly, "What's wrong?" Chu Wanning raised his head and looked up. His eyes were as clear as two springs under the sun. They fell on Mo Ran. Mo Ran was almost stunned. He could only hear his heart thumping and his blood rushing. He felt that it was incredible, but he secretly looked forward to it. What's that? Chu Wanning let go of Huizue's hand and walked towards Mo Ran. The more Mo Ran looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had never seen Chu Wanning so carefree. He couldn't help but bend down and open his arms, wanting to hug him. However, Chu Wanning directly passed through his illusory figure. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw that the child had walked to a dessert shop behind him. He was looking up at the stall owner who opened the bamboo cage. Smoke rose in spirals, revealing a light pink cake inside. Mo Ran's heart relaxed, but then he felt a trace of disappointment. It was really just a coincidence. He walked over with Huizue. Seeing that Huizue was coming, Chu Wanning smiled and said, "Shizun, this pastry looks delicious. Do you want to try it?" "Can I?" Huizue's expression seemed to be a bit absent-minded. "You all really like it," Chu Wanning heard and opened his eyes wide. He asked innocently, "Who likes it?" Huizue pursed his lips and said, "It's nothing." Shizun just thought of an old friend. He took out his money and bought 3 glutinous rice cakes. He thoughtfully watched Chu Wanning take a bite. The steam rose and blurred the child's face. The past was like a river, rolling by. Huizue sighed softly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his sleeve was gently pulled. He lowered his head and saw that the cake was split in half. The red bean paste inside was delicate and soft, exuding heat and the fragrance of the dessert. "Shizun, half for me." "The big one for Shizun." "Why do you give me the big one?" "The taller you are, the more you eat." Mo Ran watched as Huizue took the cake and stood by the stall with Chu Wanning, eating snacks and talking. He was silent for a moment, standing under the bright sunshine of Lin En, and smiled slightly. It hurt. But he also felt that there was spring water flowing in his heart. He felt that in the face of such a Chu Wanning, no one would not be soft-hearted and not like him. He was the most obedient and best child in the world. The flourishing sunshine in front of him faded again. This time, the new picture scroll did not appear immediately. Mo Ran stood in the darkness, and Huizue's empty voice sounded like a ghost in his ears. I get along with him all day long, teach him to read, and preach to him. But what I care most about is his magic. I still haven't forgotten that I created such a child in order to finally return him to my benefactor. I planned from the beginning that when Chu Wanning grew up and his spiritual power and body could bear it, I would take him to the world of spirits and souls. Huizue paused, and his voice became lower. Take him there and melt the remaining broken soul of young Master Chu Lan into his body. Mo Ran, yes. Huizue said hoarsely. At that time, I felt that it was not wrong to do so. What is Chu Wanning? He's not a real living person. He's just a piece of wood, a wooden sculpture. I gave him life and taught him how to conduct himself in this world. But in the end, what flows in his body is not real blood, and what's covering his muscles and bones is not real flesh. Mo Ran was already brooding. When he heard Huizue say this, he could not help but shout, no. But what was the use? Huizue could not hear his indignant refutation. The monk's voice was still like a whirlpool, dragging Mo Ran into a deeper and more painful whirlpool. Chu Wanning is superfluous. He has no life, no soul.
No.
Why does the sacred wood have no soul? He has life, he has a soul. He is not a human. He is not like a human. Mo Ran howled like a trapped beast in the illusion. Huizue, you raised him, you looked after him every day. Isn't he a living person? How is he different from you and me? But Huizue was still muttering to himself, as numb as when chanting sutras in front of Buddha. Words that had been tempered thousands of times came out of his mouth. It was unknown whether he was sincerely worshipping Buddha, or just trying to numb the intense pain in his heart. He is a physical body that I carved for Chu Wanning. Only when Chu Wanning's soul lives in it, can Chu Wanning be considered a complete human. Mo Ran felt his hair stand on end. He did not know what happened next, but he felt like he was going crazy. He ran in the darkness, but everywhere was an abyss. There was no source. He kept muttering, and his muttering turned into a roar, no. You can't destroy him, Huizue. He has a soul in his body. He is a living person. He knelt down. He was suddenly so scared, even more scared than when the truth of his previous life was revealed. He was suddenly afraid that Huizue would take Chu Wanning to the world of spirits and souls, cut open his chest, and merge the spiritual core with Chu Wanning's soul. What about the original Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning's sacred wood spirit would leave. Where could he go in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Heaven, earth, clouds, and the netherworld. He would not be taken in anywhere. No. Huizue, you can't. Mo Ran stammered, and his lips turned pale. You can't. How could he not have a soul? How could he not be a living person? That child who ran and jumped on the road with a smile on his face. That child who carefully broke open the flour cakes, gave the big one to his master, and ate the small one himself. He was still so young, but he was more affectionate and righteous than many people. He was not inferior to any life form formed from flesh and blood. How could he not be a living person? However, Mo Ran's desperate pleas and cries could not wake Huizue. Huizue's century-old knot was here. He felt that he owed Chuzun's family. He had gone through untold hardships to create such an artificial body. How could he let it go wrongly? As the days passed, Chu Wanning slowly grew up. He was Chu Lan's reincarnated body. I was 100 times more worried about his life than I was about my own safety. So for so many years, I only brought him to Lin and for a few months when he was 5 or 6 years old. After that, I never took a step out of the boundary of Wubei Temple. Huizue sighed and continued, sometimes I wonder if the worldly affairs I showed him were pitifully little. He lived until he was 14 years old, and besides Linten, he had never been anywhere else. From the beginning to the end, all he had was the world in Wubei Temple's Zen temple, the size of spring and autumn. His eyes finally lit up again. It was a moonlit night. Mo Ran first saw Huizue standing at the door of the meditation room, looking out of the courtyard. He also hurried over. Under the frosty moonlight, he saw the 14-year-old Chu Wanning practicing his sword. Begonia flowers fluttered in the air. The young man in white looked like an immortal under the reflection of the petals and the cold moon. Huizue's voice still lingered in his ears, along with the sharp sound of the sword breaking through the air. But I also feel that it's not necessarily a bad thing to see less. There are too many sufferings in the world. If this spirit of the sacred tree is destined to only live for a short 10 years, and then be replaced by Chulan, then living an easy, honest, and magnanimous life, I wonder if the suffering of the mortal world would be more benevolent. The sword dance ended. The petals fell. Chu Wanning put the long sword behind his arm and raised 2 fingers on his other hand, concentrating. He calmed his slightly rapid breathing and raised his head. When he saw Huizue looking at him, he smiled. The evening breeze brushed the hair on his forehead, making it itchy. He gently blew on it, trying to blow away the strands of hair that kept tickling his face. But it was obviously useless, so in the end, he could only use his hand to brush it away. He looked back at Huizue with his dark phoenix eyes. That was also the direction where Mo Ran was standing. Master. Millimeter. Not bad. Huizue nodded. Come here, I'll test the progress of your spiritual nucleus. Chu Wanning walked over without hesitation. He pulled open his snow-white sleeve and handed his hand to Huizue. After testing, Huizue said, it's very strong, but it's still a little unstable. Practice more. Before winter, you should be able to achieve great success. Chu Wanning smiled. Thank you, Master. When he said this, Mo Ran didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see Huizue's shoulders tremble slightly. But in the end, Huizue didn't say anything, didn't express anything, and didn't change anything. He turned around and went into the house. Mo Ran stood in the same place. He didn't look at Huizue in the house anymore. He looked at Chu Wanning with extreme longing, urgency, and greed. He didn't know when he would disappear. He was still clean, pure, and even gentle. How could this kind of person not have a spirit soul? His gaze fell, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Chu Wanning's chest rising and falling under his pure white robes. Mo Ran suddenly thought of something. He suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was as if a huge rock had been dropped on his chest, and thousands of waves surged. No, he took a step back. But what could he do? His memories had already reached out with their claws and grabbed at his organs. He remembered. Chu Wanning had a scar on his chest. His heart had been cut open before. Mo Ran trembled. The Chu Wanning in front of him was dancing with a sword under the moonlight, stepping on flying flowers. So handsome. But he felt as if a bucket of ice had been dropped into his stomach. He couldn't help but shudder. His chest had been cut open before. So did Huizue really do it in the end? He really brought Chu Wanning to the world of spirits and souls and merged the fragments of Chulan's soul into Chu Wanning's heart. So the original Chu Wanning was long gone. So, he hugged his head. He curled up on the ground. He trembled, not daring to think about it anymore. It hurt. His heart hurt so much. He would rather be the one whose heart was dug out. He would rather be the one whose original spirit soul was stripped away. Chu Wanning. He was so good. Why did he have to suffer so much? In the end, he was judged as not a living person, and was treated as a lifeless body by the Creator to carry another life. Then who was his master? Was it Chu Lan, or Chu Wanning? Mo Ran felt like he was going crazy. His head hurt, and he even felt dizzy and nauseous. He didn't know how long he had been sitting in the same spot. Then, the sky darkened, and the meditation room and the flowering trees disappeared. Chu Wanning also faded away. Huizue's voice slowly flowed in the darkness. He said, when Chu Wanning was 14 years old, the time was gradually ripe. I planned to bring him to the world of spirits and souls in another year to merge his soul with Chu Wanning. 239, Mo Ran listened blankly and stiffly. He had already stopped shouting. He sat in his original place, his eyes staring straight ahead. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but during that time, the lower cultivation world had a serious fissure. Refugees were everywhere, and there were starving people in the wild. The scene before him brightened up again. It was early winter. Fine snow fell from the lead grey sky. A mountain road slowly appeared in front of Mo Ran. The road was covered with a layer of white frost and fresh snow. There were also crisscrossing carriage tracks. I didn't expect that one day, when he and I went to the foot of the mountain to collect spirit stones, we would meet a child who was about to starve to death. Mo Ran continued to watch numbly. Chu Wanning and Huizue appeared on the mountain road. Chu Wanning had a basket on his back. Inside it were spiritual stones. He wore a cotton winter cloak and walked beside Huizue. Shizun. Suddenly, Chu Wanning stopped and turned his head to look at the grassy slope. There seems to be someone there. Let's go take a look. The two of them walked over together. Chu Wanning's slender, white, and clean fingers parted the grass. He was shocked and slightly opened his phoenix eyes. It's a child. He immediately turned his head and said to Huizue, Shizun, come quickly. Look at him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong? Whether it was Huizue or Mo Ran, it could be seen at a glance. That child was dirty and smelly. His clothes were thin and ragged. If he took off those clothes, he definitely wouldn't be able to put them back on. They were full of holes. To put it bluntly, the dogs in the temple ate leftovers and lived a better life than this child. If it weren't for the fact that the child was still moaning and breathing, there would be no difference between him and a pile of rotten meat. What's wrong? What else could it be? Every time in front of a great disaster, human strength was so insignificant. Not to mention the death of a child, it wasn't a rare thing to eat a child. Only Chu Wanning, who grew up in a temple, could ask such a stupid question in a daze. Huizue frowned and said, don't worry about it. Go back first. I'm here to see him. Chu Wanning trusted his master, so he immediately stood up obediently. But before he could leave, a dirty little hand tugged at the hem of his cloak. That hand was so powerless that the pulling force was so weak, like a little puppy gently scratching. Chu Wanning lowered her head and saw a dirty little face with indistinguishable facial features. The child's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, as if another snowflake falling from the sky would crush him to death. Rice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment and didn't react. What? Rice. The child whimpered. His face was completely black, and there were only 2 spots of white in his eyes. He trembled as he made a gesture of eating rice and said sorrowfully, eat. Outside the scroll, Mo Ran blinked his eyes and came back to half of his senses. But his mind was still numb. He couldn't react quickly, but he vaguely felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He stared straight at it. And inside the scroll, Chu Wanning was already stunned. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He finally understood what was going on. At first, he was at a loss and couldn't believe it. Then he became flustered and anxious. He only knew that the world was beautiful, but he had never seen a child who was so thin that only his skin was left. He was like a kitten or puppy that was about to starve to death, curled up in the grass on a snowy day. The only thing on his body that could resist the cold was a rag that was too cold to wear in summer. Tugging at him, he only said 2 words. Rice, and eat. Huizue sternly said, "You go back first." But this time, Chu Wanning didn't listen. He looked at the child who was like a dirty little dog and felt extremely distressed. He hurriedly took off his cloak and wrapped it around the child's body. He was burning with anxiety, as if the one who was suffering wasn't the child, but himself. He said, "Are you hungry?" "Wait, I have rice porridge here, I have rice porridge." He went to ask Huizue for it, but Huizue frowned. "I want you to go back. This is not something you should care about." "Why shouldn't I care?" Chu Wanning was at a loss. He is so pitiful. Shizun, do you see? He just wants to ask for something to eat. If he continues like this, he will starve or freeze to death. When he said this, he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. He muttered, "What is going on? Didn't they say that the world is peaceful? Why is it?" "Go back." Chu Wanning was stunned. He didn't know why Huizue would suddenly act like this. In the end, he bit his lip and said, "I want to feed him some rice porridge." I couldn't persuade him, so I agreed. Huizue's empty voice carried a bit of a sigh. Together with the boundless wind and snow, it drifted into Mo Ran's ears. "I gave him a flask of rice porridge and allowed him to personally treat the child who came without warning. At that time, I didn't know how this would make Chu Wanning feel, or what choice he would make. At that time, I didn't know anything." Mo Ran stared blankly as Chu Wanning opened the flask and brought it to the child's mouth. The child hungrily leaned over, but couldn't suck. He was already on the verge of starvation and didn't have any extra strength. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved. He suddenly felt as if a seed had sprouted in his skull, bursting out of the mud. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him was so familiar. He looked. He was coming back to his senses. Then, at a certain point, a flood dragon broke through the waves, and the clouds and water rolled. He suddenly stood up, his fingers clenched into a fist. He remembered. "It's you?" He hurriedly ran towards Chu Wanning in the picture scroll, his pupils rapidly shrinking. "You're him. It's him. You actually. He couldn't continue. He suddenly covered his eyes with his arm. His throat was full of bitterness. He never would have thought. It was actually Chu Wanning. The child who was about to freeze to death in the haystack was him who had crawled down from the mass grave after burying his mother. He had nowhere to go and was begging everywhere. The illusion overlapped with the memory. Mo Ran never forgot that snowy day, the boy who took off his cloak and wrapped it around him. Chu Wanning asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Can't drink it." Little Mo Ran couldn't say anything more. He only let out a weak whimper from his throat. He narrowed his dark eyes and looked at him weakly. "Then I'll pour it out for you. Don't mind." He opened the pot and the porridge was in the boy's palm. He carefully handed it over. He looked a little hesitant, probably because he felt that it was a little dirty. Maybe the child wouldn't be willing to drink it. But he was thinking too much. Dirty? From Lini to Wubei Temple, Mo Ran drank river water, rainwater, and the turbid liquid in the pond. He ate wild fruits, leftovers, and when he was most helpless, he even swallowed earthworms, licked ants, and ate soil. He crawled on the ground and leaned over to drink the porridge. At that time, he only felt that the porridge flowing through his throat was the dew of the willow tree, and the person who gave him the porridge was the ninth heaven. Slow down, slow down. If it's not enough, there's more. Chu Wanning was shocked and sad. He looked at the dirty little head buried in his palm, miserable and embarrassed. He greedily and pitifully licked the porridge. His tongue rolled up and down like a small animal drinking water. "Where did you come from?" he couldn't help but ask. But Mo Ran whimpered and didn't answer. The porridge was finished, and there was only a little left in his palm. He refused to let it go and kept licking the little brother's palm, making Chu Wanning itch and hurt. The itch was in his hand, and the pain was in his heart. "It's okay, there's more. I'll pour you some more." Chu Wanning filled another handful of porridge. During the process, Mo Ran kept looking at him. When his hand reached over, he leaned over again and couldn't wait to continue licking and drinking. Chu Wanning cupped a full pot of rice milk and squatted down to feed him until he finished drinking it. Mo Ran never forgot. In fact, in the ups and downs of his life, he had thought countless times, if he hadn't met this person at that time, what would have happened to him? He had deduced many possibilities and had many hypotheses, but in the end, he couldn't escape a word. Death. Starving to death, freezing to death, being eaten by wild wolves and dogs, and his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach eaten. If he hadn't met this brother, he would have gone to meet his mother in the netherworld. So later, when Mo Ran became the Emperor Ta, he deliberately went back to Wu Bei Temple to look for his old benefactor. But because too much time had passed, he couldn't remember the benefactor's face clearly. Facing the courtyard full of shiny bald heads, he only felt indescribable irritation. In the end, he waved his hand and left. At that time, the abbot was scared witless. He didn't know how Wu Bei Temple had offended the Emperor Ta, and had been anxiously waiting for the punishment. However, on the second day, the Emperor ordered people to bring hundreds and thousands of boxes over. When they opened them, brilliant light flowed out. They were actually full of gold. His Majesty didn't know who the old friend was, so he treated them equally and rewarded each of the monks of Wu Bei Temple with 10,000 gold to repay the kindness of saving his life. So it turned out that the benefactor that he couldn't find after going in circles was trapped at the pinnacle of life and death, imprisoned by him all day long and bullied by him. In the past, the little brother took off a warm cloak and wrapped it around his thin body. Fate played tricks on him, but every night, he rudely tore apart the clothes of the little brother and pressed him between the blankets of the bed. On one hand, he went everywhere to find his benefactor. On the other hand, he unknowingly forced his benefactor to kneel between his legs. He was humiliated in every way and bowed his head. Mo Ran looked at the scene in front of him, blood vessels filling his eyes little by little. How could it be you? In this life, in these two lives. Deep fate met the Emperor, shallow fate misled the Emperor. It was all fate. Everything in front of him turned dark again. Only the sound of wind and snow could be heard, and Huizue's lonely voice echoed in the distance. At that time, I asked the child if he was willing to stay in Wu Bei Temple for a while, but the child said that he wanted to return a favor for his mother, so no matter what, he had to go back to Xiongtan first. I couldn't keep him, so I gave him some dry food and some silver. Huizue said, when the child staggered down the snow slope, Wanning stood where he was and watched until his figure was completely swallowed by the wind and snow and disappeared into the wilderness. Only then did he turn around and return to the temple. I went to hold his hand. I remember that his hand was as cold as ice at that time. He was quiet for a while, but the pain in his voice was still not suppressed. After that day, Wanning mentioned to me several times that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao, but I didn't allow it. I even scolded him for having an unstable Tao heart. A stubborn stone fell into the water and affected his Zen heart. Therefore, I punished him to go to Dragon Blood Mountain to reflect on his mistakes and trapped him there for a total of 164 days. At first, he asked me to let him out, but later on, he was probably extremely disappointed and didn't want to say anything anymore. 164 days. Every single day, I would ask him what he had comprehended. Every single day, I hoped to change his attitude, but the answer he gave me was always one word. Huizui let out a long sigh. It was as silent as the snow. Enter the world. Everyone was cultivating outside the world, but he was willing to fall into the world of suffering just because he saw the suffering of a child once. Later on, he burned the scriptures I gave him and was reborn. I was worried that this couldn't go on, so I ended his house arrest. I planned to change my method of preaching to him. After another year, when his spirit core was stable, I could take him to the ghost realm, and everything would be over. What I didn't expect was that on the night I ended my reflection, Chu Wanning left without saying goodbye. I only found a letter in his meditation room. The letter said that even though a long time had passed, he still felt tormented every time he thought about the child he met, so he wanted to go down the mountain and travel for 10 days. He was afraid that I would lock him up again, so he left in the night. At that time, I held that letter, angry and anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Huizue sighed. I don't know where he went at all. A new scene lit up again. This time, it was in the courtyard of Wubei Temple. Chu Wanning had returned. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were particularly bright under the moonlight, full of vigor. At this moment, he was like a divine weapon that had been forged for a long time, and no one could stop his edge. Huizue stood in front of him. The two of them didn't speak. However, in Mo Ran's ears, Huizue's voice was still slowly narrating. 10 days later, he really did come back on time. My heart relaxed, and I secretly rejoiced that nothing had happened. I planned to reprimand him a few times, then let him return to his room to rest. But I didn't expect that what I was waiting for was a sharp knife without a sheath. In the scene, Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. Huizue frowned slightly. What are you doing? Perhaps Shizun has been in seclusion for a long time, but the outside world is very different from what Shizun said. Disciple sincerely asks Shizun not to stay on the mountain any longer, but to go down and take a look. This world is a boundless sea of suffering, and it's no longer the paradise that Shizun said it was. Huizue suddenly became angry. Absurd! Do you know what you're saying? Chu Wanning originally thought that by telling the truth he saw with his own eyes, he would be able to change Shizun's attitude of closing his ears. He didn't expect Huizue to have this kind of reaction. He was stunned for a moment before he said, Shizun has always told Disciple to worry about other people's worries and difficulties. In these 10 days, Disciple went to a total of 23 villages in the upper and lower cultivation world. The scenes I saw were shocking. If Shizun went down the mountain and saw this, he would also. Before he could finish, Huizue angrily interrupted him. Who allowed you to leave the mountain without permission? There is no sun or moon in this mountain. You should have cultivated to perfection as soon as possible and ascended. Why did you hastily leave the mountain and care about the affairs of the mortal world before you had even seen through the mysteries of heaven? The suffering of the mortal world is endless. How could a little cultivator like you manage it? Why do you think so highly of yourself? The more Huizue spoke, the angrier he became. Chu Wanning's eyes also opened wider and wider. He watched as his Shizun paced back and forth under the moonlight, flicked his sleeve, tapped the tip of his nose, and scolded him loudly and sternly. The begonia tree cast a thick shadow, cutting Huizue into pieces. Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning's face. At first, he was at a loss, then he was at a loss, then he was shocked, then he was disappointed, and finally he was in pain. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Huizue said angrily, Do you know your wrongs? Say something. Disciple. Chu Wanning paused. His voice was as hard as iron. I don't know. Huizue slapped him. You're impudent. A red mark immediately appeared on Chu Wanning's cheeks, but he immediately turned his face back. His eyes flashed with confusion and resentment. Shizun, all these years you've always taught me to do things properly, to worry about people and the world. Why is it that when we really encounter a great calamity, you want me to stand by and do nothing? That's not the same thing at all. Huizue gritted his teeth. You came out of the mountain at this time. What can you do? You're indeed gifted, but the dangers of the world are simply not something you can imagine. Why did you go out? To betray your Shizun's 14 years of kindness in raising you, to sacrifice yourself for the sake of your personal feelings. He paused. His words were sonorous, like metal falling to the ground. Chu Warning, you can't even save yourself, so what can you save others? At this time, Chu Warning looked at his Shizun with anger and sorrow. He slightly raised his chin, his phoenix eyes gradually becoming misty. Huizue had probably never seen Chu Warning's tearful appearance before. The moisture in his eyes more or less extinguished the evil fire in his heart. He stared blankly for a moment, then hesitantly said, You. Forget it. Did I hurt you just now? But Mo Ran, who was watching from the side, clearly knew that it wasn't. Chu Warning didn't feel pain from the slap just now. He felt pain for the Shizun that he had respected since childhood. He actually said something that was completely inconsistent with the lofty image in his heart. Chu Warning slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, Mo Ran heard those words that couldn't be more familiar. He said, if you don't know how to save others, how to save yourself? Huizue froze. His body was like a motionless clay statue in a Buddhist shrine that was being worshipped and worshipped. Chu Warning's voice was slightly hoarse. The suffering of the mortal world is right in front of me. Forgive this disciple for being slow-witted. I don't know why Shizun sits high all day, closing his eyes and ascending to heaven. After he finished speaking, he slowly got up. Under the moonlight, his clothes were no longer pure white. There were stains of mud and blood on them. But they were so tall and dignified, magnificent and divine. This immortal, it's fine if I don't cultivate. Huizue was shocked and furious. His head and eyes were dizzy. He sternly said, Traitor, do you know what you're saying? I only want to do what you taught me since I was young. Chu Warning was also at a crossbow. But in between tension and relaxation, he slightly trembled, his eyes full of sadness. You taught me. Is your morality only on paper? Millions of victims are homeless, and orphans die day and night. What I should do is not to go out of the mountain to support the Tao, but to accompany the oil lamp and ancient Buddha, practicing Zen. Huizue roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After you achieve Tao and ascend, you can do many good deeds. Chu Warning stared at him, as if he had never seen this person before. His chest rose and fell, his palms clenched into fists, and his eyes surged. Mo Ran originally thought that in the next moment, he would sweep across the ground like a dragon breaking through the water, setting off huge waves, and choke Huizue's throat to make him know his mistake. But Chu Warning trembled for a while, and in the end did nothing. In the end, his eyes were slightly red, and he said hoarsely, Shizun, I cultivate, not to be free and unfettered, to transcend the mortal world. Is cultivation only for the sake of becoming an immortal? If so, I'd rather not. I'd rather give up halfway, I'd rather achieve nothing, I'd rather stay in the mortal world. Give me all I have, and die of exhaustion. Shizun, please ascend. When I'm done with all the people I can, I'll come and follow you. Chu Warning. Even though it was an illusion, Mo Ran could feel Huizue's monstrous anger at that time, the secret fear in his heart, and the deep disappointment in his heart. It was just a wooden statue. How could it dare to frown at the person who gave it the order? What did it count for? Huizue's eyes were red, and there was a hint of blood in the bottom of his eyes. He was unwilling, and he was angry. Who should he tell the bitterness and secret in his heart? He had nowhere to vent. In the end, he called out to Chu Wanning, who was about to step out of the courtyard, and his voice was extremely cold. "Traitor, stop right there." 240, the sound of "stop" was like a doomsday bell. Mo Ran could almost guess what he was going to see next. His hair stood on end and his blood surged. He wanted to get out of the illusion and escape, but at the same time, he wanted to rush back to the past and protect Chu Wanning. No. Huizue, you can't, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. All of this had happened a long time ago. He could only watch the situation in front of him with numb scalp. He watched as Chu Wanning furrowed his dark eyebrows, his expression resolute and unyielding as he calmly met Huizue's gaze. Mo Ran couldn't help but shout at him, "Run! Run!" The young Chu Wanning had always trusted Huizue. He trusted this honored master who raised him as a sacrifice. He trusted his adoptive father and benefactor. So even if he was extremely disappointed, he didn't see the murderous intent in Huizue's eyes. Mo Ran blocked in front of him. He knew it was useless, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. "I beg you, run." Chu Wanning didn't leave. He walked towards Huizue step by step like a pine tree. Finally, he stood still. His ponytail was messed up by the wind. His blood-stained and mud-stained robes were also messed up by the wind. Huizue's lips opened and closed. He said slowly, "You can leave the temple and go down the mountain." "Honored master." Chu Waning's phoenix eyes widened slightly. He didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. He only saw the executioner's knife as a bright moon by the window. For a moment, he was even grateful and happy. He thought that Huizue finally understood him. But the knife was cold and murderous. Huizue said, "When you walk out of this courtyard tonight, you are no longer a member of Wu Bei Temple. Our 14 years of relationship as master and disciple is now severed." Her phoenix eyes were still wide open, but the content in them slowly changed from joy to astonishment and sorrow. Chu Wanning probably didn't expect Huizue to be so resolute. He stood there stiffly for a long time before he finally moved his lips. Beside him, Mo Ran was extremely anxious. He kept muttering, "I beg you, hurry up and leave. Leave this place. Don't say any more. Leave this place." His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Huizue stared at him. This was the heaviest bet he had ever made. Wanning was a sentimental person. For the past 14 years, only the two of them had been companions. If he cut off this master-disciple relationship, it would be like cutting his heart with a knife. He probably wouldn't. Chu Wanning knelt down. Huizue was stunned. He was still numbly thinking that it couldn't be. How could he be so resolute and obstinate? Chu Wanning knelt down and kowtowed. 1 knock, 2 knocks, until 9 knocks. He raised his face again. His eyes were clear and there was no moisture, but his cheeks were wet. "Disciple Chu Wanning thanks Master for the grace of raising me. From now on." His Adam's apple moved. From now on what? He didn't know. He couldn't continue. Perhaps it was because of the strong wind and the cold weather, but Huizue's body swayed slightly in the wind. His kasaya was blown into a mess, and the strong wind filled his sleeves. His face became darker and colder, and his lips were drained of color. He stared at the person kneeling in front of him. That piece of wood. Wood. He carved and painted it, and made blood to give life. He taught it attentively and racked his brains. He did so much and waited for 14 years just to send this piece of wood to the world of spirits and souls to become a body to carry Chulan's spirit. He didn't do it just to see it here today talking and worrying about the country and its people. What was it? A piece of scrap. Chopping wood. The fire in his chest burned into his eyes. He was so impulsive that he wanted to destroy the world. This kind of Huizue was too dangerous. Mo Ran bent down and tried to hug Chu Wanning, but he couldn't catch him. He couldn't touch him. Chu Wanning was still as stubborn as ever. He knelt in the same spot stubbornly and obediently. He was stubborn because he had the Tao in his heart, and obedient because he felt guilty. Chu Wanning's eyes reflected Huizue's increasingly ferocious face. His chest was filled with hot blood that couldn't be quelled. His entire body was made for others. He was a wood chopper, a piece of wood without a soul. He knelt on the ground. The only thing he didn't think about was himself. Wanning. Mo Ran suddenly choked up. He raised his hand and touched the face that he couldn't touch. I beg you, go, clang. It was the sound of metal falling to the ground. Mo Ran slowly turned his head. There was a scimitar lying on the ground. It was Huizue's weapon. Under the moonlight, the butcher's eyes glowed with an endless bloody light. He kicked the scimitar again, kicking it straight to Chu Wanning's knee. No. Don't. Mo Ran was completely flustered. He tried to grab the scimitar, but the tip of the scimitar passed through his fingers. He couldn't grab it. No matter how desperately he tried, he couldn't grab it. In the end, a slender and well-proportioned hand reached over and grasped the scimitar that Mo Ran couldn't hold no matter how hard he tried. At this time, Chu Wanning's eyes were calm. The initial shock had already disappeared. The great pain also gradually subsided when Huizue threw the scimitar at him. He seemed very relieved. If Shizun wants my life, I'll give it to you. Chu Wanning said, living for 14 years and living for 140 years is actually no different if we're both sitting in this world. Huizue's eyes suddenly didn't look like the aloof eminent monk at all. For a moment, Mo Ran clearly saw the shadow of young man on his face. It was the shadow of the teenager on the rainy night before the rebellion in Linpen. Chu Wanning, Huizue said coldly, if you want to end things with me, I won't hold you back. I don't care about what you eat and wear for the past 14 years. But you have to return what you've learned to me. Huizue narrowed his eyes. I'm going to take away your spiritual nucleus. The spiritual nucleus was the purest condensed crystal of a cultivator. It was the same if it was a sacred wood. As long as he had the spiritual nucleus, he might be able to remodel a Chu Wanning. This time, he definitely couldn't teach him the righteousness of the common people. He couldn't let him learn benevolence and kindness. He wanted Chu Wanning's spiritual nucleus. The heart of a living person. Chu Wanning looked at him for a while. The light and shadow in the Zen temple flashed. There were monks doing evening classes in the Great Hall. The sound of chanting came from afar, like the smell of sandalwood. Huizue's voice suddenly sounded in Mo Ran's ears again. But this time, he only said 2 sentences. These 2 sentences seemed to have exhausted all his courage and strength. His voice seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He knelt on the ground and looked at me. I suddenly felt that when the Buddha forgave the mortals who hurt him, he had that kind of look in his eyes. He was pitying his executioner, the living creatures under the knife, and the butcher with blood on his hands. No! Mo Ran screamed. But the knife light flashed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. With a clear piercing sound, Mo Ran curled up on the ground. No, blood spurted out, and bones and flesh were separated. Mo Ran crawled over to Chu Wanning's side, wailing. He kept shaking his head, tears and snot flowing. He hurriedly blocked Chu Wanning's wound, trying to infuse spiritual power to stop the bleeding. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. He watched as Chu Wanning resisted the pain, and used magic to prevent himself from fainting. He watched as Chu Wanning stabbed the knife into his chest, inch by inch. Blood, hot blood everywhere. Boiling hot, flowing, blazing hot. How could it not be a living person? Flesh, it was flesh that was torn. It was bright red, sweet, and broken. How could it not be a living person? How could it be? Huizue stood stiffly in the same place. His expression was still fixed at the last moment, looking ferocious and cruel. But the light in his eyes flickered, trembled, and was at a loss. What he hoped for, was it really like this? At that moment, the picture scroll suddenly became turbulent and blurred. The scene in front of Mo Ran's eyes became distorted and chaotic because of Huizue's emotions when he made this scroll. He saw so many old memories emerging from the blood, and every one of them was soft and real. Mo Ran saw the 11 or 12-year-old Chu Wanning preparing to leave after summoning Tianwen at the Golden Pool. But a guqin with a begonia-like tail floated out of the lake. The moment it floated, Chu Wanning's body also shone, as if they were reflecting each other. He touched the strings of the guqin in surprise and puzzlement. What is this? What's going on? Huizue immediately guessed that this guqin was probably made from a part of the divine wood of Yang Emperor. It and Chu Wanning came from the same source, so naturally they could sense each other. He looked very excited, a little surprised, and a little happy. This should be your destined divine weapon. Destined divine weapon? Huizue was pleasantly surprised, but his eyes were a little evasive. Yes, some people are born with a unique bone structure, and are born with a connection to the divine weapon. Chu Wanning laughed. My bone structure is unique. Huizue avoided answering. She stroked the wooden body of the 9-song zither and sighed. This zither is fated to be with you. I'm afraid you don't need a spirit core to summon it. It's connected to your blood. The picture changed. Mo Ran saw two people walking outside Linpan City. Huizue followed behind Little Wanning and kept asking him to slow down. He saw the steaming hot flour cakes and Chu Wanning's innocent smile through the steam. He saw that in the inn, Chu Wanning was holding a small fan. She was trying her best to fan Huizue, who was meditating. He saw Chu Wanning eat the sweet lotus root for the first time. The sweet juice filled his mouth, and he grinned and laughed at Huizue. Finally, the illusion stopped at a certain summer by the side of a lotus pond. The lotus leaves that reached the sky were infinitely green, and the lotus flowers in the pond were extremely brilliant. Red dragonflies flew up and down gracefully, curling up and stopping. It was a perfect evening. The 5 or 6-year-old Chu Wanning smiled and sat cross-legged like Huizue. He looked at his master with a pair of dark and gentle eyes. Master, let's play one more time. Let's play one more time. Huizue said, No, I'm going to the canteen to recite scriptures for an old friend. Play one more time. It's the last time. It's really the last time. Then, without waiting for the big monk to speak, the little boy rolled up the sleeves of his grey monk robe, and the lotus flowers swayed. He reached out his little hand and excitedly touched Huizue's hand, which he didn't want to pay attention to. His childish voice was sweet and tender, like fresh water chestnuts and sweet lotus roots. You against one, I against one, what blooming in the water? Lotus blooming in the water. You against two, I against two, what blooming in a bunch? Elm trees blooming in a bunch. Huizue couldn't do anything. Looking at his smiling face, he could only shake his head. He laughed and high-fived him, playing a childish game. You against 9, I against 9, what blooming in the wind? Dandelions blooming in the wind. You against 10, I against 10, what blooming without leaves? Wintersweet blooming without leaves. Blood stained his clothes, and the red lotus was soaked. In the monastery, Huizue closed his eyes. It was a broken piece of wood. The happy laughter of the past was still in his ears. It was a soulless person. What blooming in the water? Ha ha ha, Shizun is so stupid, the lotus blooming in the water. It was an empty shell, the fleshly body he wanted to sacrifice to Shizun, the wood of atonement he had spent 100 years to obtain. It wasn't a living person. It didn't have a soul. Shizun, I'll give you half of the flour cake. You eat the big one, I'll eat the small one. Huizue's tears streamed down. He trembled violently, and groaned. He ran toward the child who had already plunged a blade into his heart, whose spirit core had already begun to crack and was about to be dug out. He knelt down, he howled in pain, his voice hoarse. He was like Mo Ran, who was hugging Chu Wanning, but could only pass by Chu Wanning. The sobs coming from his throat were like weeping blood, like a knife stabbing not into Chu Wanning's heart, but into his throat, into his soul. How could there be no spirit soul? It was he who closed his eyes and didn't see, who closed his ears and didn't listen. He had always known, he had always been aware of it in his heart. From Chu Wanning's smile, from Chu Wanning's seriousness, from Chu Wanning's tolerance and gentleness, from Chu Wanning's stubbornness and perseverance, he had always seen that person's spirit. But for his own selfish interests, for the so-called atonement, he pretended to be deaf and mute, he numbed himself. Chu Wanning was never a wooden statue, an empty shell. He was a person of flesh and blood, who could cry and laugh. I watched him grow up day by day since he was a child. He looked like Chu Lan when he was young, but when he grew up, he looked like Chu Zun. But I never missed out on him and any of them. Huizue's voice was like a broken gong, extremely hoarse. He was the one who shared half of the cake with me and called me Shizun. He was the one who secretly held a fan for me to cool off, thinking that I didn't notice. He was the one who accompanied me in Wubei Temple for 14 years. He smiled at me, trusted me, and said that I was the kindest Shizun in the world. It was like swallowing a bitter gall. Huizue murmured, the kindest Shizun. In the picture scroll, Huizue restrained Chu Wanning's hand and restrained his spiritual power. Chu Wanning fainted from the pain almost at the moment when the spell lost its effect. Huizue hugged the fresh body that was dripping with hot blood. It was as if he was holding Chu Zun, who dug out his heart to illuminate the escape route of everyone 200 years ago when the sky cracked in Lin. But it was different. Chu Wanning was stubborn and proud. Chu Wanning had all kinds of little quirks that belonged to him. For example, he slept without a blanket, or when he was tired from eating, he couldn't help but bite his chopsticks in a daze. For example, he never liked to wash his clothes and would only soak them together. Those were his own habits, his own preferences. He was different from everyone else. The picture turned black again. It was good that it turned black. In such a situation, if Mo Ran saw it again, he would probably go crazy. In the darkness, Huizue sighed faintly. Actually, when he looked at me coldly and told me that he wanted to go down the mountain to support the Tao and that he didn't want to sit on the ground and ascend, I knew that he was a living person. I was weak and selfish. I almost destroyed the child I raised with my own hands. He wasn't Chu Lan. He wasn't a sacrifice for me to atone for my sins. He was Chu Wanning. When I woke him up, it was a quiet and peaceful evening. The bell of the Zen temple rang. He was born under the solemn gaze of the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. I gave him a name. But what I gave him was actually just a name. I had always prided myself on being the one who created him. Because of this, I believed that he should be used by me, owned by me, and sacrificed by me. But until I saw him, like young Master Chu, he didn't hesitate to cut open his heart to prove himself for his own righteousness. Huizue choked until he couldn't speak anymore. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I finally understood that I had never given him a soul or a life. Those were all his own, because a dirty and weak sinner like me would never be able to create a life as pure and resolute as his. Never possible.